Hello, friends. Welcome in. Biggie, hello. Astor, hello. Boss, hello. Anybody else who's here, hello. If you saw me streaming before, no, you didn't. This is my first stream of the day. Biggie, what's the game? What game is it? $25. That's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. I got my coffee. I reset my router. I'm gonna Astor, they can't hear you, but they're gonna be able to hear you in just a second. So there you go. Now they can hear you. Okay, oh no. I am going to continue my game. Friends only. Okay, and then you should possibly be able to join me. Shapes and Beats. Is it a rhythm game? Alright, let me see. Can you join, or do I have to invite?
Yep, I'm joining.
You have connected. Okay, cool. So where are you? Oh, you're here.
Wait, where are you? Where is this? Oh, you're at the hotel. Okay.
Yeah. I was just collecting. I was just collecting stuff because I didn't want to like advance the story without you, but I was just like doing stuff. So we can just leave the hotel and go back to where we were.
Okay. I'm sad there's no fast travel. That's okay.
There's no what?
Fast travel to like
so
places,
you
areas are
you had to
kind
unlock it in the first one, but it was only certain areas. Like you had to go to a certain area to unlock to interact with it. So I'm wondering...
I think that might be a thing too here then. There's
yeah,
like,
I'm wondering if they'll do the same here, where it's like you have to have like the map areas to unlock. It's bullet hell with visuals timed to dubstep and electronic. I'm not sure if I'm looking for a fun casual game to play, but he's playing my hand to raids and D2. This is fun. I know you said you were gonna get this after Diablo, but this has been a blast. This has been so much fun. Although, Astro said it yesterday, and I realized that I didn't like respond to it when he said it, but I'm surprised that it's only 3 players instead of 4 players.
Oh, it's not even 4 player?
No, it's 3.
It's 3,
no,
but they have 6 characters. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was strange. Like even for, like especially because the last one was up to 4, but I mean they had 4 characters, but this
I'm
is
assuming
6
maybe
characters.
it's for like performance purposes or
maybe.
whatever.
But Redfall comes out like in a month.
Decapitated.
Yes. It's all bangers too. Oh, so I bet you I probably couldn't stream that then, could I? Is it on sale for $25 or does it just cost 25? Because I might check it out and I might see what CD Keys has it listed for. # sponsored. But if I can't stream it, or like, I'm sure I could stream it and they might be like a streamer mode or whatever. Like, Astro and I streamed Soundfall the other night, and I didn't get DMCA'd at all, so it all must have been owned games for them. But when you open Soundfall, it literally is like, oh, you have to be whitelisted, so like send your Twitch channel or whatever. So I'm curious if maybe, like, I would have gotten copywritten, but because they like whitelisted my channel, I didn't, or something like that. A minute ago before we got ooh. Let me totally self-promo this other channel so I can go and watch it, like, and see like what it was about after stream. Like I'll watch their VOD later, obviously. Cause I'm curious. Ooh. I can smell my pizza cooking.
Ooh.
It's in the toasty oven.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have a toasty oven. I'm Endeavorance. I've never heard of them. Do you guys know? Like, obviously, I'm sure you know. But, like, there are so many streamers.
Why do we leave this way? The exit was, like, right there on that room.
What room? Oh, I don't
know. The safe room.
Oh, did we literally just go the wrong door?
I was following. I thought maybe you had to do something.
Oh, no.
But yeah, we did. Alright, yeah, we did go to
I haven't quite learned this map yet, so...
once we're in the safe room, I kind of know.
The guy who does stuff keeps happening on TikTok. The guy who does stuff keeps happening on TikTok.
Alright, so let's go to the safe room then, so we can just...
I don't know, but what was I saying? Oh yeah, there are so many streamers out there that, like, every single day, I could be like, tell me 10 streamers you watch to, like, you know, my community or whatever, and I would... like, pretty much all 10 of them would be new people that I would never know. Like, that's wild to me that there's so many streamers out there.
Me. Prepare this. The knife.
He recaps daily news. Oh, who does stuff keeps happening. Okay. I was like, the guy who does stuff keeps happening? Like, that's usually what happens. Like, you do stuff and you just keep doing stuff. Like, I was so confused for a second. He does stuff and it just keeps happening. How dare he? Have you been down here yet? In the parking garage?
Nope.
It's kind of scary down here. I don't know if there's... was there something down here? I don't remember.
Am I being buffed here, or are you being debuffed?
We should be the same, because we're close to the same level now. You're 9, I'm 12, so we're not that far apart now.
There's a big-ass crusher.
Yeah.
I didn't jump.
Yeah.
Oh, the burner zombies are
I did my
immune to-
bleed. Here's my bleed damage.
Yeah, bleed. And then you can hit the arms, or...
Yeah, I just need to get behind
Or
him.
the-
I can
or
knock
the
the
head.
shit out of him if I get behind him. Nope, don't touch me.
Oh god, I forget that I have no health at all.
I literally
Bruno.
chopped him in half, Astro.
Oh my, I
I
missed it because
chopped
I'm
this
down.
fucker in half.
I missed it because I'm down.
You're in the electricity.
Yep. I can embrace Steph instead.
Say nap
Nope,
time.
nope. I got you. Just get out of the
Gotta get
electricity
it.
quick. I am the resurrection. I honestly don't remember if there's anything to collect down here or not.
Oh,
I just remembered
yeah.
there was that
In
crusher
half.
guy got me like twice when I came down here.
Right.
So all I did last night after stream was I just tried to find keys and like locker locations and stuff to like mark them on my
Right.
map. And I don't think I found a single key.
Oh
Why
my
did
god, they're
that
so
get-
kind of hard, yeah.
Blocked. Super LGBTQ. Why did that get blocked? That's so wild. Usually plays Destiny. That's why you like them.
Oh my god, why do they just keep spawning, right? Even oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
they do. I see, they do, yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta,
Alright, let's go back so we can continue story. Or do you want to do this Lost and Found?
Where?
Beverly Hills. So we just have to go back to like the main.
Sure. I was doing something to him.
I just run and kick everything.
Do not
Do not?
follow the paper trail around the pools. Alright, let's do that.
Yeah,
Why not,
so
we're
let's
already
go back to the main area. I'm feeding for Destiny content. I don't want to watch Aztec Cross and Dado. Oh my gosh. Biggie, are you like, I don't know how like involved in like the Destiny community you are and like the Destiny like streaming community and stuff, but have you heard this stuff about like the leaks? Because that's absolutely wild. Where's the exit here? I thought it was here. No, it's on the other side over here. I know it was really bad and leaked like all of season 21. Yeah. And apparently like the person who they're saying did the leaks is like a really big person in like the Destiny community. Like he's like done like over like 1 million Sherpas and stuff. Like he's like a huge like highly respected like Disney Destiny content creator. He's a really big Disney content creator. And Biggie's like, unfollow. I meant to say Destiny. I don't know why Disney came out. Oh, jeez. That was too funny.
Alright, we're heading back, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. He's like, this is bullshit. I've never leaked anything. And then Bungie said it with the whole chest. Do you want to play this game? Because you reviewed security footage. And apparently, not only was it like more than like season 21, but like they were like, no. We know you've been doing it for years, but now we just have proof. Yeah, that's what's crazy. That's what's crazy is they're like, oh, okay, you've been doing it for years, and now you did it on stream, and now we know. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. Like, I could never imagine violating the trust of some multi-billion-dollar company like that. Like, never. Like, NDAs are fucking scary, dude. Like I got a game key for a game. I wasn't really, I don't want to say interested. Like, I wasn't really, like, disinterested. But it wasn't a game that I was looking forward to playing. But they contacted me and they're like, do you want to try our game? It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then they sent me this whole thing, and they're like, you cannot stream before this time or this date, and you cannot do this, and you can't do that. And I was like, this is scary. I don't want to do this. Like, I would never break an NDA because, like, that shit is scary. Alright, follow the paper trail around the pools in Beverly Hills. Is this technically not Beverly Hills? This is technically Bel Air? Like, do we need to continue on?
What do you mean technically?
Well, I mean, like, because the map, like, the map is, like, the Bel Air map, like... So
well, where's Beverly Hills?
I mean, it's all Beverly Hills, but I'm wondering, like, do we need to go further onto the story? Because aren't we...
Let's look for
like,
a pool.
where's the, because there's also... This area is Bel Air, and then there's the area, like, where Michael's house is a different area as well.
But what is Michael's area called?
I don't remember. Let's see. Does it tell me if I switch? Travel to a nearby zone. That's where we came from, so it's the other one. So it's... this one? Does it tell me? No, it actually doesn't tell you what it's called.
When you go in, though.
Yeah, so it's the one that's near what's-his-face's house, isn't it?
Alright, well, let's go there.
Okay, hold on, let's mark it on the map. I believe it's this one. I think it is. Okay, so this way. But a lot of mechanics and features they're adding. Oh, really? See, I actually, like, hadn't even heard any of the leaks. Like, legitimately, I hadn't heard any of it. I just demolished it, I guess? Okay. I'm literally not upset about it. Wait, why is it still taking me over here? Are you trying to take me on the other side of Streamer House? I'm so confused. You can make non-red border weapons into red borders so you can dismantle them. Oh! Wait, doesn't that kind of defeat, like, Destiny's entire, like, MO of, like, making you grind for the same thing 700,000 times? Like, doesn't that literally, doesn't that defeat the entire, like, their entire point and purpose in life? I need the master keys for the goat pen. Well, okay, I'm so confused. Alright, let's go. Why is this quest marker taking me over here? I think Destiny realized everyone's hating. Yeah, I do hope that they are realizing that it's... the grind is only fun for a certain amount of time, and then eventually it becomes a disrespect, you know? Rachel! Hello, how are you, my dear? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Wait, can I? Wait, I don't think you can. I was gonna say... oh, you can? Wait, oh, you can't climb up here, though. Oh, that would have been really cool.
Well, I'm over here, so... oh, I thought I could jump from here.
Yeah, that would have been really cool.
I can! Oh, look, I did it!
Oh, you can?
Here. Yeah, you gotta jump on the blue wall and then jump over here.
Ooh. Oh my god, she really just alley-ooped right over. Like, she really was like, oh, okay, yeet. Alright, how are you? I'm okay. Fighting with my internet provider again because they disrespect me every day. But, you know, other than that, I'm good, I'm good. Rachel, we'll have to plan another Destiny night and get you some more labels. You're almost done. You're almost done. Oh, Astro, so I played Destiny with Rachel the other night to help her get through the story. And you know that part that we got stuck on with the wall, the spinning wall?
Oh,
In Destiny?
No, but the light fall, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
The part we got stuck on with the spinning... Rachel and I did it first try.
On Legendary?
No, regular, but still. Like,
I mean...
but
no,
first try.
on. Regular is insanely easy compared to...
right, but
Legendary.
like... but... we didn't touch the wall or anything a single time. Like, first try.
cracked. Then Rachel's cracked.
Rachel is cracked.
That's what you're saying.
We finished that so quick, but take a million years for me to jump correctly. I mean, it happens to the best of us, let's be real. Okay, yeah, Beverly Hills. Okay. So this way. Wait, can we not go here? Yeah, we can. There we go. This is where we need to go. Right here. Traveling to Beverly Hills, yes. Honestly, though, like, don't even be upset, because there have been so many levels where I've been like, sorry guys, wait for me while I figure it out.
Oh, yeah, well, not to downplay the achievement,
Ark,
but
thank
they
you so
did,
much.
they did nerf enemies, remember?
They what?
They nerfed enemies because they were too tough.
No, I know, but like, you know, even when I did that level the first time through on regular, I still had to do it a couple times because I touched the wall or I touched the thing on the floor or whatever stupid thing it would be, you know?
Yeah, but alone is so much harder. If you die, you die.
Supporting best streamer, Ark, thank you. I'll be finished with this semester in about 2 weeks, and I'm much more free to play games then. Yes. We'll get a raid group going, because Biggie also would like to do some raids with us. So once everyone's light levels up to 1800, we'll get a raid group together and we'll do some raids.
My light level's 1800.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Mine's 1798 or some shit. Something stupid where I'm like just under and I can't find what I need. Like nothing is dropping for me to be able to upgrade my gear. And I'm like, I hate this. Destiny, I swear to God, hates me. Like, Destiny has never given me a good drop in my life. All of my good drops are, like, crafted.
Well, cut his arm off! We can do that, nice.
Yeah, you can. That's why I said it's, like, the same thing as, like, the thugs in the first one, where, like, just chop their arms off and they can't swing at you, which is, like, their hardest attack. I'm honestly, as selfish as it sounds, it's like same with like Astro and same with like everyone. Like I'm so excited for the summer because like school will end and I'll get all my friends back. I'll get all my friends back from studying and school and stuff.
So excited, you're right.
Like it's so selfish, I know. Because it's like you guys are all out there like bettering your lives and like doing important things and I'm like, but you can't play video games with me.
I mean, I'm playing video games.
No, I know, but like you can't play video games like till 2, 3, 4 in the morning with me, you know? Like,
yep.
And I have to wait for you to get home, or some days like you're like, I can't, I have to study tonight, and I'm like, but what if you didn't study tonight? And you're like, hey, no. I'm like, what if you just dropped out of med school and just played video games? What if you just dropped out of med school and played video games with me full time?
So close, there's no way I'm dropping it now. Maybe 2 years ago.
No. Just quit now. Just be like, I'm sorry, I need to play Dead Island with my friend.
No. No.
Astro, it feels like you're not committed to this plan here.
I am not.
It sounds like you're not committed to my life plan.
I am not. I am 100%.
Boss, thank you so much for popping in and saying hi. I hope you're doing well, and I miss hanging out with you as well, but our stream schedules just do not mesh at the moment, but I do miss hanging out with you.
Oh, I found a family garage safe.
Ooh.
I keep finding knives. I want the katana. I mean, knives are good for my character.
Oh, here.
Right here.
Oh, I've already opened it, apparently. No stress or worries, you know. I know. Same goes to, you know, for me. There's never any pressure or stress to be here. Cheers. Good day, boss. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Alright, so around the pools in Beverly Hills. So there's a pool at this person's house. No, keep going straight. And there's a pool in this person's house here, I think. Just by going off the map. This person? Nope. This person here has a pool. I love when they stand up and they're like covered in dirt. I'm just like, yeet. Alright, so here's a pool. Oh look, follow the paper trail. There's a thing here. Oh, it's down there. I see it. I see it. I see it shining.
Oh my god, what the hell happened here?
It's in the pool.
Are there many zombies with skulls? There is.
Oh, they're skulls for you because they're level 11. So this should be okay.
No, level 11 don't have skulls for me.
They should.
Neither do level 12.
But so what has a skull?
I don't know. It said, the skulls.
So one of these has to have a skull. Or maybe one of them did and we killed it in the fire?
Maybe.
Because, yeah, I don't see anybody with a skull. Okay, but it's right here. Here's our clue. Note from Michael.
Wait, I don't have a... Oh,
right.
you picked it up. Alright,
yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay. So then, I guess we just have to find somebody else with a pool. Is there anything else to loot?
What?
Some protein bars. I said, is there anything else to loot?
No, was that you? Did you, do, an ability or something?
Oh, yeah, I have, a pulse when I use a health pack. So, knocks... So, if I use a health pack, cool. In the middle of enemies, it knocks them all back.
Oh, that's the one that drains, their stability or whatever
yeah,
it is?
It's pretty dope, actually. Okay, so let's see who has the next pool. So keep going straight to next door, and they have a pool. Oh, what's this? Can't pick up that pipe. Okay, so this family here has a pool, apparently.
Well, they do, but no. Oh, there is a... I mean, I don't see it yet, but
side. Okay.
Oh, there's a... What are you? Shocking runner? What?
Ooh, so there's burning runners and shocking runners? Oh, I opened this with a fuse box, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So this is a fuse room that I opened already.
Could you come to the pool?
How did you get there?
The van?
Oh. I see now. Okay.
Well, dude lived. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling a little bit.
I'm literally here.
Alright, we're good.
And I'll do a pulse here.
Nice. There's Dave. Why is Dave here?
Alright, we got Dave. We'll kill Dave. Dave! Oh, Dave's dead.
I got his leg off.
Oh, no, he's not. Dave's dead now. Alright, we got Dave's keys. Oh, we got Farouk's house key. Oh, we need that for the actual quest. Shit.
Farouk's house key?
Yeah.
Where's the note, though?
I don't see one. Oh, right here.
Right, yeah, I saw it. I see it in the... Oh, if you pick it up, I pick it up. Okay, that's perfect.
Nice. Alright, can we go in here? Is this Farouk's house?
I don't know.
Wait, this is... Wait. Come back out. Come back out.
Where would
this is
this
story quest.
Is the... Yeah, this is the story.
Yeah, we don't want to go do that right now.
I mean...
I know, we could, but we're side questing.
Yeah,
we're getting some levels and we're side questing. Is there anything back here? No, that's the pool. Okay. Oh, I know where we are. We're on the other side. Okay, I know where we are. So we can take this out. Go through. Yeah, this is the other side of... Yeah, okay. So, who else has a pool? Alright, so we can go next door. Wait, up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, up here. This is where the other one is. Playing in chat. Wait, is this the strong area? No, this isn't. We can jump. Oh, we can just jump over.
We're fine.
Okay. Yeah, we can jump over. Oh, yeah, this is the house. Okay. So this is that house with the pants, the no pants guy. So I think this is where we started it, right?
This is where we started because I found the thing on top.
Yeah.
On top of that crate.
Okay. So who else has a pool?
There's a circuit breaker here, but I don't know where would it go.
What do you mean?
This circuit breaker. Where does it go?
Oh, we did it already. It goes on either door. Remember?
Oh.
It locks the doors. Let me see if I have anything to repair. Yeah, I have no money. Wow, okay.
I have a level 10. Hold on. Hold on. I have so many knives.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna go in the house. You're fine.
I have a Bowie knife. I have a bloodthirsty Bowie knife.
Should be reloaded.
I have 2 machetes.
Machetes are nice if you can upgrade them.
Alright, hold on.
Oh, there's a trader in here. Oh, he literally looks like a person I know, IRL.
There's a what?
There's a trader in the house.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. What does he sell? Oh, he sells, what is this? Increase that there's a standard damage? That's fine. Make the trade, give me. Oh, here I can sell. Shit.
Alright, I need some more of these. Hey Zaz, welcome back. Thank you so much for coming back. I know we had a little bit of a hiccup with the internet, but thank you so much for coming back. I appreciate you. How was your day? How was the rest of your weekend? Oh, I want that. I need more money. Hold on. Right, I need to get rid of something else. I need more money. I need more money.
She wasn't about to get eaten or anything.
This one.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I can't thank you enough.
And then I want this machete.
She's everything.
I'm not really using the nightstick.
Come by anytime.
Okay, power 12.
I should sell the nightstick.
This is a power 12, 275.
I'm actually gonna sell this machete.
Okay. You're gonna sell your machete?
Yeah, but I'm selling the weak ass machete.
Oh yeah. And then I'm gonna go back up
the
here
storage.
and see if I can upgrade stuff. Do I have anything? Unclaimed. Oh my god, I have so much unclaimed. Oh, I have a katana unclaimed.
I have a pitchfork.
Yeah, I got a pitchfork. It's okay.
I don't
It's
have a
little
katana.
Still? You have no katana
I don't
still?
have
That's
it
crazy.
still, yeah.
I've gotten like 3 now.
Give it to me.
Oh shit, I didn't do it right. I have to take it back out again. Alright. So.
I'm gonna sell all this. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I'm selling.
Okay, so let's sell.
There isn't a sell multiple option either, which.
No, I know.
Yeah, buddy.
And you have to like confirm each one too, which is annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that one I'm glad, just in case I misclicked.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
But still. Alright, let me upgrade this machete, and then.
GG, please stop coming in here under my feet. That scares me every time.
I've been a roadie in Birch.
Why would you go there, GG?
Why would you go there? How dare you?
Literally. Literally, why?
Literally.
So,
Oh, I forgot to double check my mic since my mic has been being stupid lately. I just want to double check it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
like the filters have been like turning themselves off and then back on, and I don't know why. So I just like have to like make sure, like turn them off and then back on. It's like stupid.
Guardian. Ooh, okay, that's cool. Alright, what about you?
Hopefully it's fine.
Bloodthirst.
if it's
Killing a
not
zombie
fine,
gives
hopefully it's
moderate
okay.
damage boost and increases fury. Okay, I like the idea of that.
Okay, so what can I start selling? What do I not really like? So these things are kind of okay. Tire irons are okay. Those are fine. Those are fine. That's a little heavy. It's fine. Okay.
I guess it's a start. Babe, crack me a cold one.
Let me repair all this.
Babe, crack me a cold one.
I'm almost level 10.
Babe. Fabricate. Oh, you can make med kits now?
You could always make medkits. I can make medkits.
Did I not see that before? I guess not.
Maybe. I have to. I should make a couple. Actually, I'm actually gonna make a few. I have 4 now. Nice. They're actually extremely cheap too. Sterile wipes, I 100% doubt they're all sterile.
I 100%. Alright, so I like this mod. And then... So now, what is up with that? 275.
Alright, I think I'm ready.
There. those are good. Alright, I got my 2 machetes. My katana. Okay. 248, very nice. Okay, so then... Okay. We're good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I didn't upgrade the pitchfork. I lied. I'm not ready.
Okay.
Oh, but it'll be quick. I just want to see that.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
It's fine.
So there's a pool at the house. That's this direction behind us.
I'm ready.
So up there.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So I think we have to go this house up here. I think. Oh, either of these houses have pools. Okay, so we can start with this one too.
Wait, this thing is perfect for like eating. Oh, you blocked it? Huh? With your body?
Oh.
That's okay.
Money. Oh, electronics. Alright, we already looted that one, so we don't need that one. Alright, so where's your pool, sir? I need to find your clues by your pool. Is the pool over there?
Maybe. It didn't stick to him, really?
Oh, like impale him, you mean?
Really? I have to hit him in the head? No. Oh, that sucks.
Okay, here's the pool. Holy shit, these are level 14.
We're good, we're good. They don't have, as long as they don't have skulls, we're good. I think.
Alright, so here's
But
the
we were
pool. It's
here.
Empty.
I remember this house. We couldn't get to the second floor.
I don't see...
We don't have the yellow thing up top either. I don't think this counts as a pool.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, it
it's
looks like a
pool on
pool.
the map. Like... What's your level 15? Well, how much XP do we get for killing something? 15 XP? That's stupid.
I think we got more XP from doing quests and stuff.
No, I know, but like you get 20 XP for like a normal zombie that's at your level. It's 20 XP for a normal and 15 for a shambler. Yeah, we've been in here. Alright, so there's no clue by the
Maybe you
pool
got it
here.
already?
Maybe. There's no clue by the pool.
Alright, what's the next
here,
pool?
so- across the street, technically? Or, so,
go.
to the left, so it's this house on the side. I had a customer, but you're back now? Are you working at the same time? My old boss, like, he used to be so chill with Twitch. Like, he'd be like, I don't care if you, like, leave it on, like, as long as you're, like, getting your work done or whatever. And then my boss now is like, you're on your phone awful lot. I'm like, I mean, I get all my shit done and I have a lot of fucking downtime. I just supposed to sit here, like, with between my phone. I hate when people do that. They're like, yeah, I know you have a lot of downtime and I know you get your stuff done, but please don't be on your phone. And I'm like, please just mind your business, because it's fine. Like, if I get my work done, then, like, it doesn't matter what I do with my free time. Alright, there's not a pool here because this is a construction area, right?
Maybe they're constructing
The pool.
a pool? Oh, there's
We're
that
getting
one
AT&T as a
machine
sales
right
rep.
there.
Got plenty of time assisting customers, so my bosses really don't care. Nice. My dad used to work for AT&T. Oh, here's a pool area?
Monarch
Or a
Studios.
fountain area.
The hell is Michael doing heading over there?
So maybe it's not here?
Careful, I'm activating the generator.
Guess so. I do use OBS, yes. Oh,
Why didn't that
do
not
not
be
use
that
Do not use Streamlabs. If anyone tells you to use Streamlabs OBS, they either, one, don't give a shit about the quality of their streams, or number two, they want you to fail. So don't ever use Streamlabs. Streamlabs
don't have a
OBS
yellow
is
bar.
quite literally the worst possible thing you could ever do in your streaming career. Not only are they plagiarists and they steal work from other people and other companies and then try to play it off as your own, they're the worst streaming software out there. They're so CPU heavy, and yeah, they're terrible. Absolutely terrible. The fact that people still use them and still swear by them blows my mind. How do I set up a PTT for talking on stream and muting myself? It's like a Discord chat. Push to talk. So you can do a couple different things. In Discord itself, there is like a hotkey option. So like, for example, like F4 and F5 are how I like deafen and like mute myself. Normally. If, and this is if, so take this with a grain of salt. If streaming is something that you do plan on doing and you want to do as a hobby and you want to do it seriously, there is, Stream Decks, and Stream Decks do have an integrated Discord thing, so you can just, like, I have a button right on my Stream Deck that mutes and deafens my Discord and stuff, but holy shit, the quick answer to your question, this is all booby-trapped in here. It's booby-trapped.
Where's the
I know,
gun
that's what I'm
still?
looking. Like, is it all gonna explode? Oh, there's one right there.
Can you get it?
No.
Can we disarm the tripwire? I don't think this. Oh. Wait. I think I can get close enough without getting. I can't.
But yeah, to answer your question.
Wait. I got
it's
an
just
idea.
a hotkey.
I did it. I'm the best.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm lagging. But okay, this one's the rigged shotty is off.
Okay, and there's one on the table.
This one's off.
Okay. And then there's one on the floor right here.
I can't get. Oh! Is this thing alive, dude? You alive? Good fuck. Hey, you can't.
Oh!
What you get?
You scared me.
That zombie?
Oh god. But yes, a Stream Deck. Honestly, Stream Decks, even the small ones, like people are like, I need all the buttons. I need all the buttons. I need all the buttons, and it's like you don't really need all the buttons because it has unlimited buttons because you can make unlimited pages of buttons. So like even like the 6 button one is like perfect to like start out with. I have the 15, which I love. I would love to get the one that has more, so I don't have to constantly switch between pages for certain things, but it works. But yes, short answer, hotkeys. Long answer, Stream Deck. I want to get the Stream Deck pedal. I feel like that would be real dope. Ren! Look at you, party of 11. Hi, how was your stream, babes? Some DVD? How was your stream? Thank you so much. Let me get safe real quick so I can talk to raiders. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oops. There we go. There we go. Ren, how was your stream? We're continuing. Oh, it was your birthday. That's right. Yesterday was your birthday. I'm sorry I missed it. I did my sponsored stream yesterday, so I missed it. I'm so sorry. How did it go? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was your stream? How was your weekend? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting my wonderful friend, Ren, on his birthday stream. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people will just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace that maybe you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of like see what we're about and what to expect. I hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus.
I am Cat. I can
help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah!
Solid.
Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What I
Nate!
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Ren, thank you so much for the raid, and I'm so glad that your birthday stream went well. I'm so glad to hear that almost all of your goals went well, and you smashed them. That's great. I'm back. Thank you. We killed all the zombies. Alright, let's look at the map. Alright, so I guess the next one is to... That's all the pools, though, that I see. At least on the map, that's all the pools I see.
Maybe we missed one?
I mean, we can go next door, but I didn't see... There's no pool here. Was chat fix your hair dye? You know what? That might be for the best. That might be for the best. Alright, let's go here.
There's a crusher over there.
We crush crushers.
Yeah, this one's...
Oh, I wonder if we can do, like, the main area now. Like, that area that is too strong.
I mean, you probably could, but I'm still a couple levels behind.
Hi, Stat Island 2. I still need to finish the first one. I am loving it. I'm having
there's a way in over here.
so much fun.
Or out? Is this a way out? Oh, this is a way out. Never mind. Never mind. Go back. Go back.
Okay. Can't jump that, though.
Can't kick it either. I'm sad you can't kick it.
Oh, wait, we can go in here.
That's out.
Oh.
Yeah, I went that way too.
But I'm having so much fun. It's been a blast. It's been so fun. Yes, the first Dead Island is connected because Sam B actually comes back, and he's actually like a semi-important character. So you meet an actress named Emma in the beginning of the game when you guys crash your airplane. Well, when your airplane crashes, you didn't crash the airplane. So you meet an actress named Emma, and her house in LA actually acts, if I can talk, acts as your safe house in LA, or in Beverly Hills, I guess. And she is Sam B, who was one of the 4 survivors in the first island. She's Sam B's ex-girlfriend. So he actually comes to, like, check on her and, like, rescue her because he's like, I've been through this before, I did this whole thing already. But story-wise, I don't know yet. Like, I don't know if, like, it's gonna be the same, like, medical company who was in the first one. Like, I'm not sure how else other than Sam being connected it's gonna be connected. Gotta lurk for dinner. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm so glad to hear your stream went well. Oh, don't do this. Okay, or do it. She really gets really eager and just likes to jump over things. So did you? Oh yeah, you're like a con man or something. I'm a motorcycle stunt woman. Apparently, is what Carla's job is. Which is why I have these hot
don't know.
pants on, I guess. I'm so happy you got to. Me too, Ren. Thank you, thank you. Again, I'm so
but
happy
I do
that
mad
your
critical
stream-
damage.
That your stream went well, and that 11-person raid, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much.
There's pressure.
Okay.
Pressure's gonna die.
Cut his
Yep,
arms
Pressure's
off.
dead.
Amazing.
Someone
Cut all your
can
arms
hit
off.
me.
You don't need your arms.
You kicked the air? Because we killed him while you were kicking.
Well, it was because I was doing.
Well, this is
damage.
that.
Okay,
This
so
is
this
that
is
tough
that
area.
area.
Is there a
So
pool
they're
here?
14.
Is there a pool here though? Is there a
No.
pool here though? Oh, we can get in here. So. Oh, there must be because they have a little yellow thing on.
Oh, maybe. Well, no, it's because it's the main quest, right? Oh shit, I got stuck.
Is he? Is it the main quest?
Some help would be great right about now.
Isn't this where the
Why
main
is he
quest
like right on?
I don't know,
Come
but
on.
I like couldn't move.
I'm
Like,
dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
I think I'm
alive.
stuck in this little garden area.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Is what it was.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, no, I'm good now.
We got him. We got him. We got him. We got him. We got him.
Good. Okay, so we can be in here now. Then 14's not gonna kill us.
I mean, he almost one shot.
Well,
but
he
we're
did
fine.
kill me, but that's because I got stuck and I couldn't move. If I could have moved out of there, it would have been fine. Hi,
Yeah,
Poorly.
we're fine. Always. Always around. That's very nice.
Alright, so that's over there. Wait, can we?
Not for long though. Is there a way to shut those off?
Opens from the other side. Like, it's... What are you talking about? It is this... Okay, whatever.
Look, I opened this door.
No, I see. Hi, how are you? I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, we have caustic jerry cans. I'm assuming
Yeah.
we'll
You
eventually
can
get
pick
like
those up, like-
an upgrade. No, but I'm assuming we'll eventually get this caustic stuff as an upgrade. Ooh, this one, Sergeant
Maybe.
Hernandez, is rough. Oh,
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Sergeant
and he's following
Hernandez
me.
has, like, killed me several times. Alright.
well, he's following me.
Oh, fuck, I just lagged. He
Fuck it, fuck it, fuck
he
it.
punched... He
we're
went
Sergeant,
for you and punched me.
we're Sergeant Hernandezing.
I'm down.
We're good, we're good.
We're not good.
We're good, we're good. Oh. You shot it.
Yeah.
Dead. We
Like
can
I
kill
said,
him. Between the two
no.
of us, we can kill him.
Okay, there's a walker right on you. Right, but
Let's go
here's the
kill
thing,
Hernandez.
is that he was swinging at you, and I lagged into the swing, and he punched me as I was lagging. So, like, I couldn't have even moved or reacted to it anyway.
That's okay. That's okay. We got a battery. We're gonna kill him. Where
Home
is he?
Alone has ended. He's over here. He's right here.
Where
He's
is
on the side of this truck.
Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. There he is. Yeet. Oh, he's got half health now. Why didn't this thing go off? I dodged. Why did he kill me?
Oh, I'm just doing
I
something
have
to
4
him.
health. I'll embrace that so you can kill him.
Oh, he two hit me.
Oh.
He's so close. He's so fucking close. And I, like, did the finisher thing, and I stabbed him in the head twice.
Oh, nice, nice.
Like, he's literally so dead. He's so close. Hi, Sully. How's that island been? So fun. I'm having so much fun, honestly. I mean, is he still low?
How'd he hit me? Yeah, but I'll finish him. I'll finish him off. I mean, I'll say if I can. I can't. Okay. Oh.
I chopped
Okay.
that off,
Oh.
okay.
Oh, we got keys.
Biohazard container key. Okay. Wait, that is in the room,
The trunk
isn't it?
opens. Oh. Okay. What? There's no
Yeah,
battery on this thing.
no,
How do we
I
turn it
know.
off?
You just have to wait. You have to wait for it.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
I'm glad you're having a good time. I'm having a blast. I really am. I'm having a lot of fun. I really
Oh,
didn't
there's a big
like.
creature.
I expected to have fun because I enjoyed the first one, but like I'm really having a good time. Oh my god! Except for the lag suddenly. I don't know where this lag's coming from. I like didn't lag most of the day yesterday, and then I started lagging towards the end yesterday, and now same thing. Like now I'm lagging. Like the hydration walker is cracking me up.
Eat courier. Nice.
Yeah, the hydration or the eat one too. Okay.
Oh, they're coming from the. We just have to wait. Can we just not run away?
Shit. Not run away from what?
From the truck. That alarm.
No, you can. Yeah, you can. But like, you have to just wait for the alarm to go off. Like,
There's
there's
a
no
creature.
like
There's a
removing
creature. Wanna kill him?
things. Yeah. Run away. Why do I keep getting stuck? Like, that's the thing I don't understand.
Get chopped off, bro.
Okay, he's dead.
Nice. All right, we
Okay.
gotta find that container.
Yeah, that biohazard container. I've seen it before. Like, I've come across it before.
Also, there's
Oh,
a.
it's
there's
the
a,
one
like
in
a,
the garage, remember? The one that's... Yes, it's on a
Right,
shelf.
Walker?
No. It's on a shelf. It's on a shelf, and remember, it's by a pool. Remember, it's on a shelf in like in a cabana or whatever, and it's all
literally
full
do
of. Oh, I'm explaining it to you.
But I'm glad you remember. You
I
can
know.
go.
I just don't remember where to go, but I know where
Over
it is.
here. There's something over here we have to find, by the way.
Yeah, because this is main quest. That's why it's telling us.
Wasn't the main quest on the other area? The dude, with the dude, with the drunken,
I don't remember.
like the song. This isn't the main quest. There's a pool here. This is a pool. See, it's right here. This is a pool. Here's the thing.
Ew, this is a
I'm betting
pool.
it's not a prank.
And we found it. This is the last
Or,
one. Which
uh,
pool
Which pool
belongs to
belongs to
Obi's
Obi's
crush?
crush?
It's real easy and give me the
Oh
stolen
jeez.
sword.
So we have to find it.
Well, I didn't read any of the clues.
How's intro been? Not so great, honestly. I started stream at 4 o'clock, and at 4:01, my internet went down. So I had a little breakdown, as I do always, because I just don't understand why my internet hates me. My mom yelled at me and told me I need to get mental help because I can't control my emotions, whatever. And then I restarted my router, and restarted my router a second time, and then I went live at 4:25. It's been great, and I've only dropped 418 frames. Yeah.
Finally,
She's not
a
wrong.
new
Like,
Slayer card.
she's not wrong. I do need to get some help, but, you know. I don't want to be told I need to get help.
Mean. All right, let me check out this new Slayer card.
Alright, so we have to... Do we have to read that message to find out which one is the one we're going for?
Probably. Which pool belongs to Obi's crush?
Yeah.
I don't even know who Obi is.
The person whose phone we just picked up. That's who's...
Chaos Unfolding
Ew,
just
why would you do
resubscribed
that
for
to
33
yourself?
months. 33 UU.
33 U. Chaos, thank you so much.
Oh, we're
Obi, thank
inside.
you for the lurk and for the early crew. Chaos 33.
Wait, it's here. This is the biohazard. Well,
Heckin'
no, never
months.
mind. That's not a container. That wasn't the container. I feel like the
No,
loot
I know
wasn't-
which one it is. I know which one it is.
Okay,
Mental health.
there's a biohazard.
I think we
Shit.
all need some mental health help. Yeah, I know, but like you just don't want to be told that, you know? Like you don't want to be told like you need help.
Oh, there's a thing here.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, you could have told me it was there.
You just walked over and said there's a thing here. Like you literally
You-
just did it as soon as I clicked it.
You weren't gonna
Oh
tell me
my
you're gonna
god,
do this.
get out of here. I didn't need to because you found it. That heckin' sucks, yeah. Like, and especially, like, being told you need help by, like, people you care about also really kind of fucking...
Oh, God.
I saw it too late. I saw it the second I did it, I saw it.
Oh, you weren't.
Wait, why
you know?
is there a new emote? What is that fish emote? What is going on, PCG? What is this fish? Why can't I loot this, but it's highlighted? Okay, whatever. Hold on, let me see what this is here. Oh, nothing of importance. Ooh, container. Alright, well, there's gotta be there's a locked container here. 1076. Where is it?
Maybe it's up here. Oh god, careful, there's chips. How would we even
Oh,
get
I got
past
it.
these?
It's something. I got it. Whatever it is, I checked it off. I got it.
What'd you get?
Is it something here?
Oh, I guess I got that too then.
So it's marked off on your map?
Oh,
On your
let me see.
compass, I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, cool, cool. So maybe
Is
that was
it-
the
is-
biohazard box.
Can the name be appeared? Oh, it did say biohazard, but it looked like a chest.
Oh, so maybe okay, so maybe is it per map, are we thinking? Like, because I'm pretty sure that the other biohazard box that I'm thinking of was on
There's
is
traps
in
up
the
here, though.
Bel Air map, not in the Beverly
How-
Hills map.
How would we even get past these without getting like fucked?
What do you mean?
This trap up the stairs. There's no way to get past these without getting blown to bits. Unless I can. No, there's no one over here. Oh. Can we?
Right,
Oh.
where upstairs?
There was a scene where we went up over here, right?
Okay, so where's the trap? Okay,
It's
so move.
the
move.
gun
Get
is
down,
literally.
Get down, get down.
Are you just gonna set it off? Yeah. Nice. Is there another one? There's. Okay, good. I walked in. I was asking. Oh, the dude is alive.
Yeah, he like stood up right while you were standing there. I was like, what are you doing? And then you just kept walking, and I was like, okay.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him stand up.
Alright, I'm gonna set this one off too.
Okay.
How did that's not even remotely where I aimed? What the fuck?
Man, we all this caustic stuff, and we're
Why
not
is
getting.
it- why is it going
a
up?
single thing.
I'm literally aiming down, and it's just going up the wall. It's so weird. Whatever. Okay, it went up. This is... Setting them, literally setting them off. Ooh. Why am I stuck? Oh my god, because of you. Because of you. And you. Just break your fucking face in. Alright.
Server offline scope.
Yeah, I want to figure that out. Like, I think we can turn, like, the Alexas back on somehow.
I'm lagging. I'm lagging hard. Okay, there we go. No longer lagging.
This? Club? Okay. I would like to get these things here, please. Thank you. Okay. Let me look at my inventory real quick. So I got, oh, this can go. Shit. That can go. That can go. I can pick this up. Come on. No. No. Get out of the way, chair. Okay, so chair physics in this game are straight broken. Like, 100% chair physics are broken. Like, chairs have sent me flying. They sent a dead body flying when I was playing last night alone. Like, chair physics are straight broken. Like, the chairs just, they get stuck and then they, like, yeah, they're broken. Chair physics are straight broken in this game.
Oh god. It didn't break the thing.
Wait, what?
Oh, thanks.
Did you just step in?
What do you mean? I was standing here for like. I've been standing there.
No, you did not sit. You were not standing. Then it has to be a hitbox because you were not standing in front of me when I.
I was
literally
here.
threw
I was
it.
like here. And then I was like, I was getting like this acid stuff on it, and then you threw that thing on me, and it stopped it. So
No.
it worked out.
No. Can you throw a thing here so we can loot?
You could have just agreed to it, right? You didn't have to.
No, I'm
You're
not
up, like,
agreeing
no.
because like I don't like you're but here when you just right now when you went to
Right.
go throw that bomb, you literally like appeared in
I
front
can't
of
go
me.
through.
Like
Okay. Well, now I can. Perfect.
Like you like spawned in front of me. Like you were like you like did the thing where you like appeared. I don't know how to explain it.
I spawned. You mean?
But like it like manifested you. No, why'd you do that? She does
Manifested
that all the
another knife.
time. She just jumps over shit. She's so excited. I missed out on that loot because I'm not climbing all the way fucking back up there.
It's okay. Well, for me, it's a knife.
Gotta reload
Don't worry,
Twitch.
you'll probably you can get it in the unclaimed stuff.
Maybe.
Alright,
Twitch
we're
mobile
going.
is kind of the worst.
Oh, we
And-
gotta decide which pool.
Even, oh yeah, I think we have to listen. So do we hit O? So hit O to go into the journal? No. How do we go into like the journal and stuff? Lost and found. Clean and snatch. Local pool cleaner Obi took revenge on a rude client by stealing an heirloom sword. Follow the trail of clues left behind on his last round of Beverly Hills pool and steal it for yourself. Which pool belongs to Obi's crush? Expand objectives. Linked journal 4. Okay. Obi's
the power
phone.
went
Hey
out for a
hon,
bit
I know
and
we
I
haven't
didn't even
booked you in
notice.
for today, but there's something seriously stinky floating around our
It's back,
pool.
it's
Too
back,
scared to
it's
touch it. Okay. I think it may be a body and can't find a Dan anywhere. It might be butcher. Okay. He thinks it's a prank channel. Didn't ask on supposed to be streaming a live full party so that my viewers cannot see me gross out like this. Nauseous greens, not my color.
Alright.
Be there. Okay, so it's
Crisis subverted,
it's
kind
the
of?
somebody streaming. It's streamer house isn't over here.
Oh, you're muted. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, here you go. Am I back
What?
now?
Oh yeah, you're.
Okay. Streamer house is not here. Streamer house is in the other one. So I don't understand.
What do you mean streamer house? We didn't get a clue in streamer house.
I know what happened. I was like, how did this happen? But it's because I had to hit F4 to pull up my journal, and F4 mutes Discord. Castellan, thank you so much for that Prime subby. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. You haven't been here very long, and you felt the need to sub, and that's super awesome, and I appreciate it. Okay, so if you go into the journal, it's somebody who says like, oh, I'm trying. It's got to be this house. It has to be.
Our
This
journal?
house. F4. At least it was
Not
for
for
me.
me.
Okay, so listen. So you hit L to pull up your quest, and then you do so you do the clean and snatch, okay, and then at the bottom, see where it says linked journal.
Link journal.
Yeah. Free for me, pennies for you. Why not? Exactly. Exactly. It's a free $2.50 for me. So yeah, so then it pulls up a little message and it's like, hey hun, I'm trying to film, but I can't because whatever. So it's got to be some house that like is like
Unicorn, rubber rings, pizza floaty, prank channel, streaming a live pool party tonight, and my viewers cannot see my gross stomach.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be one of the. First of all, it's probably gonna be a nicer house, and second of all, it's gotta be like not streamer house because I know streamer house is in the other map. It's gotta be like some setup like streamer house. You know.
And it's gotta have the pizza floaty.
Mm-hmm.
And unicorn rings.
Yeah.
So I bet it's probably gonna be.
She said it's green though. That the pool's green.
No, it was like green nauseated she was talking about.
Yeah, she said the pool is green and people can't see it.
The pool? Really?
Didn't she say? Didn't she say like people can't see it like this?
Oh yeah, nauseated green is so not my color.
Yeah. Alright, so let's look in pools. So it's not this one. Because this is the party house here.
Well then, isn't it that one pool where you were like, what? This is a pool? What the fuck? Well, the
Is
pool
it?
was actually green? I don't know.
Ooh, how do you get there?
A pickaxe? Let me sell some stuff now that I'm here.
Okay.
But yeah.
So we'll just have to go back to all the pools, I guess, and see.
No.
Jesse said you saved her.
We're gonna guess it.
We're gonna
I
guess
wasn't
it?
about to get eaten or
Okay.
anything, but yeah.
I can't thank you enough. She's everything. If you ever need a place to shelter,
I
come
have
by
7,000.
Just don't forget
The fuck is a Qatar's?
Kidding.
Damn it, Twitch Mobile. Oh well.
A streamer house. A
Sorry,
live
Corley.
pool party that's green.
Probably the only thing I can do on my end is I can offer to turn my bandwidth down. But or not my bandwidth.
Is it?
Bitrate.
It's got to be this one, right? The one with the safe with all the biohazard stuff. That pool's green. Right in front of us.
This one over here. Hold on. This one.
No. The other one, the one with the curved pool, the one where the really tough dudes were.
You think?
I mean, that's the only one that's green.
Okay. So we'll go back up that way, I guess.
I'm checking. Let's see. Light. This is the green pool. It's got lights in it and everything.
What alarm is going off?
This might be it. I just wouldn't know.
Does it have the floaties and stuff?
Oh yeah. Let me check. I don't see the floaties.
Okay, so it's not that one then.
Yeah, it's not this one.
What's this pool look like right here? Do we remember?
Damn, we should have been looking for the floaties. Damn it. All right, that's fine. Yeah, you're right. We'll just have to revisit all the pools. Well, we know it's not this one, at least.
Oh, stream's fine. I can see in here.
Bottom, Mike died.
In chat,
I died,
extension
yep.
will pull up and the redeems won't work, and the claim bonus things suck. Oh. It's not this one. I hope it's not. Like, I hope it's not me. Like, I hope it's not my internet going down again, because that's how I knew that my internet was about to crash last time. Was because what is this? Give me literally this. It's all of this. Because the redeems like were not going through right, and that's how I knew my internet was about to go down before. Everything's fine on your end? Okay, so maybe it's not. Things are running fine on PC. Okay. Well, good to know that it is just a Twitch mobile thing. I mean, it's not good that it's happening to poorly, but good to know that it's just a mobile thing and not an everybody thing. Hello, Steph. Welcome in. How was your day? Alright, where else has a pool? So next door has one. Famously Terabad Driver with the raid. Where are you playing? Kingdom Hearts? Are you a Kingdom Hearts Fizzle fan? Oh, look at that lag right there. Driver, thank you so much for the raid. I wish I knew you were streaming. The Fizzleist? I didn't know you were a Fizzle fan of the Kingdom Hearts. What's up, Driver? How was your day? How was your stream? I wish I knew you were streaming. I would have come and hung out before my stream. Can we get a big shout out for Driver, pretty please? Either Steph or Poorly, one of the two of you. Alright, so let's check this pool here. It's not gonna be this one, right? No, this is the house, so it's not this one. Okay, hold on. So then across the street up here. Can't do on mobile. You should still be able to do the slash. Like, you should still do it. It's fine, don't worry about it. Kingdom Hearts 2. Okay, so here's a confession to make. I never finished Kingdom Hearts 1 because I got like super stuck and then I got like really frustrated and I rage quit and then I never picked up Kingdom Hearts 1 again. But I did finish Kingdom Hearts 2 and I loved it. And then I think I just like, I don't know if I was just too old or if I was just over it or whatever it may be. But like, after, oh, it's this one. It's definitely gonna be this one with the stage in the back. It's gotta be. Like, it has to be this one, right?
I don't see the floaties.
Where else would she be recording?
I
And then I
don't
never
see
played
the
3 because I
floaties.
think I had just like phased out of them or whatever. But I want to go back and replay them. I think that would be fun. Like a little fun series to replay them. Thank you for the big shout out for Driver. I appreciate it. Playing on critical mode, plan on doing all the bosses. Really? Is critical mode like New Game Plus or something? Oh, let me do raid stuff because I'm a terrible host. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us. I'm sure
Oh,
that
here's the pizza floaty.
I'm sure that some of you might know who
Pizza
I am
floaty.
already. But on the off chance that you don't know who I am, oh yeah, and isn't the unicorn floaty? Wasn't the unicorn floaty also in the house somewhere at some point? On the other side? Yeah, I think this is the house. We just have to find out. What are we looking for?
The golden sword.
Oh yeah, that's right. But welcome in,
Wait,
raiders. Thank
this
you
is
for
the
being
house
here.
that we didn't.
If
It's
you
probably
guys
on the second
do
floor.
not
How
know
do we
who
just
I
guess this
am,
is the house? We
hello,
don't know how to get to
hi.
the second floor.
My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most
Kinda
people
cheated
just call
and
me
tried to-
Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a variety of things, ranging from Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, hacker slashers, everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us,
There's
spend
unicorn
some
floaty.
time,
The unicorn ring
and just
floaty.
kind of like see what we're about. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid.
Nobody's looking at my pee-pee.
So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I wanna be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! my monitor.
What I
Nate,
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Driver, thank you for the raid, and thank you so much for that follow as well. I appreciate it. How was everyone's weekend? Tell me what you did this weekend. I played Dead Island all weekend. All right, I'm confused, Astro. Like, this has to be the house. Like, this has
Turn
to be
on
the
like
house.
water pipe. Oh, it is. It's definitely the house. I turned on a water pipe.
I did too. That turns on the water. That turns on
I
the
found some doors that
sprinklers.
open from the other side.
Yeah. So, all right, but how?
All right,
do you
there's
get
these
to the
doors
other
also open from the
side?
other side.
So this one,
But you're kind of on the other side. Let me see where you.
it's not here though. It's definitely not over here.
So this door it said it opened from the other side, but I
See,
can't
this
open
one
it.
we can't get in here. These glass doors won't break. That breaks but doesn't go anywhere. Easy, normal, proud, critical. I forget exactly. It's nice. BRB, no problem, driver. I started the first one, couldn't figure it out to do early level, got pissed and quit. I also can't do bits, gift. I love this app so much. Poorly. Okay, like, I'm sure that you know this. But, like, have you updated the app recently? Like, where does this go? Right there. Okay. This goes
I'm
in the
gonna check.
house.
For another house again, because there's you have to be missing something. Because what the fuck?
Like, but how do you get up the second floor of this house? Like,
It's
there's
gotta
still
be
a second floor of
100%
this
on the-
house that's locked. There's still like a whole half of this house that we can't get to. That's the part I'm confused about. All right, can we go to the other, like the front? Auto updates apps at night.
This is the front. Look, this door opens from the other side. But I don't know how to get. I don't know where this is.
Alright, I'm gonna see, like, is there an other side of this house? Because technically, this front side of this house is, like, over here, technically. No, there's not another side of this house. Like, it's technically on the other side of this fence. Oh, can I? No, let me up. Let me up. There's no fucking way that this just happened. Okay, let me up. How come I can get up over here, and then I can get up here, but then I fall down? Nope. Okay, so that's not it.
But this is the garage that we opened.
Because if we could just get over here...
Alright, this is on top of the garage. Okay, okay.
I'm confused.
See, this is what I hate. So, I don't know if it's because.
So if you go out of bounds, you just straight up instantly die. Just so you know. There is no, like, turn back. It's just straight up. You instantly
You're
die.
dead. Nice.
Yeah.
So, here's the thing that I hate about this. So, I don't know right now if we're missing something or if we just need to progress the game to open up. Because we can't access like the middle of this house. We
OMG,
cannot
OMG, what's
go
up,
here.
Marbs? How are you? Okay, so do we want to keep going? Or do we want to see if maybe this is just, we're hyper-focusing on the wrong house? Like, is this not the house?
No, this is the house. It has the floaty, it has the gear, it has the description. The only thing it's missing is the green pool.
Yeah.
But it has the other stuff. Like the highlighted stuff on the messages. It says it's Beverly Hill pool.
Yep.
Unicorn rubber rings.
Yep.
Pizza floaty.
Yep.
Prank channel and streaming a live pool party tonight.
Like, unless this
Prank
isn't
channel.
it. Because, like,
Well,
okay, so the only thing that's here is this stage. So, like, maybe we're hyper-focusing. Maybe two pools have the floaties, and we're hyper-focusing because, like, it's got this stage.
Alright. Let's move about.
Alright.
I'm just mad about that second floor thing.
I know. We'll figure that out. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's actually part of the story. I meant to say. Alright. Well, who's this way? Alright, so let's go around this one. I bought this. Rise Monday should play. It's great. Do you let me learn? What? You bought this game? You bought this game? That's fun. Nice. I'm gonna assume you bought it on Xbox, though.
Prank channel.
Yeah, this is the construction site.
I'm thinking about the prank channel stuff.
I know.
What if it
I
is
know.
Streamer House?
No, because that's not in Beverly Hills. Streamer House is in Bel Air.
Oh yeah.
This is Beverly Hills, so it's definitely in Beverly Hills. You're excited to play it? I'm having so much fun, Marps. It's been so fun. Right now, I'm a little frustrated because I can't figure out this quest, this puzzle. Streamer House is in a different zone. Yeah, Streamer House is in Bel Air, not in Beverly Hills. I did get Xbox physical, yeah. So we cannot play.
Isn't it crossplay?
I don't think so. I didn't hear anything about being crossplay. Pink one specifically? Ooh, I literally just walked into that. Alright, so this is not it. This is not it. Miss physical PC games? Like with the little disc? The little disc?
Have we checked, what is this blue thing here? Oh, resurrect the Rex.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a side
the other
quest.
quest.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this
That's all I
lockbox,
know.
though? Have we checked that lockbox on the that quest thing? There?
I gotta get out of here.
It's right next to you. It's right behind you, the house that I'm referring to.
Okay. Yaga, how's your day?
Oh, hi, Yaga.
Shit. Shit. Yes, noise does attract hordes. That's why I ran as soon as that alarm went off.
I fucking died. Again,
Okay, shit.
from fall damage.
Shit, okay. Oh.
No, I'm far. I'm pretty far away from you.
No, I'm... Yeah.
Unless you think you can make it.
I don't even see your...
That's fine, I'll...
Oh, there it is. I see you now.
Oh, okay, I'm
Last night was draining. Oh, shit. I can imagine that. Those big social events like that are definitely draining. It is co-op multiplayer? Nice. Ooh, no grenade, no grenade, no grenade, no grenade, no grenade, no grenade. Like my fancy kick, my drop kick.
Alright, let's go over here.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Check this pool.
My freaking headset is dying again. My Destiny headset's supposed to be here tomorrow. There's no shoot, only smack 'em. No, there is shoot. I just don't have any yet. I just don't have a gun yet. That's all. But I might not shooty if it comes up to it. I might not.
Oh,
But
I'm
you can
100% gonna shooty.
You can throw. Oh, I lost it. There it is.
Did we check this pool here?
Alright, hold on.
Have we even
have to
been
think
in this
through.
area? I don't remember we've been here.
Alright, so there's a pool here with this lockbox. What is this lockbox? Do we know what this lockbox is?
Am I close to it? Is that the one I'm close to?
Throw like how? I just showed you, like this. Throw your weapons.
Alright, let's see. Oh, we've been here. We've definitely been here, but is it this one?
This way? How do I get over there? Go through there, or... This way? This is my formal Dead Island education. Listen, guys. I don't know why all of you are coming to me to learn how to play. It's very straightforward. You see zombie, you kill zombie. It is not hard. I don't have to teach you how to play. You see zombie, you kill zombie. And end of instructions. There are no instructions after that.
What about this other villa with a pool over here?
I thought I had to. It's not. I promise you, it's really not. You see zombie, you kill zombie. What if I want to give zombie? If you want to give zombie a kiss, that's your fucking prerogative. But that is not how the game is meant to be played. No. Zombie, 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 zombie.
You want to make out? Okay, on 3. 1.
Man, I don't know.
I'm going to this house over here. I don't know either.
I'm gonna just go back to you if I even can. I'm so far away.
I know. This map is like a little strange too.
Yeah.
It's not this one, right? Shit, I just hit the wrong button.
No, do not hit the wrong button.
Oh no, this is the right house. It's just like the garage or whatever. Can you drive cars? You could in the first one. I haven't come across a car yet in this one. I don't know. So there's a lockbox in the construction zone somewhere.
How do you know that?
Because it's on the map.
Oh. Well, I'm here, but I don't see anything.
So we're in here.
Inside, you think?
Can you do this? You son of a... Move!
Nope, you cannot kick.
Move!
You cannot.
Move!
That kick feature was only for the beginning of the game.
Alright, so we can, okay, hold on.
I got shot. And the booby traps reset.
That's 10, 11 years. Yeah, I have it on 360, but, we just replayed it. Or last summer we replayed it.
I'm
It's
down
a lot of
again.
fun. I see. What,
Yeah.
You're moving? Okay.
I'm not. You can't.
Pulling
Dude,
furniture
we're a
canceled?
team.
No,
Oh, this one's up.
That
Careful
furniture,
with this one.
the furniture deserved it, okay? So they gave you a kick function, okay? And in the tutorial, they're like, you can use this kick function to move things out of your way and get out of tight spaces. And we have never used the kick function other than kicking zombies since the tutorial. So Astra and I keep kicking shit and we're like, where's the kick function? Waiting for it to, like, be useful of some sort.
Turn off the generator.
Yep, I'm doing it right now. Okay.
Nice. Alright, let's see if this thing is up top. Oh my god, I walked into the trap.
Did you really? Lol.
I did really.
It's in here. I sense it. It's right here. I still don't have it. Construction team safe.
Oh, it's a construction team safe.
Mm-hmm.
Where? Where
It's
though?
in this closet right here. Across.
It's locked. Okay, well we know it's not here.
Yeah, okay.
This is where we found her, but I didn't think we. Oh, there's a workbench. Oh, this thing is just a little safe room. We can go in.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Have you
can
kicked each
repair
other?
Stuff.
Come here, Asher.
Can't. I have 100% tried to kick you many times.
Well, first of all, we're in a safe room, so we can't. Come on here. Let me kick you. Yeah, we just literally go through each other.
Yeah.
Was friendly fire? No, there's no friendly fire.
I also tried.
Yeah, there's no friendly fire.
Alright, so not this one.
Okay. So...
Damn, I literally don't see a way into that second floor from the outside.
Alright,
Like the
is
one
it
with
the
the
house
van.
next to us? Is it the one more house next to us? That one? Oh, that's the one we're going. Oh, it's this one. Wait, it's this one. That's
one?
got the green.
One.
It's that one right there across. It's that white one right there. It's look it. You can see the pool is green. It's this one. How do we get over there? Right here. It's this
How do you
one.
see the pool green? I don't see the pool green.
I see the pool green.
That's the... Oh, Pink, that's the waste product thing. We agreed it wasn't there, but we can check again.
But there's no other. Okay, so but none of the clues match all three. None of the clues match all three. So it's a prank, like a prank streamer house. It has the floaties and the pool's green. Like none of those match all three.
Let's check inside this house. Let's check inside the house. Maybe the floaties are inside the house. Like they were inside the other person's house.
Yeah. See, this is not a house. This is like a.
Oh.
I don't know, like a med center or
Parting
some
gift.
shit.
I do. Oh my god, I got bit.
Okay, I'm coming.
That's okay. I was reading and he caught me mid read.
Go ahead and read. Friendly fire 0 out of 10. Listen. Listen, if you always want to murder your friends, you're not going to get anywhere in life, guys. How will we open this? Don't. Make way for me. Oh my god, it literally goes too fast, you can't even. It's crazy. Doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, you were protecting me. I thought you were protecting me.
Oh, I was protecting you. There was nobody here, so I left. No, come over here, so you can kind of get a good eye of different houses here. So there's a pool there.
I'm trying to read the thing because I'm pretty sure we just missed something.
I think is it that one over there?
Alright, here it is. By the way, I noticed you have one of those unicorn rubber rings just floating by itself. Poor guy should really have a buddy, don't you think? Well, you weren't home when I finished, but hey, Mr. Number One favorite customer. Right. He'll let me borrow for today, whatever. My girl's been dying to get her hands on one of these, and she has this cute little pizza floaty to keep it company.
Okay, hold on.
Oh wait, expand to read more.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, F1 to expand. Okay. OB.
Okay, parting good.
Hey, I know we haven't booked you in for today, but there's some serious stanky floating around in our pool. I'm too scared to touch it. It's just a little piece of shit. Okay. It might be a body. Oh, okay, and I can't find Dan anywhere, so can your buddy's hiding nearby, recording the whole damn thing. Idiot thinks a prank channel is what's really going to bring in the views as if I wouldn't.
Okay. Alright, hold on. I think it's gonna be in here. I think it's gonna be in here. Putting a girl from down the road. Looking at Sweet and shut up, okay. The new one has it shut up for a month now. A month. Okay. I wouldn't hold for a wedding invite. She's having too much fun eating sleep. Let's just say I know of one pool in Bel Air that's getting daily visits. Okay, so it's down the road from Farouk's house.
Did you look it up?
No. I'm reading the things.
Oh. How do you know it's down the road from Farouk's house?
Because if you go into Dave's phone, he says, pool cleaner hasn't showed up. What girl has stolen his heart in exchange for an urgent pool clean? Blah, blah, blah. You remember when he first hired him and arrived home to a lovely clean pool covered in rose petals? Thought we were the new girl from down the road. Poor kid. Look on his face when he showed up. So, yeah. So, I think that it's something to do with rose petals.
Oh, from Farouk.
Down the road from Farouk, yeah. Okay. Note from Michael. Clean your pool. I like it. Okay.
Farouk's. Farouk's is near the safe house. And, oh, and it's also at the side quest. Oh, this was a side quest. We could have done it.
Okay, I also replace it with a new one tomorrow. Thanks, Obi. Okay. Hey, hon, I've been looking for person. Seriously, saying just hard to touch it.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the safe area because I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
But,
I'm trying to think. Okay. Idiot thinks a prank channel is what's really going to bring in the views. I wouldn't ask unless it's super urgent. Streaming a live pool party and my viewers cannot see me gross out like this.
Dead. Oh my god, I jumped off.
Okay, hold on. There's something seriously staying in our floor. Too scared to touch it. I think there might be a body, and I can't find Dan anywhere. So you can bet he's hiding in bed. Okay. Idiot thinks a prank channel is what's really okay. I wouldn't ask unless it was super urgent. We're supposed to be streaming a live pool party tonight. My viewers cannot see me gross out like this. Is it possible that it's not in Beverly Hills and it's actually in
The streamer house? I
the
mean,
streamer house?
I don't know, man. That one house that has both floaties.
Because there's the room in the streamer house we can't get to either, remember? Then we need a key.
Oh, yeah.
We need the master key for streamer. So, but we still don't
I'm gonna
have
save
the
them.
master key for streamer house. So,
Alright, I'll think about it. Well, I'm in the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
okay. I was mostly talking to chat, but okay. Hi, Wolfie. I have had a couple bites of pizza. I'll probably order something in a couple hours, honestly. And I have my water, my Propel. He says local pool cleaner Obi. Hmm. You gotten sucked in? I have. I absolutely have. It's so much fun. Actually, while Astro is in the bathroom, I'm gonna use the bathroom too. It's probably a good idea. So I will BRB. I'm gonna exclamation point. Go piss girl! If only you had your Pinxel brand diapers on hand. I have my handy Pinxel brand diapers right here. Don't forget, if you buy 100 packs today, you get 1 pack free. Thanks for supporting my small business, besties. Pick up a pack of Pinxel brand diapers today. People are gonna, like, really get concerned about my mental health. More than they already are. More than they already are. Alright. I think I will die if I jump off of this. I think it's Streamer House. My guess is to go back and check Streamer House. That's my guess. That's my official guess. So I have to stop gaming no matter how much chat makes me hydrate. Hydrate before you dihydrate. Break the glass, then open the door. Oh, a happy penny! A happy penny! A happy penny!
Alright.
Happy penny!
What did we learn?
Okay, so my official guess is Streamer House. I don't know if, like, it actually is, like, locked into this map area, but my guess is Streamer House.
It's the only thing that'll fit.
That's what I think.
With the prank channel, because we saw that they did like pranks. The green pool, I don't
remember what the
but
pool looks like.
we did see a
Let's
lot of
try
floaties.
streamer house. Let's try streamer house.
Alright, let's
try.
let's
Where's
go.
the area exit? I don't remember. This way. Okay.
The area exit.
Yeah, it's this way.
Alright, yeah, just take us out. Take us out.
Well, I have to get all the way over there for you.
Yeah, I'm running away from these Zambonies.
You might be closer to the exit than me.
There's no way. I don't even know where it is.
Oh, I didn't catch the happening.
Oh, there's Bella. There's Bella. You're right.
You got runners after you.
You better be ready to press that Y button.
I am.
Boop.
Got it. No one did? Oh yeah, because Obi's lurking.
What do you mean?
Yeah, see, poorly. It's just gonna call lurkers out unless you do it to a specific person. Oh yeah, push button. Okay, so let's go to streamer house. Oh, my weapon broke. My weapon broke. You know it is? Don't be. No, don't be. Alright, here's not streamer house, but this is a flamingo.
No, this can't be it. There's no way.
It's not. Corley's point farming. You're gaming the system. Oh, I see what they're doing.
Oh wait, there was a fuse thing right over here, right? Yeah. Did you get in? I use this fuse. Oh god.
I have one. Ooh, hello, sir. Open this. Ooh, a blue katana.
I got a blue pickaxe.
Yay.
Yay, another thing to sell. Alright, where's the pen?
Yeah, where is it? The witches? Flaming potatoes flying everywhere? Hot potatoes. Hot potatoes. Biggie with a cat fact. Cat has the ability to rotate their ears 180 degrees with up to 32 muscles that they use to control them. That's crazy. Cats, you crazy. Damn, Nature, you scary. Can you stop with that? I will deal with you when it's your turn. Yo, that's dope. I know, right? Cats be scary. Alright, where the hell is... Wow, streamer house is literally on the other side. Watch out. You are but a wee peasant. And you could also play games. Not a point witch like Poorly. True. True. Damn, Poorly really be just point farming over here. Egg. They make fun of how I say egg, so we made an egg. And that particular, that very specific egg is the dragon egg from Valheim. Oh, son of a bitch. I don't need you. Why am I being swarmed inside the safe house? Hello? You're about to treat everyone? Oh my god.
Alright, I'm at streamer house. Alright, let's see. Does it fit the descriptor? Pool inspection? Oh look,
See,
it did!
it is! Shit! Okay, hold on, I'm not there yet, I'm almost
Oh,
there.
here-
I'm
Alright,
literally
I'm
across the street, I'm almost there.
Yeah, I'm not doing nothing. Alright, there's the pizza floaty.
Yeah, I know. I'm almost there.
Where's the unicorn?
Oh, hold on.
The unicorn and pizza floaties
Hold
are
on,
down
Yaga.
there.
We'll do it in just
Oh,
a
be the
second.
pool guy! Oh, he's a zombie!
No, you should. Okay.
He started running at me.
No, I know, but like we were doing it together.
Okay. Well, he's walking, so
I'm
you can get here.
trying to get over there.
I'm just gonna dodge him until you get here.
I'm literally almost there.
Hey, he's a cool dude. He's a cool guy.
Poorly.
Oh, okay.
Seriously. Someone's gonna get pissed. Oh.
Is he dead? I don't
No.
think so. Can we survive that fall?
He doesn't. He's missing a leg. Swipe Obi's keys. You wouldn't have still stolen the sword, would you? Yes.
Looks like that sword.
Weird. No, I'm just like somebody's like I just don't want somebody to be like, why did I get pulled out of a lyric? So like that's all. Just
In the water,
be
bitch.
aware.
Oh, that was a power play. Look at that.
Just be aware of what you're doing.
Oh, well, he's immune to the shock. Okay.
All right, you're gonna get free points for that one, and you know it.
Why are there so many now? There's so many zombies. Big dude.
I don't know, but let's go. Is this the house key now?
No,
Like, is
it's
this-
at Obi's thing.
Yeah, but what key? Like, what key is this? Like, this isn't the main house key in here?
No, this isn't Obi's house. I don't think it's Obi's house.
I don't think it's Obi's house either, but I don't know where to go. Oh no, not his thing! Oh no. Go pen master keys. Okay, no. What's in here? What's in here, you? What's in here, you? What's in here, all of you? Holy fuck! Well, like, where did you- why? Why are you here?
Oh, I hear an alarm. I don't know where you are.
I'm in the house, getting smashed by this crusher who followed me in the house.
Oh, down here, down here. Oh, let's kill him.
Jesus. I signed up for 30 seconds after asking to evolve Dragonair. If that's part of the thing, that's hilarious. It is. That is the thing. That is what it is. That is the consequence for asking me to do such a horrible thing.
What does this thing even open?
Alright, so do we go back to Obi's house now?
What is Obi's house?
Okay, so it doesn't open this room in here. It doesn't open this. So, well, oh shit, it's not gonna open this one anyway. Where's the locked one? Where's the other one? Upstairs, right?
It needs the same key, so it won't open it.
Oh, the pen?
Yeah. Oh, I thought I was gonna.
I did too, for like a
Who's
second.
that guy?
I don't know.
Who's that guy?
Not me sitting here
Hold on.
lurking, hoping to get the potato.
Oh,
It's getting
there's
hot, dude.
blueprints in here. We gotta get in here.
I
There's a
know,
blueprint.
we need the master key, so we'll probably have to come back here again.
Yep.
Alright, so I think we go back to Beverly Hills now. I think we go back to Beverly Hills, and I think we go back to wherever Obi's house is. Beverly Hills!
Well, let's go then. Special delivery guy. Okay.
Oh, okay. Alright, so let's go back to Beverly Hills, I guess. Wait, there's a chest here? Which one is this? Do we know?
Special. Oh.
Oh, it's one of Curtis's that I don't have yet. Yeah, it's one of Curtis's keys that I don't have yet. Most of LA looks like Garbo, honestly. Yeah, we need Curtis's safe key, which I don't have, unless you have it.
I don't think I have it, but I'll check. Or oh, it's like, is it like over here?
It's right in the room right next to you.
Nope, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay. Let's go on. Let's go back to Beverly Hills. Here. Oh, a workbench. Okay. Stuff. Oh, green rake. Scrap. Okay. Let's see. Alright, I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. Okay. We good to go? Why are you here, sir?
Oh yeah.
Alright, so let's go back to Beverly Hills, which is which way? It's this. This way, I think. When you like kill them while I'm in that animation, she still like kicks towards like the air. It's so funny. Meat claws used to shred food. They are. And then they've got like, I don't know if you can see, they've got like saw blades on top of them too as like an upgrade, which is hilarious. Where do we go to get back to Beverly Hills? Oh, it should be this way. Wait, what? We can't? Oh, is this the wrong one? This is the wrong one, isn't it? I wish that it would show... Like, I wish it would show what location you're going to on the map. Like, I wish it'd be like, exit to Beverly Hills, or exit to this, or whatever. But it doesn't. Oh my god, we have to go through the house. Porley needs a hoe command. Porley needs to slow down when they're typing command. Good night, Arhan. Good night. Everyone say good night to Arhan. Alright, can we get this one yet? Nope. Not yet.
Eddie is.
Alright, so then if it's not that one, what exit is it? Is it the bottom corner? Is it that one?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. I think that one's the hotel. One of them's the hotel. I don't remember which one. Alright, hold on. Let's look out. So, I think this one... I think it's this one, actually. I think it's this one. Yeah, see, this is the hotel, so it's not that one. So it's the other one. Wait, not that one. Not that one, not that one. So what's this one? Wait, go back up this way, and then go this way. Ooh, son of a bitch, I was far away. Quillfish! Wait, why so many quillfish? Wait, what's going on with Pokemon Go today? Wait, what's going on with Pokemon Go today? Not Pokemon Go, PCG. I'm so confused. Not this one. I hate this map. I wish we had a mini-map. Deep Silver, make a mini-map for me, please, because I can't do this.
I don't mind not having the mini map. I just wanted to identify, you know, which exit is which
That,
before
yeah,
I fucking
yeah.
get there.
Like, tell me that this is the exit to go to here or whatever.
Or let me travel using the map thing, because you can see all LA.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the right way. Yeah, this is the right way. Beverly Hills is this one. Okay. Alright, so Beverly Hills is next to the old man's house. We'll just have to remember that on the map. Button. Oh, what's going on at Pokemon Go today? Looks at PCG. Shush, you know what I mean. Like the days it forces the monkey trio. Like, why so many Ella monkeys? Old man fossils? Wolfie caught the biggest fish in this stream. Wait, what the fuck is going on? I'm so what is going on with the fish? Like, is it Quillfish Day? Alright, so let's find Obi's house, I guess? Old man fossils. My CC is broken. I need to get rid of it. I need a new one. Step away for a minute, come back to Pink screaming, what the fuck is going on? But, like, what else is new? Welcome to my stream. Ow, I just hit my knee. Alright, which one of these is Obi's house? This is Michael's house, right? Right here.
I think. I wish it would name the locations too, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this wasn't Michael's house.
Yep, okay.
Michael, you're leaving so much behind the team needs right now.
Soundtracks signed by the cast. These might be worth something.
It's a saving your life tax, Mikey.
Mikey. Rick wants to make me laugh though. When mine gets things wrong, I giggle. Yeah, but mine is like wrong 99.9% of the time, so it's not helping anybody. Especially if it's supposed to be for accessibility. It's not helping literally anyone. Ah! It's here! Come here. Open the chest and snatch your sword. Wait, this is this house, though. This is party house. Why is this here? 31 below. How do we get underneath? No, it's not. It's over here?
Well, she wasn't into
23, 21, 19, 15, 20, 10.
I said I'd find you, right?
Oh, it's Obi's things. It's right here.
Finally, I am Carla, Knight
It's
of the
literally
Land
here.
of Angels.
Or what do we get? Electrocutor Officer Sword. That means this officer sword that I have is now obsolete.
Okay, so get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so this one can go. Oh yes, I got the new katana. A new katana. Match level, let's go. Where did it go? Oh. That's interesting. Alright guys, very important question. What is everyone having for dinner? And also, help me pick what I am having for dinner. Because I can't make these choices for myself. Chicken and cheese ravioli? Onigiri? What's onigiri? You should have Sonic. Okay, first of all, we all know that I'm gonna end up getting Sonic, so let's just be realistic right now, okay? We all already know that I will be ordering Sonic. chili dog? No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright, what other side quests do we have? Oh, wait, I have new abilities. That's right. Press V
Oh, we haven't.
to drive a forceful blow. What is that?
That's the one I've been using.
The ground pound?
No, it's like a little dash and you smack
it's a little
immediately
ground
when more
pound.
weak. What? Then yours is different.
Yeah. Okay. Rice ball with meat inside. Ooh, big ziti. I have to check my freezer because I'm not doing real cooking today. I see. I see. I also don't want to do real cooking, so. Zovakov. Triple distilled vodka. 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 Oh wait, let's go see what this vendor has. What's up, person I totally used to work with at an old job, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Alright, I'm gonna get rid
Whoa,
of you.
hey.
I don't really
I'm,
love
I'm no zombie.
these.
I'm mostly human, so
I think I'm gonna
y'all
get rid
don't
of
need to
you
worry.
too. Is this the fire axe? Yeah, then I'm gonna get rid
I've
of
been
heavy.
a roadie in Birch Guy for the gods for hell, I don't even know. Well, if you're in here, Ricky and Rox must
rid
be
of some
cool
heavies.
with you. But listen, Ricky can't organize socks from briefs, so you need
What?
something around here, you best come see old Roger fix you up.
I'm gonna fuck with these.
Oh, that's me.
Nah.
I'm Roger.
No. There's brass knuckles in the.
That's the one I just got. I'm gonna check them out.
Gotta be adult for a bit? Okay. Have fun adulting.
Why can you apply bleed on it? Okay.
Alright, so what are our side quests now? Resurrect the Rex. Search for Rook, the producer's house for Gods and Whiskey Master Tapes. Yeah, alright, so let's do that one after. Which, Farouk's house should be close by, right? Oh, this is Farouk's house.
Yeah, it's
No, it's
pretty.
not.
No, not this is.
No, it's not. It's trying to tell us to go through this
It's
house.
right over here. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
one right
it's
next
just trying
to
to.
it.
Yeah, it's trying to tell us to go through the house. That's why.
Who is even Obi and why was this at her house?
Obi was the pool cleaner.
And who had a crush on?
Marissa.
I mean, Obi had a crush on somebody.
Marissa, who I guess was. Wait! No. Her name was not Marissa. I was gonna say, isn't that the annoying girl who we had to do that thing for? But her name was like Ashley Smash or something. Alright, so this is the house we can't get into. Oh no, we went into here and then we stopped. That's right.
Yeah, because you thought it was story, but this is a side quest.
Well, I just remembered we had to go into Farouk's house, and I didn't remember what we had to go into Farouk's house for.
Dude, like, it was dodging. What the hell? Alright, get fucking wrecked. Oh, he's bleeding. He's almost at the bleed thing. Oh, he's gonna smash.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's bleeding. Now he's dead. Well, these things could be better. They're not the worst, but they could be. Maybe a better rarity.
Got it.
Alright. Let's search this house. Here's one.
Master tape number 1. Man, old school.
You find a tape?
I found a tape, yep. Okay, let's go. Wait, do we not break these?
Classic apocalypse
That's what I'm trying.
style.
Oh, there's an upstairs. With a
Oh.
generator? Why? Wait, can we go? We have to do this.
I have to turn off the generator somehow.
Outside? Here. It's right here. Oh no, it's off. It's off. Oh, now you're activating it.
Oh, there's another one.
Red lights over sunset?
Nice trap you got
The
here,
original's
Dave.
Better than my parents' karaoke cover.
Okay, swap again. I like it
What
that our
the
sneakers
fuck?
squeak.
House party.
Okay.
Yeah. There's gasoline though. Want to try to, or we could use the water, whichever you want.
I have a battery. So battery and gas.
Oh, does that work?
Battery
No,
and
wait.
water?
The fire.
Oh
I
wait. I have a
a
thing. I have a
fire
thing. Hold on.
dagger?
Where is it?
Yeah, I have a fire. I have the fire dagger. I can poke.
Very nice. And then we can do this
Eat
to make
courier.
it to worse. Oh no, that's making it very worse.
Okay.
I just chopped his head off, whoever you are. Okay.
Oh, they're dead. Very nice.
Yes.
Alright, there should be one last tape, maybe?
Right here?
World
That's
freeze.
all of them. That'll be enough for a best of album anyway.
Got it?
Nice. And now we just go back.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, there's a crusher right outside the door. Oh shit.
Oh, you're on fire? On
Yeah.
fire? You got it, you're good. Can I turn you off? I can! That's cool.
Yeah, you can, yeah. Queen! I haven't seen you in so long! How are you? Thank you so much!
Gamer Mode Queen just resubscribed for 5 months. Heart, heart, heart.
How are you? Thank you so much. I miss seeing you around. I'm okay. I'm okay. Things are as good as I guess they can be. But I'm so good to it's so good to see you. It really like seeing people that I haven't seen in a while and then just having them come back just it makes me feel so happy. Good to see you. Yeah, it's really, really good to see you. I really miss a lot of my Twitch friends.
Where do we go from here?
Up. It's up. Okay. And enjoy your streams? Thank you. That means a lot. That really means a lot. And same to you. Your streams are always such a blast. Are you not streaming anymore? Are you just taking a break? Or just life happened? I just got you off of me. How is it? Life definitely happened. I hear that, honestly. I feel like a lot of streamers, like, got to the point where they started, like, not taking care of themselves, and they were more concerned with their content and their numbers, and I'm like, so many of my streamer friends, like, burnt out last year, you know? And, I understand why. I totally understand why. Right, where's Ricky?
Huddle.
Oh. They're back here.
Hey, Rockstar. Good and bad news.
Oh, hey. I don't remember calling do we have an interview scheduled?
Look, you know me. I fixed your gate, I saved Jesse, and now I've got the master tapes you wanted. But... sorry. Your producer and everyone there didn't make it.
Oh, he doesn't care.
Oh, man. Dave's gonna be, like, heartbroken.
No, Ricky, you're not getting this. Dave's dead, too.
Oh, sad
no,
note, man.
Dave's dead.
Ballad-worthy.
Ballad-worthy sad note.
Hey, wait. Did you say master tapes?
Queen, what else are you up to lately? Are you working, or...?
Just smile and nod, Bruno. Smile.
Thank you for the love.
This is fucking
Just working?
awesome,
I hear
man.
that.
I'm gonna listen to him right away.
I do my 9 to 5. I come home, take a nap for about 2 hours, 3 hours or so, and then I stream.
I think. Hey, thanks. You're like a guardian angel of rock.
An angel with the patience of a saint.
Oh, he does not have patience. Do you hear him gritting his teeth? I like
Yep,
his.
yep.
I like your character's weirdo tattoo that he has on his wrist.
I love all
I
of his
checked the beer
tattoos.
supply. We're still good.
What is the? Oh, it's a snake.
Wait, quick fire. Hit a zombie with a curveball item to
Oh my
trigger
god, he
a
says
retry.
he has Falk, but it's F-O-K,
Aw,
Falk
thanks,
on his arm.
babe. And if anyone's gonna eat me, I'd want it to be you.
Look at that clown
Well, we
with
got a lot of time
the
to kill,
gasm
babe,
mouth at the end.
so I can get started.
I can't see my own tattoos because obviously
I know, I'm looking at them.
Now.
Oh, I
Dagger
can
through his
from
hand.
your perspective. Look at my booty.
Yeah, there's like a clown and then like a woman like with her tongue on fire, lighting her tongue on fire. These are really dope tattoos. Like, where'd they come from?
I
Like,
know.
these have to be work. They have to be like somebody else's tattoos, you know.
Probably.
Look at that. That
I like the
weirdo one,
hand
I like.
one.
Yeah,
I like the hand ones. Oh, I turned
Sure
around.
you don't want to
it's
drink
okay.
with
Oh, look at
us?
these guys' snakes. Why did they
Yeah.
make his legs so hairy?
Why, you anti-hair?
No, but like they like really like leaned into it. Like, and they gave him extra hair in the groin.
Looks pretty real.
Okay, let's go.
Ricky.
All right, so now we have no side
Ricky.
quests and we have no
Not
other
the
quests.
best view.
So now we just.
It's 100% the best view.
Oh, there's a thug at the door.
I got a claymore and
Trying.
not the katana. What the game? What are you doing?
This
Let me-
game
let me
really
see
does
this.
not like you.
Alright, let me see this katana. I mean this not katana. Claymore. Or where's the claymore? Here it is, here it is. Oh, the claymore is such a heavy weapon.
Yeah, it is. Is it two-handed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm not even gonna upgrade it. I'm not even gonna upgrade it. I'm not gonna use this. I know I'm not gonna use this.
Get wrecked. You fucking thought, big boy.
Another officer sword.
Alright,
I like the
okay.
officer sword though.
Yeah, the officer sword's what I just used.
It's so fast. And for me, with critical hits, there's a point where all my hits are crits, which is kind of cracked.
How do we get the katana in the forest? How do we get the katana in the forest? In the forest or in Suns? Because we know how to get it. It's the forest. Oh, hey, so listen. Yaga. I don't want to have to click over in Discord and read. What do those messages say? Are we playing Redfall? Oh, you want this one? This katana? That'd be pretty dope, right? If you could do an electric one.
Looks like Jesse's distraction wore off.
Oh, wait, why are you strong? Wait, why is everyone so strong? Oh no, what's that? Chris's chat. Chris chat! Nah, just Chris talking about his mouth meat. Oh. So we're not playing Redfall? I said yes, though. I'm still down. I'm playing for it. Okay. I would really like to play it. Especially because I'm trying to make new memories with new friends.
Oh, oh, we got
Oh, it's on now.
Immediately switched it.
Immediately.
Alright, let me in. Let me in. Yeet. Oh my god, I love it. I love it.
I like how we open the door and both just throw it nothing. Oh, my game's about to crash. It crashed. Yep.
No, is it
Yeah.
gonna kick me?
No, it might
Oh,
kick
yeah,
you.
it kicked me.
It's okay. Wait, what is updating? Oh, because Fortnite decided to update itself, so it crashed my game. That's nice. Fortnite, you can absolutely fuck all the way off. and never decide to
connection.
auto-update and crash my game again.
The connection. It is gone. Reduced to atoms.
Fortnite is a beach. I cannot believe they really thought, like, they're like, we're gonna help you out right now and update your game right now. Right now, of all times, right fucking now. That Epic Pause update. I thought so too, but clearly it didn't. Did you see that? It was 12%. It was going.
Alright.
Fortnite Unleash. I'm going to pre-order the special add-on since the base game is free. I might. It depends. Like, I don't want... Like, Astro said that he would play, but I don't know... Like, I don't know how much availability he's gonna have versus how much we're gonna want to, like, play it. Unless we do what we just did. Like, he and I did now, and we just plow through Dead Island in a weekend. It's like $20.
There's no way we're almost done. There's no way.
I don't know. But you should be able to join now. I'm here.
Join session. Hoin, hoin, come on, hoin. I hope it doesn't take away my beep bomb.
It shouldn't. We're literally right here, and it's empty for me.
Does that mean?
Like, we're physically, like, literally right here.
You've joined a game when we should have
Oh my gosh, Biggie, I need to see that. Hold on. I want to watch this clip. I want to watch this clip of us immediately going over and throwing.
Oh, he clipped it. Okay. Oh, Nurse Slick Plumber Nerf Blaster. What? Is it just us going, yeah?
Yes, and then we go immediately.
Yeet. I didn't eat it, nothing. Look, I got the guys on the left.
Why do people let me go on the internet? I swear to God.
And now we can do it again. Yeet.
There's nothing.
Nice.
Oh God. I made sure to get the. Oh, it crashed. Oh, I didn't get that. I exited out of it. Oh. We blew it up so hard it crashed the game. Thank you, Biggie, for the clip. Oh, it's too funny. Oh, too funny. That's why I'm saying, like, sometimes I'm like, don't let me on the internet, guys. Don't let me be filmed on the internet for people to see. Alright, we do have to do this, though. Oh, it's not putting the flames out. Okay.
What's not putting the flames out?
The little bombing thing that we usually use. Is
Really?
Flames out. Yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm trying it.
Okay, try. I mean, unless I completely missed.
There's no way. There's no way you missed.
Oh, no. You hit this. You hit this.
Oh, did I? Oh, did I?
You did.
Did I?
You did.
Did I?
I just watched it. I watched it blow up. Okay, so then we hit this one right here.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. Sure.
Wait, do I have to hit it more than once? Like, for real? Yep. Ridiculous. Cost me 2 weapons here. Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, wait. You can fire. Fire. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb. Pipe bomb.
Yeah. Oh, that is a gas truck? Oh my God. You have a returned driver. Welcome back. I enjoyed my Sonic beverage last night. I think I told you, but I'm gonna tell you again. I enjoyed. Woo! It is spicy in here.
Yeah, there was. Oh God, I got wrecked because I have no health at all.
Okay, hold on. I'll get you in a second.
Yeah, don't worry.
Get you in just a second.
Oh, I'm right on the electricity.
I know.
And there's the big dude right there.
I know. Nope. Oh my God, I just need to get out of, like, being stuck with everything. Nope. How am I in his range? Like, how am I in range of getting hit by him? Alright, I should have a second here.
Yeah.
Sweet, I almost died. Nice.
Worse.
Alright, now we're back. We're back. We're back.
Yep.
I'm on dynamite again. Hit. Or pipe bomb.
Okay. Hold on.
Wait. This
Little
is better
space.
with these. Alright.
I need space. There we go. Back up, off of me. Thank you.
Got the big dude.
Okay, I got these other dudes. You're like, I got the big dude, and I'm like, I got all these little guys.
No, you're fine. It was excellent teamwork.
Okay, let's go.
Bomb! Pipe bomb!
I don't have mine do it.
Oh, I don't have mine either. I thought you had mine.
No.
That would have been so good with the
I got
grenade.
stuck. I got stuck in a bad situation, so I pipe bombed my way out.
I got it. Yeah, don't worry. You're fine. Oh god, not in the best spot.
I know, me neither.
Now I can boop.
Okay. Ooh, got a big guy. Jeez. Alright, big guy's over here. There's so much food on the floor that I'm trying to like eat in between slashing. And I just can't. Nope. Alright.
What the hell? Really?
What is going on? This is insane over here. I'm down.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Alright, I might get down as well. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's the electric guys that are just bursting on these piles of water. For me,
Alright,
at least. I don't know about you.
No. Yeah, it's definitely those guys.
For you, I'm here, eh?
Alright, I don't know how I got that without getting damaged, but I did.
Alright, let's get this girl.
Let's get this idiot, this water girl.
Alright. Let's get all the
Alright,
small
let's go.
guys and then we can focus on
Yeah,
the
that's
guy.
what I'm doing.
Alright, nope.
Alright, I hit the big guy instead. Alright, ride gear. Ow. Ride gear dude is weak.
Fuck, get off of me, dude.
Alright, only big dude.
I threw a bomb.
Big dude's gone. Alright,
Oh my god, get out.
I needed the food.
What are we doing? Like, why are they just keep coming?
Alright, I think we should just go.
Is that what we need to do?
Oh, it's the fucking truck. The truck's alarm is up. Yeah, let's just go. Come here. Press the button.
Okay.
Oh.
Jesus. Like, they just would not stop.
Yeah, the truck alarm was on.
I didn't hear the alarm. Like, if it was going off, it wasn't like going off on my game.
I heard it. I heard it because once you're reviving, that's when I heard it.
Oh. Yeah, no, it was not. If it was going off, like, my game was not registering it. Oh, it's nighttime? I love this for us. Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's look at the map. Is this just... Okay, so this is just this film studio. Is this map area here. Monarch Studios.
Yeah. So this is where we save. Well, hopefully, where we save. Michael, he's not
There'll
dead.
be lots up ahead.
Swan with the wind.
Alright, I have a new skill card that I would like to check.
Hey, you can check it out. Before you go deeper.
Sneaky little gal.
Check it out before you go deeper.
Yep.
Oh, we have a new slot too. Dash
Ooh.
strike. Fitness comes first. Dash strike.
Okay.
Zombies.
Oh, before I
What is
forget,
it, dash
I need to pick your brain later. Okay, just like send me a DM so that way like both of us have it in our, recent messages or whatever. So that way we can go back through it. Unless you want to just say it now. I don't mind if you say it. Count it. Slide. Okay. Block. Total time block. See, those are all blocked. See, the war cry is not bad. I like the war cry, I guess. Oh no, I need war cry to be enabled. No, I'll save for later. Okay. I was just gonna say, I just was offering, if you wanted to just get it out there. Ooh. Oh, it's not a props. Okay. Well, I was just offering. I was just offering. Okay, I'm good.
Woohoo.
Okay. Not being able to see, I feel like, is going to be a big
I need
disadvantage.
a bench to repair my favorite weapon.
Okay. Find
This
Michael
thing-
before something else does. Before something
Michael,
else does?
Anders, and the Holy Grail feels like a play on word for Monty Python. There's stuff here. Did you get?
Nope.
There's a Slayer card here.
Okay.
Clear sightlines. Hit them while they're down. Knock down a zombie for a moderate boost of damage.
Space Fox. Interesting.
Why?
Interesting. $22.50. Straight impaled that bitch.
A lot of staff shambling
Steal someone's
around.
key to
One's gotta
Soundstage
have a
7. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Sound is back. I was like, sound is gone?
Sound?
Yeah, sound was gone for me for a second.
Oh.
But it's back. Oh, I got that thing. Amazing. That went great. Found it in the first trailer I went in.
Nice. There's still lots of stuff in here, though.
Oh yeah. I'm not. Well, I don't think we should.
Oh no! I'm just saying, like, there's still tons of stuff to see, to like look for. That's crazy that you found it so quickly. Well, I bet you like we weren't supposed to go the back way. We were supposed to go the front way, but we were like, let's explore.
What
but
front
by
way?
Well, when we loaded into the studio, we could have kept going straight, but I went to the left.
Oh.
So I bet you if we went straight, that would have been technically considered like the front.
Butter the bitch. Are you getting those when I get
I got Butter the bitch already.
Oh.
I think we have to be close to each other for them to count as like the same.
Okay. Oh, this one's not there.
No, I didn't do that. Not okay. Oh, that was just the one? Okay. Need security cooler key. Like, who locks their coolers? Come on.
I would lock my cooler.
Would you really?
No.
Alright, I don't think there's anything else that way. Alright, so I think we can go back in. Where we just came out over here. Alright, so we went in there. I haven't gone in this one. Temporarily
here,
closed for
what-
cleaning, okay.
There's nothing back here.
Wait, I don't think I went in this one. Oh yeah, I didn't go in this one. Congrats, Alesis.
There's a workbench back here.
Okay. Okay, nice.
Guess you wanna come fix up anything?
I do. Okay. Oh,
In the trailer?
this trailer. Oh. I haven't been in this one yet. Alright, workbench. Nice. We have to repair. Repair this. Repair this. I can't believe I threw my thing. I have to get it when we could open this. I'm so mad. I'm so mad that happened. I threw one of my best weapons over a wall because I picked up a water jug and then accidentally dropped it and then thought I like was throwing the water jug, but I threw my weapon.
Okay.
So mad.
This is really fucking cool.
Well, that's why they're getting the weak thing real quick, because you also have a, like, whatever it is, weapon. So I was like, damn, this thing, the upgrade was insane then, but now it's because we both have the same, like, status effect.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The tear or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
City
Oh, it
is
needs a
real
breaker.
breaker shortage, huh?
Oh, over here we can climb this. Oh, the fucking okay. Cut off both of his leggies, and now he's deady.
He's deady?
Yep.
Ready for deady?
Yep.
Okay.
What's up here? Oh, up here, Pink.
I got the thing already. The chest? Oh yeah, there's more up there. But there's also something on the other side over here, so I don't know.
Alright.
So.
Where do we go from here?
We'll have to find it.
In
Explore,
here?
it just says explore the sets. Are we
Okay.
going this way? This way? Okay. Oh, here's the
That was
circuit breaker.
useful.
Nice.
Here's the thing.
Back here. Back there, back there. Right.
Oh, there it is.
I'll probably be able to see.
Why are you not throwing?
Locked
What?
from the outside. There's gotta be a way through the soundstage.
Oh, there's light rig release switch.
Rain FX?
Oh, well, that okay.
And nothing digital about it.
Okay. Well, we
Guessing
probably
these
should have
guys aren't
planned
method
that a little
actors.
better, but it's all good.
Oh no, it worked out great.
Well, I don't know how many more are supposed to be coming. See,
It
because
worked
there's a
out great.
big
We're
guy.
fine.
Here's a big guy.
We're fine.
yeah.
We're fine. We're fine. Rain effects. Do it again.
I can't.
Oh, I can't. I did the rain effects, but nothing else is I can't activate this thing again.
No, me neither.
Oh well, that's okay.
I literally was in the animation taking a health pack.
Some help would be great right about now.
Okay, okay.
Not the time to take a nap, friend.
The big boy's on me. So I was trying to say.
Jesus Christ, this knife is insane.
Okay, let's eat some stuff. Let's pick up some candies. Let's go. Okay, so then we go in here. Oops. In here, but around?
Aw,
Yeah.
Magic ruined.
Storage box. Keep exploring. Here's a workbench.
Oh, where?
Right where I am. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this?
Where's what?
It's an electrocution or pole saw that I picked up. No idea what that does.
Find the coolest stuff. I don't find cool stuff.
You do find cool stuff. The cool stuff is the friendships that we made along the way.
No. That's No.
I like how you're like, absolutely fucking not. Fuck you.
Okay. Well,
Oh, I tried to jump over. Did I not? Apparently make it.
nope, you didn't.
I apologize then.
Don't worry about it. The zombie axe?
There you
Okay,
go.
okay.
See, you got something cool.
Okay, okay. I don't know. I wouldn't say cool exactly.
That's pretty cool. If I were to say.
Wait. There's a workbench right here. I can upgrade it right here, bro.
There you go. See?
Okay, let's see. Let's see it. All right, let's see it. All right, I'm gonna go with traumatize. Hitting a traumatized or vulnerable sends it flying.
Nice.
No, let's go with bleed.
I don't want to see this movie.
Perks. I need your critical hits to go quickly, and then I need your.
Driver sneaking on in with the early crew. Oh no, don't drop, don't drop.
Oh, you know what?
Okay, good. Oh, whew. Just lagged a little bit. We didn't actually disconnect. My internet is just being a pain in the booty today.
Oh, this thing is slow.
Oh. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you guys could hear that on stream or not, but my neck just cracked so loud. Okay, good. Those are just tarps. You should be able to cut those, you know?
I'm glad there wasn't friendly fire, because he would have been severely damaged.
I like how they're all in costumes.
Yeah, they're all in costume.
Cool.
Ooh, he's blue.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Jeez, these are getting harder now.
Yeah, I'm getting hammered, but I also got better stuff. All right, let's end him.
There you go, nice. Oh, here's a little note.
Oh, I couldn't pick that. Like, you got it, but it didn't do it for me.
Locked.
Locked. Yes, Bruno. It's locked.
Oh shit.
Got a hunch.
Rain effects.
Prop department.
Oh, well, that's probably where we're supposed to go. So hold on, let's keep exploring first. Cause can we go through here yet? Opens from the other side. Okay. So then this is where we have to go. Because the other door opens from the other side. Obi with a hydrate. Okay, zombies are coming this way.
Big mistake.
Indeed. They don't even know what they're getting into. Alright, so this opens from the other side, okay. Wait, so how do you get there? Can we get up there? Like, can we get up on that roof piece somehow?
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
can we break this? Hold on, can we break this?
No, I think we can get on.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Ooh. A chef's kniff.
A fire axe. I'm gonna leave it.
Okay. Let's go.
You could have opened this door.
No. It was locked from the other side?
Yeah, but from the side.
Yeah, it was locked from the other side. On the, from the outside. So you had to break that window.
No, I mean, so like, so we don't have to go around.
Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Up here. You're not gonna check up here?
Stabbed. Oh,
Okay.
It's not very
Michael and his
explorative,
ancient
you
knives
think?
again.
Oh, another fire axe, gross.
IV higher is better, right? You usually, not always, but yes, usually. I mean, there's like competitive Pokemon battling and stuff. There's a lot that comes into play, like their nature and you know all that stuff. But yes, usually higher IV is usually better. Yes. Okay.
Footprints. Thank you, Lady Luck.
Oh, Michael, why did you step in the little greenie?
Oh god, pressure.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
We're gonna cut off both of his arms?
Get
A rake?
demolished.
A fucking blue rake?
Get
Okay.
demolished. Here. Where are they now? A little notebook in here? Or magazine or something?
Ugh. Which way now? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Alright, do you want to go straight or do you want to go right?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
That's correct.
Which one did you do?
Right?
You didn't do it with her? Wow. I thought you eeny, meeny, miny, mo with her.
With who?
Your character said eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah, but she didn't, she just,
Oh,
she
but
didn't
I
actually
drew that
like
so,
pick
like,
something, she just says it.
I thought you, I know, but I thought you were gonna like, you know, simulate it.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, there's two crushers? We gotta separate them.
Yeah, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're not fine.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's hard to coordinate on both of them.
This one's almost dead. I got one.
Okay. He's half. Fire as well. I'm down, totally. Oh, you had two Growlithe? Oh, so you wanted to trade one? Yeah.
It'll help.
Usually higher IV.
You're right on the fire.
It's okay, just if you can wait a minute, I don't know.
Death's not in the cards right now.
Oh, the cleaver.
Okay, get out of the fire, please. Thank you. Alright, so is there anything else down here? Oh, there is. There's a notebook here. A blue bow staff. Okay.
I feel like the characters get different weapons because I have not gotten a single bow staff.
Maybe.
Either.
Bow staff's okay.
Have you gotten cleavers and daggers and stuff?
Oh, yes.
Do you remember?
Yes, I've gotten cleavers. I like I have a cleaver that I like.
What about these military knives?
Yes, I've gotten, I think, one military knife.
Oh, well, maybe I've just had like insanely bad luck.
It's possible. Like, I have insanely bad luck in Destiny, so it's entirely possible.
Okay, well,
Okay,
it
so...
shouldn't. It's not possible.
Don't touch it.
Footprints.
Yeah, these can't all be accidents.
Is he baiting us?
You had a bit of a dark side, Mike.
Is that what's going on?
No. That would mean he must have known that we would go after him.
I mean, true, but... Like, why are they setting up all these footprints?
Somebody else, probably.
Hmm.
There's a little thing over here. Friends without benefits. I'm gonna stand right next to it so you don't miss it.
Look at the mod.
You went right through it. Oh, there's a blueprint here. The slaughter perk, excuse me.
Bookworm. Let's go.
Michael came this way, but so did the goop monster.
Goop monster makes me very nervous.
Limb damage. Okay. So I could increase limb damage. I could increase attack speed. And then I could just meme. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright, let me switch. Oh, let me repair this thing. This dagger. Alright. Ready as I'll ever be.
Where'd he go from here? Only way is down.
All the ways down, Pinkun. Take the elevator up. Well, no. I don't want to take the elevator, game. Protein bar?
Yeah, game. Don't tell me what to do, game.
Stopped our gunky friend, but how do I get around?
Interesting. It's not here. It's gotta be where all the gunk is, right here.
He took the elevator?
Thank you for the follow.
Hope this place only
I
has 2
appreciate
floors.
it. Hold off your new friends to the elevator arrives.
Oh, that zombie here.
Just the one, just two, just a few.
Oh,
Just
there's
a
multiple
few.
zombies.
Hi, Grumpy. How are you? Welcome in. How's the day? How's the weekend?
Sprinkles. Office sprinkles. Wait, what?
Wait, what? Office sprinkles? Oh, sprinklers. Alright, is there any other... I don't think there's another way. Like it, okay. It doesn't look like it. What is aerosol? Oh yeah, aerosol's probably gonna be for bombs if I had to guess. Tasty donut. And I am loving Dead Island 2 so far. It has been so much fun. Look at the elevator music. Like the first one is such a guilty pleasure of mine. And I replayed it last summer with some of my friends. And we just had such a good time just like replaying it and like, laughing at all the jokes and all that stuff. So it was good. It was fun. I heard donut where? Oh, I want donuts.
So
Did you play the Dying Lights? Is it better? Okay, so
Oh my god!
What'd
Was
she
a
say?
fake elevator?
Oh.
She said, motherfucker, I'm an idiot.
Oh. To be fair, I played Dying Light 1. I did not like Dying Light. And I don't know if it was, like, maybe it was just, like, a bad experience with the game or what, but I did not really vibe with Dying Light. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on why. But I loved Dead Island, and I heard that they were by the same people or similar people or the company that owned the other company. I don't know. But everyone was like, oh, if you loved Dead Island, you have to play Dying Light. I didn't really vibe with Dying Light. I'm not gonna lie. But I love this. I love this. I think for me, my playing style, my weaknesses in gaming are jumping and parkouring and that kind of stuff. So I think that that's why Dying Light was just not for me, because it was like just so much parkour and jumping and like that's just not a style of game that I gravitate towards anyway, if that makes sense. Like, those aren't the kinds of games that I would be playing anyway. But Nate and I wanted to play them and wanted to get through them. And we played the first one, and I gave up on it after I don't even know how long.
Look at that fucking spider.
I think we played maybe 8 hours, maybe 10 hours or so.
You turn on the pyrotechnics. Could have waited for the zombies.
I was just seeing what they do. Doesn't like jumping around, but plays
It's
Destiny.
turn on the pyrotechnics.
No. I am also absolutely terrible at the jumping in Destiny, as you've seen several times. I'm also not good at jumping in Destiny. But you have, like, double jumping, and you have a little bit of, like, maneuverability. You're not, like, a human being jumping, you know? I know melee's a focus, but there are guns. I haven't gotten them yet. I do believe there are guns, but I have not gotten any yet. But also, if you remember in the first Dead Island, you don't come across guns for quite a while in the first one either. But I don't have any yet. Hi, JJ. How are you? How was your day? How was your weekend? I'm coming.
I'm gonna get some. No, don't worry. I'm gonna get some to drink while you explore.
Okay, then I can keep exploring because I was exploring. Doing great so far, so good. Love to hear it. I love to hear it. Guys, what did everyone have to eat today so you can help me decide what I want to have to eat for dinner?
I'm eating popcorn.
That's what you're having for dinner?
Yeah.
Popcorn's good.
It's not.
Oh, Jesus.
Alright, I'm ready. When you are.
Hold on, I'm getting follow botted. I have to turn my stuff off.
Oh my god.
It's
what
fine.
Do you mean
It's
follow
fine.
button?
It's fine. I just have to turn my my alerts off.
All follows are anonymous.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh my god, that's so many though.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. 7:21. Okay, hold on. Oh, are they in stream elements? All right, we're just gonna do this for just a second here. Where's my alerts? Yep. Here's my alerts. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, this is so stupid. I'm glad you guys wasted your money on follow botting me. I'm literally nobody, but okay. Alright, just give me one more second, guys. I just want to turn the... whatchamacallit things off. Is it done? I think I'm done. Is it done? Is it done? I just want to, like, know if I can turn my alerts back on or not. You're somebody to us. You're somebody. Where's my thingy things? Modules. Chat alerts. Followers. Turn it off. There we go. So at least now it's not going to spam in chat. Alright. I have to just remember to pull up my commander route so I can remove those later. And it was 7:21. 7:21 p.m.
P.
How many was that, I wonder? Sorry, guys. Just like literally one more minute and then we'll get back into it.
74.
No, I think it was 300 followers. I think it was 340 followers. You know what the funniest part is? The funniest part is that Twitch was like, congratulations on reaching your follower goal. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. Alright, I just want to make sure that I've done this. Followed between, what's today? This at 7:21 and today at now. Apply filters. 303. Okay. So, apply filters. Right, how do I... Oh, see, they... remove all followers listed below.
No.
Okay. 303. Yes, removed. Nice. Okay. Well, don't worry, guys. That follow bot is already gone because of Commander Root. If you are a streamer and you don't know what Commander Root is, you should definitely check it out because it's your best friend.
I'm getting removed. Yes, you are, you bot. Be gone, bot.
Okay, we're good. Be gone, bots! Alright, ready to go?
Okay.
Okay.
Huddle, huddle.
I'm bot Yaga. bot Yaga witch.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Me, I came to get.
Alright, now we're gonna kill the thing. Those following him.
no.
And then it's gonna be a regular enemy.
Oh, it's not a regular enemy. He's like, ew, his skin is like melting off.
Whatever that is, we need to kill it.
Ew. He's
Alright,
like a
water,
shaman.
water. There's the water, there's water, there's a water. Wait, is this the water? This is spider venom effects.
Okay.
Alright, whatever.
I don't think the venom does anything.
I did the water.
Why
Okay,
am
I
I
did the
stuck?
water.
Okay.
Alexis Hernandez? Spider venom? Alright, the spider venom does nothing, you're right. But he's close to the pyrotechnics. Oh, he wasn't close enough though.
No.
Alright, but there's other pyrotechnics over here. I want rain, please? Oh my god, he's so gross.
Yeah, he is. Alright.
Alright, well, let's do this. Boom.
Oh, wait, yeah, we have we
Dynamite?
have fucking things. Move, move, move.
I don't think you can damage
I
him.
don't know if it was gonna hurt you. I just didn't want you to be standing there just in case.
Alright, this thing isn't that tough, actually. It's dead.
Wow, okay, that wasn't terrible, actually.
That was actually easy.
But now he's gonna be like, so even though
A
he was
regular enemy,
Hernandez
yeah.
or whatever, he's gonna be a new enemy type. Or gonna be like those bloaters or whatever.
Horrendous. I do
Yeah.
not want those things as an enemy type.
Yeah, no, they're gonna be a new enemy type now.
Ugly.
Alright, I think I'm gonna give it maybe just like 5 more minutes and then we'll turn alerts back on.
Oh, there's a
Because I
movement,
still
there's a
want
movement.
my alerts on.
The liquidator mod, you get it? You get it on the floor?
Hold on.
The acid thing?
Hold on. Tell Michael you've killed his stalker. Okay.
Right. I feel like that was too easy. I bet it'll be like, that wasn't it.
No. I think we just blew him up, honestly.
Ugh, those guys really need to up their personal hygiene. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just a bit hot.
Hold up, that's what this was about? A Romero?
Emma's Romero, but no, of course not. Look, medical supplies.
Someone sick?
No, well, not yet. It's not like insurance is worth anything these days. We'll need these to, keep us.
Oh,
safe.
he got bit, didn't he?
I am helping.
Yeah, you done all right, man. You and Emma are pretty tight, huh?
Just give me more than I can ever repay. I can't be what she needs. I can't protect her.
I got a way out for all of us. You can help keep Emma safe. I just don't know if she can do what she needs to do.
She can do anything.
So you gotta show her that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, you there? It's Sam B.
Roger.
Heard you was in the hills. Me too.
Please no setbacks.
Gotta line
Please
up
no
some
setbacks.
guns.
Pew pew. Sounds perfecto.
No doubt. Come meet
Please
me.
don't what?
Oh, because
let's get
I don't know
going.
what your character
You don't
said, but
wanna
I'll
get bit.
Well, you don't need to worry about
let
that.
the
okay?
cutscene in.
I'll be fine. Just go get those guns.
Guns?
You good?
Guns. There we go. Guns. Who asked
Okay,
about
catch
guns?
you later. And thanks.
But Yaga.
No way I'm doing all that again.
All right. So my guy when he was talking to Sam, Sam called you up, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, please no setbacks, please no setbacks. Alright, where do we go now from here? Oh, smart. Pink, I just gotta say, for me, the
Yeah.
melee, the melee, it looks like the co-op thing might be a little bit broken because you're always facing the wrong way when you're moving. It's hilarious. You've been moonwalking everywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so funny. That's so weird. Like, your character moves a little weird too. Like, your walking doesn't seem like normal. But
No, yours is completely like I'm looking at your stream and then looking up, and it's like a perfectly reversed.
interesting.
Yes, you're through to Carla, living legend in the flesh.
Living legend.
It's clear you're alive. I have a friend who needs help. Any chance you could get to the Halpern Hotel, like, soon?
Again?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of going back, yeah.
Hold up. I'm Hannah. I'm hunkered down with my BCLA buddies in the rental we share in the Venice canals, but I've lost contact with one of them. Rav. He's a med student.
Another one? Okay.
I think I know why he's not returning your calls.
You haven't seen the Bobcats in action. He's a survivor, and he's been making unique weapons. He'll make it worth your while.
Ooh, unique
I've
weapons.
seen dumber people still alive. All right, let's get to the Halperin.
All right,
The Ravages of Palpagax hilarious.
I have to go piss girl, so I will be RB chat.
Okay. Oh no. Manténlo, perro, ahí. Activada el Pocón. Popcorn. You return. Good. Good.
I return.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just
Oh, there was a workbench, right? I was like, I wish there was at least a workbench so I could do
so
stuff.
on my
Never the work.
on my be right back, because every scene is obviously
Burp.
separate scenes. So when I changed to my be right back scene, it was still going through all of the alerts. So it just took a second. Gonna lurk having a time right now. I'm sorry you're having a time. We can hang out after stream if you'd like. If you would like, we can hang out after stream. All right. This is good. This is good. I'll give it a couple more minutes before I turn my alerts back on, and then we're good. Okay. Have we looted everywhere?
Nope. I don't think so. I was waiting for you, so I didn't do
Okay,
anything.
that's fine.
DT09.
Oh, really?
I wonder if this whole game will feel much better on a controller, I bet.
DT09.
I don't think so.
At least right now, since it's only melee.
Your faithful little friend.
Oh, Danzig, thank you for the raid. My alerts are off right now because I was just follow-botted. But thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What did you play? Resident Evil. Hi, Dirge. Oh no, no, it's good. We literally already commander rooted them. I'm just waiting for all my alerts to cycle through and go through. So I turned my alerts off for a bit. But we literally already took them out with commander root. We literally don't care. We don't care. Danzig, how was your stream? How was Resident Evil? That's the worst part. Yeah, we're just gonna leave the alerts off for a little bit. It's all good. It's all good. Astro, I'm just gonna do raid stuff before we continue on.
Okay.
Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? It was good. Playing through the REs chronologically. Finished up one. Very nice. Very nice. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If you guys do not know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid, just to see if this is some place you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just kind of see like what we're about, what to expect. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. So far, Spectrum is cooperating. I tried to go live at 4, and at 4:01 my internet went down, but it was back up, and I was back live again by 4:25. So we're good, we're good. But I hope you enjoyed this quick video, and I'll see you guys in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia.
Oh. I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? How was your weekend? Very important question that I want everyone to answer. What did you eat today? Because I don't know what I'm going to order for dinner. So if you tell me what you ate, it might give me an idea of what I want to get for dinner. You had burger? Oh my god, I'm back. Weekend was good. Stream was real fun. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad. I have never played a Resident Evil game before. So there's that. Indian food or Dairy Queen? Oh my god. I ordered Indian. I'm about to eat it now. Guys, I don't even know if there's a Dairy Queen near me. We have so many Sonics that we don't get Dairy Queens, I think. 7 is the scariest. Isn't 7 Biohazard?
In everyone's opinion. It's insane. It's also in VR, which is insane.
You could never pay me enough money to play a fucking horror game in VR.
headed to 12 Kill Ridge.
That is
Meet you there.
so insane. Like, and like, I don't think it's even playable. Like, a lot of people, like they report motion sickness from it. Like, it's so realistic the way it looks.
Never, ever, ever. Gate control room key. Sanic is, oh, yeah, Sanic over DQ any day. 7 is really scary because it's crazy hillbillies. And I lived in a rural area, so it terrifies me. Oh, I live in Tennessee. Will it be scary? RE is my favorite series by a mile. Yeah, I've never played one. I don't do scary very well. I don't handle scary very well. Like, it doesn't even need to be considered scary for it to scare me.
Oh, I see. The downside with the pipe bomb is it'll probably attract a lot of Zambonis.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Down on the floor there's stuff.
UV pants shid. Oh no, I don't want to shid my pants.
A valve wheel.
Oh, the valve wheel goes here.
Ah, this is
How you know?
caustic slime
Because
like
I
an
already
Halperin.
touched it right here.
Gotta shut
You touched
this
it.
waste pipe
Don't
off.
touch it.
Had a valve wheel. That's the flow stopped.
All right, so
But I ain't dragging my sneaks through. Gotta
I ain't
wash it
dragging
away.
my sneaks through that. Oh, you do that.
Or the water pipe.
Yeah. Is it gonna wake this guy up? No, he dead. He dead. He dead. Oh my god.
Wait, what is it? What did this say?
More caustic stuff.
Designated
Where's it all
confined
coming from?
spaces. Okay.
What? What's this do? I don't know what that does. I just touched something. I probably shouldn't have.
You poked it.
I popped it. Oh wait, no, that turned that on. Does this turn it off? Hold on.
Turn what on? What does it say?
It
Is
just
this
says
the thing?
caustic. I don't know if it's no, it's not those though.
Caustic. Oh, the caustic is that sludge stuff.
No, I know, but which one is it turning on?
Oh, is
It's
it
not
those
turning
things?
these.
Is it those ones?
No.
Those ones?
Because I just turned it back off. Like I just went over and did it again. See?
All right.
They're back. They're still
Well.
on. Caustic is one of your favorite. He's so slow. He's so slow.
It's a mini labyrinth of locked doors and
I had to play Caustic for some challenges, and I was like, Yaga and Chris, I was like, wait for me! Wait for me! And I had to, like, chug like a little choo-choo. He does not move at the same speed. Everyone says that, and that is a fucking lie! Caustic is so slow! This seems slower because taller. No, he is a fat man, and he runs so fucking slow. You cannot tell me that they all run at the same speed when you play as Caustic, because he's like, I'm coming, guys, I'm coming. Wait for me, I'm coming. And then his run speed is like, wait for me, I'm coming, guys.
Oh, I opened the gate.
I'm running. No. Oh, that's all a lie. That's all a lie. That's literally, that is some copium that you are sipping on right there, Dirge, because Caustic is a fat little old man who goes as he runs, okay? I am a Valk main. I am very fast. Wait for me, guys, please. Please. I'm also a fat little old man. Unintentionally insulting my friends. Oh gosh. Although his little tanky tanks are kind of useful. If somebody knows how to place them down, then he's kind of useful. I can't Valk because her jumping messes me up. There have been times where I've accidentally double jumped and gotten in a situation where I didn't have my gun out, and yeah. Wait, grab? Is that not?
I think there's a door right behind me.
What?
Right there. There's a door right here.
Where?
Out the door.
This door.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
go
where?
Under the floor.
Right,
Floor?
and then where?
And then going through there. Yep.
Oh, wait, hold on. But this is the other side where
now-
we were. So, like, why does this matter?
Because I opened the door.
Oh, that I
Hold
was
it.
okay. I didn't see you get the fuse. That's why I was like, how? But we were getting fuse. I'm so confused. Now where?
I got it, and I did it. Now we go to this door.
So we didn't need to go up at all then. Why were
We
you
did, we did.
looking- Why?
Because we had to get the breaker.
You there, Phil? I'm so confused.
Oh, we could have killed that guy. Oh, it's a
Hello,
firefighter.
Philip.
A real firefighter.
Oh, real firefighter. Oh
Oh,
my
I placed the
gosh.
fuse. I opened it. Amazing.
You wanna go through that door? Nope. Listen, I don't know. Tankies are so fun just to ruin people's fun. Listen, I am not
Oh my
good
god,
at Apex
if I get another Bowie knife, I
at
swear.
all. I'm very, very, very bad at Apex. Like, listen, like when I say I'm very bad at Apex, I mean a round where I get like more than like 500 damage is like a good round for me, okay? Like I am not fucking good at Apex.
I suck so
But
much
I
at Apex.
like just like being annoying and just like doing my fucking rocket launchers to like people and then just like running away.
Best just watch my step.
Flow control? Okay, well, let's not do that right now.
Oh yeah. Oddly
Oh, look, they're all dying.
satisfying.
Except for
Someone
the firefighter
bet
guy.
me
The
$50
firefighter's
if I
not
get to
now.
platinum in the next 15 days, and I was like, I want the money, but I'm so not making it. Do it. You can do it. Do it. Just don't sleep. Don't. Just get your Pinxel brand diapers. Don't shit or fart or eat or anything, and you'll be fine. Like I don't understand the problem, Dirge. It's like you're not even fucking
Nearly
committed
there.
to this.
Just gotta fix the plumbing to open the door.
Pressure is too high. Lower pressure now. Danger. Danger. We have to lower the pressure. Streamy diapers.
Where? Lower the pressure to where?
Here?
Warning too high.
Wait, didn't you see something that said like pressure valve or something?
Oh, this
No,
is
it's
an
the
access
caustic.
valve. but it-
That's the cost. No, we don't want the caustic.
I mean, I'm assuming we have to do something over here, though.
Okay.
Right?
So the water's
there's a
back
door
on
that
over
could be
here,
open.
yeah. Does this one open?
There's a-
Okay, this one does
yeah.
open. Okay.
Oh, there's the...
Oh, rebalance
Alright.
the pressure. Okay.
Turning the valves.
Are you gonna puzzle?
Maybe it's like
Do you
yeah,
puzzle?
your tires.
I have
Oh,
to do
there's the-
puzzle?
I can puzzle. We can both puzzle because we have.
Puzzle?
We got
Alright.
a 20.
Alright, how do you puzzle though?
Oh, you did it. It's 70. Oh, I got it. Oh my god, there's now electricity here, but there's a 50. There's a 51 over here.
Okay, so we just have to wait for the electricity.
I would doubt it's not. It's
Oh.
not gonna go away.
Hold on, this?
Oh, or turn the water off.
Nope.
Is the water
it's
still
that,
on?
It's
already?
that. It's this.
Oh, you did it.
The water. It's gonna turn off. There it goes. Yep.
There you go. All right.
Okay, so then that should drop that one down.
Ready?
Bingo.
There we go.
Always.
Oh my god, I almost got wrecked with that.
Easy. Bath time. Do it.
Get Phil's key. Where's the key?
Do it. Do it. No
Where's
stinky.
Phil's
No
key?
stinky strimmer.
All right, now we gotta switch the thing. You hear?
No
Yep.
stinky strimmer.
And then we gotta.
Yeah, and then,
And then we
go
gotta
here.
wash it.
Then we, yep. And then we wait for the goo to be goo. And then we goo. Oh, there's so many things in here.
That didn't hurt you, did it?
Didn't hurt Phil either.
That's okay, because we were aiming for
Alright,
the
I'm
small
gonna
dudes.
throw one. Yep. Oh no, Astro! There's no way that happened. I
What?
threw it and you walked in front of it and it
No.
like ricocheted off you and it went all the way back to me.
No.
It literally like you like hacky sacked
no
it,
way.
Astro. You have no idea. Like I watched it happen. Like it literally was like boop, and it slid all the way back to me. Like if that was like real life, that would have been straight out of a movie. Like the grenade just slides back at my feet and kills me.
Oh, there's more Zambonis.
Oh no. That was so funny. Like, the actual timing of that, and it was just like, there's no way that happened.
We got the key, though. We can go back, right?
Yeah. We did get the key, right? Yeah. Oh, access the main gate. Okay. Wait, so this is like locked. Brentwood waste key.
What's locked?
The waste container. Brentwood waste container.
Oh, it's probably one of the explodey dudes. Watch.
Maybe.
Ah, so we gotta come back.
Yeah, we always have to come back.
Not a fan of that.
Yeah, that's how you play these games, sadly. Alright, so can
Oh,
we
it's
go
not
this
sadly.
way?
It's just. Is it if we just if the coming back was closer to the start, but no, it's fucking all the way back here.
Wait, how did you get over there?
Oh. Yeah. Oh no!
Literally
Look,
right
now we can go in here.
Okay. Oh,
A
a
hammer.
sledgehammer?
Empowering. What?
What's the switch do? Oh, the switch opened that gate.
Sam, we're almost there.
On my way.
Okay. Chemicals. Fasteners. Electronics. Ooh, an empowering mod? Did you get the empowering mod?
Yeah, I got it.
On the shelf? Yeah. Okay. Alright. I don't really love crowbars that much to keep a second one there. Let's get this. Okay. Can I repair? Yeah. Just the one. I'm so poor in this game. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's because I don't know if you've looked at it, but the cost to upgrade to your level is absurd.
It's stupid. The cost for everything is stupid.
It's absurd. Like if 7K, 10K to reach your level, it's insane.
I know, some of them are crazy, yeah. Oh my gosh, why do I have like a hair?
Meet up with Sam where? Oh, over
Here.
Wait, this is the thing we wanted to go into.
Yeah, we couldn't get into it before. Yeah.
I know, but we came out of it now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because it
We
was
came in
story
from the
related.
other. Yeah, because we came in from the other way. So now we can
I
go
heard Sam.
back in that way from the other way.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
I was way too high. I missed all of those. That's funny.
What the hell happened?
I have a new ability.
Oh.
I blow shit up when I drop kick it. Which seems a little excessive, but you know.
Hey, over here.
Oh, like is it a Slayer card? You can now have
Ronnie
two
says
Slayer
this
cards.
place
That's
is
nice.
packed with guns.
Oh, I don't have two Slayer
Get the
cards.
busting
No,
these
it's
gates.
drop kick attacks trigger a forceful explosion that drains the stability
Trust
of nearby zombies. It's a
We're
survivor
gonna
card.
be armed to the teeth.
Oh, it's a
after this.
survivor
We're gonna
card.
hit pay dirt.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Mm.
Oh, my Slayer card now is pretty dope. I get a major boost to critical damage when I fly kick somebody.
Alright, break in and steal the guns. Oh, you did it anyway.
No bueno.
Locked. Oh, kick function? Kick function?
Skipped breakfast.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Stand the
Look
fuck
at it, Sam's
back.
got this
It's
humongo
hammer
hammer.
It's hammer time. Right. Couldn't do it.
There we go.
Never mind.
Open sesame.
Oh, zombies.
I got this. Get the guns.
Oh, Sam? Okay.
Wow, the fucking hammer
got
is
it.
pretty good. Dope.
Whose place is this?
Nikki
Who?
Duck, big game
Nikki.
hunter on cable. I saw Sir Snow Leopard.
Another
Badass,
Dynamo and chat.
everyone.
What is
Fake
going on
snow,
with all
too.
the fish? What is it? Why is it fish day in PCG?
Locked.
Bro, it's glass. Just break it.
Holy shit!
Well, there she is. Not looking so hot today, Nikki. Hey,
Oh my gosh,
bitch.
look at Nikki.
Still think you're too good for Ronnie?
Wait, are we gonna get our ability now? Aw, I thought we were gonna get.
She's a
our ability.
screamer. Haha. She's a screamer.
Oh, he's fucked. He's fucked. No, he's screwed.
Oh, Alexander Skarsgård, no!
Oh, dude! Hey, I kind of knew that guy.
Malparida. Wow.
Avengerani. Alright, so she's like, she screams, but what does that do? Like, other
I'm
than
assuming
make us
it'll
go
call
deaf?
more zombies. 100%. It calls more. Because you know they're attracted to the sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me use this thing. Boop.
Let's get this.
Okay.
Well,
Rejoin Sam in the gun room. You have another skill. Let's go. Oh, I have a Slayer skill. Let's go.
Another
this?
one? Oh,
Yep,
nice.
Normal to
We
down.
can- I
Knock
would
down
do-
a zombie for a moderate boost of damage of your ranged weapon throws, and curveballs. Okay, let's go with that one. That hammer seems well. Have we gotten any more of the badge lore? Seriously, everybody in LA apparently is like super obsessed with the badge. I don't know, like, if one of these people, like, are we gonna meet somebody who's in the badge? Oh, that would be something. Like, maybe one of these actors are actually in the badge. I need to know. I need to know more about this show. But everybody has all the seasons. Everybody has all the seasons of the badge, I'm just saying. I know. Here's my clout. What clout? I wish I had clout. Locked. How is it not locked?
It is locked. What do you mean?
I know how not locked. How unlocked. I'll make it not locked anymore. How come I can't check these little hunting crates here?
They're not for chicken.
Oh no, that's a very boring little painting to have next to your... It's 3 o'clock, apparently. 3 o'clock on the dot.
Ooh.
Ooh, oh.
Cool.
Oh, wait, who stores their sneakers like this? Serial killers, that's who.
Oh, we can't go up anymore. The classic shelves in the way.
This is the most boring closet I've seen in my life. Oh, that's a flex.
walk-in closet, it's insane.
You have 2 pairs of sneakers. You can fill up 4 whole shelves. Man, what's it like being so rich having 2 pairs of sneakers?
These boots are made for walking.
Walking. These boots are made for Christopher Walken. I like my little squeaky sneakers, though. It's my favorite part of the game. My sneakers that, like... I feel like SpongeBob with his squeaky boots.
Break the bad news.
Everyone died.
Right.
Ronnie got eaten.
No.
Shit.
Shit.
It's not your fault, all right? People who ain't like us don't last out here. I told him, but he wanted to be the big fixer.
His mouth doesn't
I got
match.
big to fuck just keeping him alive this long. Grab a gun and let's get back to Emma's.
Well, that one matched.
Let's go. Let's grab a gun.
We have guns now?
Wait. Which one do you have? What do you have?
A sporting rifle?
Oh, we all get the same. I thought each one.
Alright,
would
let me
get
put some...
something.
Hold on, let's put some stuff away.
What's my unclaimed stuff? Please, something good. The fucking sword. Oh my god.
Wait, does it count? Oh, I think it counts when you, like, throw something and don't pick it back up.
How much
I
this
wouldn't know.
cost?
No, I think because I have some like half full durability stuff.
Shit!
Maybe.
Every zombie in the neighborhood must have heard
I'm getting
those
really bad
screams.
posture. I
Find
need to
a window
fix
I got a
open
starting.
and shoot any motherfuckers coming into the backyard. I'll cover
Any
the driveways and
motherfuckers.
So how do I use my gun?
Wait, why aren't I shooting?
You equip it?
I have 20.
Yeah, you have 20 ammo. After I can't even believe it. After all the stuff we've collected. Upstairs.
Yeah, we're going.
Oh, this looks
Wait,
so good.
there's ammo. Ammo on the top of the stairs.
Here we go. Reload. Reload. Oh, is it just 20? Okay. All these boxes are ammo.
Only point at what you intend to destroy.
Oh, nice.
All right. All right, now we're full. Kill them all.
Boom goes the dynamite.
How many bullets do I gotta put in that thing?
I know, it's a lot of bullets for being a fucking zombie that we can literally beat with our hands. Alright, they're coming out of the
Right,
bushes
so
back here.
guns are 100% weaker than just melee.
Oh, headshots
I'm assuming
are pretty good, though.
Sorry, not sorry, guys.
Yeah.
As I'm sure you imagine, headshots are the way to go.
Ah.
He's a thug. Or a whatever he's called.
Oh, one got inside. There's pressure.
Wait, it's endless as long as you have ammo? Oh no, it's not. I was like, there's no way.
One got inside, yep. One is
we
inside,
fail?
literally
Do we
behind
fail?
you. There's 2 behind you. Not even joking. I killed him.
Oh, we got a spitter, a slobber. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Okay, he spits at us. So we just killed him too fast last time. He didn't get the chance to like do phase 2 or whatever.
He didn't even get the chance to do things. We like killed him, but he did spit at us. Maybe you just didn't see him.
Maybe I didn't see him. I need ammo. Oh, it's closed. Okay.
It's closed. Yeah. I aim better without the scope. Great.
Same. Same.
Did we kill them all? What's left? I don't see anything left. I hear it.
No, there's some here. Oh, he just went through the floor?
Amazing.
Check the sights.
Regroup with Sam.
Come on.
Carla the
we're done
gunslinger.
here.
Carla the gunslinger.
Hey, having fun?
Hell
Well,
yeah.
we have a gun.
I'm nearly done. I'll see you back at the house.
So there's a CDC doctor still in Santa Monica. They want to make a vaccine with my blood.
That's so.
We can all go. Safety in numbers.
One thing I've learned. The voice on the radio promising to fix all your shit never happens. We're doing just fine.
If Emma came along, you wouldn't stay
She won't.
behind. I wouldn't bet on it, man. She'll surprise ya.
Wanna bet, bitch?
Uncommon ranged puncturator mod. Puncturator, that's another word. Okay.
Do you have that
Speed
war
loader
cry?
perk.
Is that the one you have?
I do have war cry, yeah.
Oh, now you have dash strike, which is the one I started with.
Alright, hold on. What else we got here?
Justifiable zombicide.
Always some motherfucker on a radio.
Pull the weak.
Speed loader
Change my
perk.
attacks
There's
on
a
weak low
perk.
health.
Perk on the couch.
Yeah, I saw. I got it already. I said it when I picked it up. I think we're talking.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Hey, calling Casa de Jaunt. Anyone there? Did Michael get back okay?
Hello? She'll listen.
Yes, I'm here.
Michael, you made it.
Yes, getting back was, a lot easier.
Talk to Emma yet?
No.
I need to get back to Emma's over here. Wait, there's something locked here.
I will.
Wait, there's something locked in this house? Oh wait, we didn't get it though. It's the safe, right?
See you
Yeah.
soon, okay?
We didn't get her key, did
Do we have the keys?
But wait,
Who
we
is-
killed her, so who has her key?
Where's the thing though?
Remember it's here. It's right here. But we killed her, so who has Nikki's key?
Nikki's bounty reward. Maybe we didn't pick it up?
No.
Well, there's Ronnie. Can I kill him? I can't do anything.
Yeah, we killed Nikki out here, right?
There's nothing out here though.
That's what I'm saying.
A sign pole? Okay.
Unless there's something... Like, is her key out here? Which that would be silly. Like, that would be dumb for her key. Like, her save key to just be out here, but... Funny you can't put that out. Alright, so...
Let's get
R.I.P. Ronnie, that sucks. Yeah, how come you can't drive the cars that are on the street like you could?
Oh, maybe not yet.
Maybe.
Maybe there's an area we can drive.
Yeah, well some of these areas, like this is not a complaint, but like these areas have been on the smaller side compared to the first game, so.
Oh, 100%. You can't drive in these.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like you couldn't drive in some of these anyways if you wanted to. But they've been smaller loadable areas, so.
They're high. I feel like I didn't play the first one, but I saw you play it, and I feel like they're so detailed though.
That's what I'm saying. Like they are smaller areas, but like you can go
there's a
in
spitter.
everything, which
Is
you
that
couldn't
somebody?
do before.
That's a
Oh,
slaughter.
there's two. There's a spitter on either side. I'm getting out of here. I'm just not being.
What do you mean? These guys are weak as heck. Look at this.
There's
Look, we
3
killed
of them. Holy shit! Why are there
I
so
just
many?
killed one. And they give synthetic fibers. You're fine. You're fine.
Got me. I'm not fine. I have to heal myself.
Look, we've got him. Ow. Okay. Oh, it's down. And the last one. If you kill him, it'll start telling us the weaknesses. So that's why I kind of wanna.
I cut
Nice
his
job.
head off.
Nice job. Yeah, heal. Oh my God, you're dying.
Yeah, no, I'm pushing it. There we go. Okay. So let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Wait, why is this like taking us in circles? Didn't we just go in here?
No. Okay,
Now we
I thought
went in
I
a
was
circle. So did we go
No,
this way?
we did.
Yeah, so now we go. Ooh! Careful. I don't want him to blow up or anything. I just don't know. Yeah, I think it blows up.
Yo, give me a hand.
Oh, you're down.
Yeah, it is very spicy right now.
Hey, dying is not part of the plan.
Oh, is it, Bruno? It's not part of the plan?
I feel like we didn't use it enough, but the bait is pretty good to like.
Oh, I used the
trap
bait a
around.
lot when I was playing single player. So just like get like a horde off of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used it a lot. I used it a lot in single player. Battery, don't need it. I do feel... Okay. Did that just blow up next to me? Is that what happened? Did you throw a battery?
I died. You killed me. Pink, I died.
Some help. Oh, it wasn't that bad.
I like how she's like, oh, it wasn't that bad, and that's literally what I was about to say. It really wasn't that bad. I mean, we both just killed each other on accident. It's fine. It's fair.
There's no way. When? Name the one time.
So how did I die, and how did a battery just appear next to me? You didn't throw a battery? A battery
You
just
didn't
appeared next to
die.
me? I did. I was downed.
You weren't down.
In the fire with all the explosions.
But I didn't kill you.
But did you throw the...
I threw the battery, but later. Oh, look, you missed this range mutilator mod.
Thank you so much for the follow. Glad I actually noticed that because I forgot my alerts were still off. Demo Arts, hello, welcome in.
Going upstairs? Did you go upstairs?
Probably. I have not. There's still a whole bunch down that we can still
Oh yeah.
loot first. This house is really clean. Like, just like even the actual decorations and stuff are just clean. Why am I? Oh, it's like that was weird. That was weird. Are you still upstairs?
Yeah, there's a lot of zombies here.
Okay, I'm coming up.
I mean, I've killed a couple of them.
I know,
Okay.
but I'll come up and then
I think I like a couple of me all.
Oh, I got whatever this safe was. I had the key for, unless it didn't have a
There's
key.
a screamer here.
There's a what?
Screamer?
A screamer. Okay. Is that really what they're called? I wonder.
Yep. I don't know if that tracked at anything.
Looty, looty, loot. The screamer.
Yeah.
How come, like, money and ammo gets picked up automatically when you step on it, but other stuff doesn't get picked up automatically when you step on it? Like, I understand looting containers is one thing, but if I step on something, why am I not picking it up? But money and ammo gets picked up automatically. Like, I get it, because then you would just have stuff everywhere, but I just feel like if other stuff can be automatically picked up, then why wouldn't it just automatically pick up everything? But whatever. That's me. Hi, Krista. How was your weekend? I saw you got 898 Koroks. Are you gonna go for the last two, or have you just accepted it? Have you accepted it? Because I feel like I would just accept it, honestly. Oh, we've been in here, right? I have been in here. I've looted in here already. This. What is? Packing is blah. You've kind of accepted it, yeah. So, if you're comfortable, where are you moving to? Are you moving like far from where you are now? Like, is it a far move, or is it just like a different town over or something? Just chopped his legs off. Nice.
Yep. And you can chop it. Just
Chop
like
it.
make it
Alright,
easy.
hold on. We have to go.
It's in this house. We can't go. I'm assuming it's gonna be like a story thing or
No, you
something.
just jump
Oh,
over.
never mind.
Yeah.
You can just
Yeah,
jump
yeah,
over.
You can loot in there. Downtown Seattle. Nice. Very, very nice. I've never been to Seattle. This door's locked. Okay.
Workbench.
But this goes here, which 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 goes here. Interesting. Interesting, but I can't open this door. So, but where does this... See, this goes here. This goes back here in this door. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's nothing. Oh, I completely missed it.
Did you miss? Oh, it's locked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's locked over there. I don't know how to do.
Where are you though? Okay.
I'm going back to the house, like you're supposed to. Choo 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 choo. Loot all the stuff. Okay, good?
Yep.
Okay. Go back to Bel Air. Bel Air. Enter game. That's right. I keep forgetting that you have to load each area in. Okay. Oh, I don't like these night levels. Oh shit, we have a whatchamacallit. Gotta go.
Oh my god. I thought it was a goner.
Oh, you went down. Okay. Alright, this way. Ooh, there's a lot of peeps over here. Where'd these come from?
I hit a whopping nobody.
There's a screamer in here. There's a screamer in here. Shit.
Alright, so what did that do? I feel like that did nothing.
Screamers are like kind of the worst, honestly.
The worst? What does screaming do?
No, I'm like I'm stuck in like a little confined area with her, so every time she screams,
told her
she just
calm
knocks
down.
me back. Ooh. Wait, where's these ones? Wait, I want these. Ooh, wait, whoa. Okay, I want these. There we go. Nice. That's fine. Okay. You running. You running. Oh, he's an explodey guy. Alright, we're right here anyway. We're right here anyway. Get Emma and her entourage ready for the dangerous journey to Santa Monica. Oh, no.
We still have like side quests though.
Do we?
I think we have, wait, how do we check that? L?
L.
Yeah, see, the Ravages of Caustic.
Find your way back to the Halpern Hotel. Okay, we can do that one. This Halpern is on the other side of, Feller. Oh, I just sent her fucking flying.
You did.
She just got launched. Oh my gosh.
She got a little
She-
heavily
that's right,
launched,
I
yeah.
saw that. Let's kill this crusher. You both just kick him and he doesn't move at all.
My kick no longer like makes a move, so yeah. Oh.
Okay, he got completely demolished. Oh, there's screaming in here.
Huh? There's what?
Screaming. Did you not hear it?
No.
It stopped, like she stopped screaming, but I heard a scream. Like a human scream. I don't know where it would have come from. I guess we can continue going? I don't know. That was weird though. Wait, where is it taking me? Over here? This is so weird that this quest markers go like this sometimes. Alright, I get health back when I maim enemies, which is kinda dope. Look at a gamer chair in the garbage. Alright, here's the hotel. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn, not
Right? I
not
could have been like
Holiday Inn.
Halperin. I could have made it work. I could have made it work. Disappointed in myself. Look for a Rav in the Halperin Hotel. Okay, so somebody named Rav in the hotel. Pipple, bringing families together. Exactly. Exactly. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Get fucking launched, bro. Get launched,
gun for
bro.
now. But I think I'm gonna switch it. I don't think I'm gonna.
The gun? Yeah, I don't feel like the gun is even that great, to be completely honest.
I would rather them have like extremely limited ammo, but at least fucking one-shotting the regular enemies.
Oh, you're literally hitting him and he's going out of my shots while you're hitting him. Yeah, I don't think it's that great, honestly.
Ooh, thank you.
This would be me in the zombie apocalypse, though, just like walking around, like blowing people's heads off, like. Ooh, look at it! You just like shoot him in the same spot, like it just makes a hole. I'm gonna drop kick this girl. Can I stab you in the head? Oh no, you're gonna blow up. Okay.
Well, there's a spitty boy.
Where? It's not down here.
Right here.
Can you kick them?
Oh my god.
No.
What the hell? Why is this walker?
I literally
kicking my ass?
knocked the hat off his head though. That's funny. I just drop kicked the hat off his head.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Where am I way back?
Look out, it's gonna.
Holy.
Yeah. Popped his head open.
Yep. What kind of runner was that?
Spiky runner. Okay. Oh, there's another. There's a spiky walker. Oh, they have. What is it called? That metal.
Oh, they have barbed wire. So they like, so you can't like hit or kick them. Is that what it is?
I mean, I'm sure you can, but you'll probably take like damage.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should use this break. Get knocked. Get knocked. Nice. How do we get into the hotel? It's under, right? Oh, no. There's a loot box here. I don't know what those are.
Oh, we can go back through that gate that'll lead us to the room.
Okay. Wait, can I kick people to death now? Is that an actual thing?
What do you mean?
Like, did I just straight one-hit
Wait,
that dude?
the maglock comes back? Okay.
Yeah, they all come back each time you reload.
Remember the alarm?
I did.
So
I
we
did.
don't get wrecked? Okay.
Oh, I did the alarm first. Okay, health pack. Got that safe already.
A
Nice.
violent machete.
Ooh. What's the perk on violent?
I'll see. How do I? Oh, F2.
The... No,
It
it's
says killing a zombie gives a moderate damage boost. Wow.
maimed. What is with the fish today in PCG, bro? Backies! Welcome backies! My weapon number. Okay. How goes? It goes. It goes good.
We're hearing? Pink?
Huh?
The door for inside the hotel?
I was looking at
He's in the ballroom.
Okay, I mean,
Oh, we could have continued though, because he's in the ballroom, so. However you want.
it's fine. It's fine. Got any foodies yet? Not yet.
You can fix the weapon here though.
Not yet. Pine cone. Oh, this is the perfect time to do a pine cone while we're in the safe room. I don't understand what's going on with PCG with this fish thing. It's very strange to me.
That might have been the power.
Probably should order some food though, huh?
I'm ready.
Okay. Are we both Wolverine claws right now? Oh my gosh, yes, we both are Wolverine claws. I like your punch.
It's a strike. You have it, I think. You told me you have it. Strike dash? It's a V for me.
Oh, I have the one.
Oh, the smash! But
Yeah.
can you change it?
Yeah, probably.
Does yours weaken them?
What? My ground smash?
What is the smash, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine.
Oh, we went in the
dash also.
ballroom already, right? Before?
Yeah, we've been ballroom.
Look at you go. I know. 57% bigger than average. Poorly, ubu.
Oh. 57? Wow. Like more than half.
Well, we went,
Where are you?
we were in here before. Hold on. Is
Over
there
here?
loot? I know. But is
Oh.
there... Yeah, there's...
New loot?
Loot.
Oh.
Ooh, military courier's key. Whatever that is. You got the biggest. The biggest. Ooh.
I took the battery.
Okay, let's go in here. Look for Rav in the ballroom.
Piece of...
Oh, there he is. He's up there.
Oh, he's over there, he's up there.
Up here! Balcony!
Hey, friend. Would you be Rav?
Would you be Rav?
So Hannah got at least part of my message. I'm glad you're here. I was only halfway done.
It's gotta stay half done for now. Hannah wants me to get you back to VCLA.
I don't need an escort. I need data.
Oh my god.
Paramedic
Okay.
friend told me her ambulance got requisitioned to transport barrels here. The soldier said it was stuff to fuck up the zombies.
So, can it?
That's what I need to find out. There were scientists here. I found their workspace.
Did you figure
but
out the
zombies
thing you were
found
looking
me
for?
And treated me up like a cat.
Were we looking
I
at the
need to
pools
look at
last
their
time you were
notes.
here?
See
Dirge,
if
thank you
this
for
weapon is something
wasting
us
your
Bobcats
points.
can use.
How about we strike a deal?
But if it
You
was the
make me a
pool
weapon
thing,
too,
yes, we did.
And I'll check this ambulance. As for keeping the zombies busy, the speakers in here should still work.
Music. Loud music. Yes. Okay, I'm good with tech. I'll make this work. Let me know when you're on your way back.
Ark, thank you for the raid. I don't have alerts on right now because I got follow botted, but thank you for the raid.
You think
I
we're safe here for a
appreciate
second?
it.
So I can
Yeah,
go to the
yeah. Oh,
bathroom?
yeah, no,
Or
I'm
while
sure.
you do raid stuff?
Yeah, I'm sure we're fine. I'm sure we're fine.
Alright. I'll be right back then. While you do raid
Ark,
stuff.
how was Sea of Thieves? I'm gonna order food too at the same time, so that's actually really perfect. That's actually perfect. Thank you so much for the raid. Wait, yeah, I got follow botted about an hour ago. So my alerts are off. Yeah, don't worry. It's like honestly, we're fine. We've already gone through Commander Route. They were already taken. They're already gone. It's fine. Like it's totally fine. I think I may have missed some because my numbers aren't right. I might have missed about 20, but whatever, give or take. But yeah, so it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So we don't have alerts on right now. So I'm kind of just like trying to pay attention to chat. What does that mean? So that means that some lowlife somewhere on the internet made a bunch of fake accounts with a bot. You know, they have a bot that makes a bunch of fake accounts, and they will mass follow streamers. So I got 300 follows in the course of like a second. And so it makes your alerts go crazy. Like if you have like a thing in chat, like it makes your chat go fucking crazy. And technically, false engagement, follow for follow, support for support, using bots to inflate your views is considered false engagement, it's against TOS. So technically, if they wanted to, if you got follow botted, you could technically get banned because it's false engagement. Which is why if you get follow botted, it's up to the streamer to like go through and manually remove them instead of just leaving them. So like it's shitty because like somebody else somewhere could do something dangerous to your stream, like follow botting you. But yeah, you have to just remove them using some tools that are out there. It's just annoying. It's just really frustrating because it's like out of all the possibilities of days that they could have, they could have done it. But yeah, that's all that means. It's just annoying. I'm gonna just order some food really quick while Astro uses the bathroom, and then we will continue. It sucks. It really does suck. I mean, but like I said, it's like, it's whatever. Like, at the end of the day, they didn't hurt me. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, all they did was waste their time and, like, 30 seconds of wasting my time. But it's whatever. Like, really, it's whatever. I just, sorry, you know how my mind is when I'm trying to, like, order food? Just trying to get here goes my drink. Here we go. Drink. And I am going to, I don't know if Driver is still here, but I'm going to get Driver's drink again. Because it was actually pretty decent. Alright, there we go. Do this. Okay. Food has been ordered. Okay. Shitty timing? Yeah, shitty timing. But it's okay. We're good. Everything's good. But Ark, how was your stream? Let me do raid stuff too. Me be a good host. Let me be a good host. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. And anybody else who happens to be hanging out and just lurking, having a good time, or having a bad time. Sorry if you're having a bad time, I guess. Thank you for being here. If you don't know who I am, hello. Hi, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just kind of see what we're about, what to expect. I hope you enjoy. I know a lot of you have already seen this, but I'll probably be making a new one relatively soon. Those of you who know. But yeah, I'll make it a new one soon. But in the meantime, enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia.
Oh. I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you for the raid. I don't know why my camera is like, there we go. My color's all hooked up. Thanks for the raid, Ark. I'm sorry to hear you had a rough day. When you say sunk the first time you docked, you mean by another player or you crashed and you sunk? And then I must have missed a hole while selling stuff and the ship randomly sunk. That sucks. Sorry you had a rough day. Did you play solo today? I absolutely hate solo Sea of Thieves. First time was another player, second time was a crash. Okay, okay. You did? Oh. Oof. You're braver than me. You're braver than me because I absolutely hate solo Sea of Thieves. Like, I don't know how Chaos does it. I don't know, like, Broseph did it the other night. I don't know how. I don't know how you guys do it. I cannot. Asher, I'm back. I don't know if you're back or not.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you're back. Okay.
Alright, well, that's... we were safe. I can't believe we were safe.
We were very safe.
We took a gamble. But
We did not take a gamble. We were fine. I would have protected you.
No, you were not here. Don't lie
I
to me.
was here. I was just talking to chat.
You said you just got back.
Yeah, I was talking to chat. Like, I like unmuted. I'm back. Like unmuted.
No.
Yes.
Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit.
That shit. Ciao. I love like straight launching people with this kick. It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
Main.
Okay. I picked up.
Did you hit up the batteries that are over here?
I picked up the already electrified car battery, and it's just insta kill.
Trying to practice. I'm not great. It's much better than other people, but yeah, I really should practice too, but I hate it so much. Jennifer Child, be going back. No problem, Ark. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the lurk earlier. I do appreciate you. And yeah, we'll have to see what Broseph is up to one night.
I think
I
remember. Isn't the ambulance like over here, over there? There it is. Yeah. Is it? I can't really see if it's an ambulance.
Yeah, it's over here. I think. Yeah, it's right here. You're.
Rav, you there? There's one of those
For
big caustic
transport
cubes
stuff
by
to
the
fuck up
ambulance.
zombies,
Give me
right?
a hot
I see.
Got it. I'm in a vent now on my way to the workroom. I powered up the DJ setup by the stage in the ballroom.
Holy shit.
It's ready when you are.
I'm down.
Oh, there's two dudes. What do you mean you're... Okay. Why can't I revive you?
He spit on me and the poison just ate away.
I get my second best pair. One of them on the dissecting table.
Oh, and there's a big guy now. Nice. Okay. Oh my god.
Sweet.
Are you kidding me, bro? Why will you not die? Oh my god. Okay, now we gotta get the bloater. Oh, he's the ambulance driver. Oh, I'm melting? Shit.
Yeah, me too. Oh, he's dead.
Okay, good. Get my stuff back. Okay,
Shit,
what?
how do we... Oh, there's tons of water here.
Okay, hold on.
A nail gun? What?
These.
Alright.
Oh,
I have another ranged weapon.
Really? What'd you get?
The nail gun. Yeah.
I got a tactical sword.
Tactical sword.
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but...
Rav?
Hey, what'd you find?
Barrels of caustic X and a note from your friend. This stuff's fucking powerful. Some kind of...
Got him, dead.
The army filled the pool with it. They've been dissolving bodies anywhere they can.
Okay.
That's surprisingly smart.
Wait. Why is the poison spreading everywhere?
Yeah.
My weapon.
He
They
died.
went alkaline instead. And I bet they used an alive one. We're going the DJ.
I just
setup.
like watched the poison like close in on me.
Alright, let's go drop the beats.
Time to
Okay.
blast those zombies with pure bangers.
While they're
They're
heading to you,
bangers.
I'll get what I can.
Hydrate. Okay. All done.
Alright, we can go back.
Astro, why are you crouching?
I'm not.
You are? You have been the entire time?
Oh, you've been crouching the entire time.
I'm
See,
not.
I'm telling you, it's great. It's
I'm crouching
like,
now, I'm not crouching now.
I haven't been crouching at all. I never crouched.
You literally have been walking around crouched the whole game. No, just like since
Well-
we got in here.
Come over here. Where are you going?
Where are you going?
To the ballroom.
You were going to the garage.
To the ballroom.
You're going to the garage over there.
To the ballroom. Oh, we got here. Both got here. That's fine.
Yeah, what do you say? Yeah, the volume's over here.
I...
Poorly with another big fish. Big fish.
Got the beat.
Huddle up. Look at you go.
Hey, okay. This'll work.
There's no beats for me. There's nothing.
Yeah, it is for me. It's just a very mediocre beat, honestly.
I do not hear anything. Maybe I lowered the thing too much. Careful, Renee guy's gonna go low.
Oh,
You were
as I
standing
healed? Oh, okay.
right on top of it.
Okay, I healed at the right time though, apparently.
Oh gosh.
How much time does this fucker need?
I mean, we just started.
I know, but like, how much does he need? Like,
A lot.
where are you going? Oh my god, I ran into him.
Oh my god.
Nice. Nope, don't touch me. Blow up, sir. But not near me, no thank you. Okay. Who's next? Yeesh. It launched into the wall. I've hit him, but I've cut his legs off so he can't go anywhere. Okay. Ooh, it makes a little rubble.
You're
Update
a
Rav
lifesaver.
on how things are
Literally.
going.
I found their notes on Caustic X usage.
Anything good?
Caustic X works, more or less. But it shouldn't work as fast as they think it does. Up for some field work?
If it involves slicing and dicing some more zombies, then yeah. Yeah, I am.
Loving the attitude. Baller as hell, no cap. And yes, it does. I need you to use that solvent to kill zombies. You said they filled up the pool, and I'll observe from the top floor.
So I'm doing all the work, and you're just taking notes?
It's not science unless you write it down. Well-known fact.
I want to know, dude. I'll call when I'm ready.
Out to the helper in the swimming pool and get ready to melt some zombies. Okay. Where's the pool?
This way.
This way. Oh, I thought I launched her over the fence. That would have been so dope. If I straight launched her over the fence.
Hey, Rav, you see me?
I am good to go. Begin performing this science.
Sure, like kicking some moaners into the pool, yeah?
If you wouldn't mind.
You kicked both of them? Wow.
I know, I've been kicking so many. It's great. I love this. This is my favorite mission so far.
Oh, I should have kept the...
Oh, this is the one. This is the one right here. This is the caustic thing I'm telling you about.
Oh.
I threw a wrong thing back behind him.
Can we open it though?
I think so.
No,
Oh
we
my
can't. No, we can't.
god, you almost ran in front of me.
It's locked. It's locked. Can't open it.
Woo! Yeah! Nice one!
We need 14 of these guys to just melt away.
Yeah. Stop it for just a second. Oh my god, they won't get in the fucking water though. When the faces get so close, yeah, that's one thing that they've always done in this game.
That was awesome!
That's like kind of annoying. Oh my god. This is... How are you missing zombies right in front of your fucking face? Explain it to me. Like, Jesus.
Holy shit! I need popcorn.
God, you dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. Oh my god. Why will you not go? This is annoying as fuck.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Hey, no big deal, but I think you just dropped your crown back there. Damn! Woo!
We did it.
Yeah, I know, because I couldn't get my fucking stamina back.
Caustic X is pretty effective. Meet you back in the ballroom. I'm on my way there now.
I'm back to the ballroom.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, so that chest is here.
Yes.
Caustic what? Oh, you blew up the barrel.
Okay, so then we just do this. We still can't unlock it though? It needs pool. Oh, it's poolside. Okay, poolside container. Okay, because I was like, is that? Because I knew it was a biohazard. So we still didn't find. No, we did find the biohazard key. Remember?
Yeah, but
anyways,
it wasn't the poolside.
No,
one.
I know, but that's the one I was trying to explain to you when I was trying to explain which one I thought it was. That was the one that I was talking about. When I was like, I think it's this one. And you were like, I don't know what that means, pink. And I was like, okay. This is what I think it is. This door? Yes, this door. Alright, ravioli. Just laying out bitches. Honestly, that's the best part. I love chopping their feet off so they can't run and they just like, or I guess their legs, chopping their legs out.
Ask me for help with your science experiments anytime.
Now I know it works. It should be simple to causticify a weapon for maximum melting instead of using acid.
Causticify, because that's
Until I do,
absolutely 100% a word.
To the victor, go the torch.
We already have a
I'm gonna have fun with this.
caustic weapon.
Do we?
I'll head back to the canals and apply what we found
We
here.
have fire and we have electricity.
We're all
And then
in
we
an
have...
I have a
arms race
caustic
now,
weapon.
and we have to win it.
Caustic X bomb. Okay. Get him and her entourage ready. Alright, so do we have any more side quests? Oh, here's the courier. I got the courier key. Military courier. Here we go. So here's this one. Yeah. What's this? Relentless military axe. Okay.
Oh wait, we got a new curveball.
Yeah.
I wish you could hold more than 2 at a time. Just because we're getting so many, and they're so useful for different things.
Yeah. Guess what? What, driver? Tell me. I ordered another driver drink tonight. That's what I'm calling it. I'm calling it the driver. Chicken butt? Oh my god, you got me. Oh my god, you got me. Bamboozled.
Does that do damage to us? Oh, it does. Okay, okay. The X bomb does damage to both of us.
Oh, okay. Well, so we just have to keep that in mind. Alright, so... Do we have any more side quests?
Alright, so I feel like we should... which 2 would you like to carry? And then I'll carry the other 2 for now.
I like the water bomb. And I will keep... I guess I'll keep the pipe bomb, so I'll just keep the 2 I have on.
I will use then the bait and
The caustic.
Wait, we have 2 of them. We have the chem bomb and then we have the caustic bomb.
Well, what is the chem bomb?
It flicks soggy. Oh wait, that's the one you have.
Yeah, the
Never
water
mind.
bomb. Yeah.
Caustic. Alright, I got caustic and the lure.
Wait, that didn't remove it off myself? Oh, I guess I didn't technically touch myself with it. Okay. Alright, so I guess now we just have to decide if we're gonna continue the story. I mean, that's really our only option.
There's nothing else to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a thing here. The dirtiest job.
Alright, so I guess we'll head back and start that one. How is she immune to physical damage?
Oh, I was killing her. Like finishing her.
Oh.
The finisher.
Oh,
You
okay.
completely missed. Hilarious.
I did. I don't know, like, it just, like, went over his head, or I don't know what happened. This game is flawless. 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 F for flawless. Flawless. No, I don't want to talk shit because I actually really am liking it. Those faces look like a flaw. No, that's mean. I'm not gonna say that. My face looks like a flaw. Meh.
Oh my god, you. Wait, are you using the chem bomb? Oh no, the chem dude can also kill his own, like, other zombies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is very interesting. Break my sword already, thank you. Next. Not the gun. There we go. Aww, gross. Thanks, Brilliant. Even though it's not true.
What'd you hit?
Dude who ran at me?
There's nothing there.
Yes,
For me.
there is.
Oh. Oh, I lagged so hard. I'm so far away from you now.
Holy shit. Oh, I'm about to die. Now all of China knows we're here. Oh, he's gonna blow up. He's gonna blow up. Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Okay, let's go. Oops, wrong redeem. It's fine. They cost the same. Oh wait, you can redeem now? Wait, are you on PC or are you still on mobile? On PC. Gotcha. I see. I understand. I understand. Oop. Travel to Blair? Yes. Go to Blair. We go to Blair. A hydrate? I have a little bit of coffee left. Remember when I did buy pine cone. I did it.
You
I did
missed
it right then.
Yeah, missed it.
Are you just saying, like, because you already redeemed something? Yeah, no, I knew you already redeemed something, but it was just like, no, I know, but it was just like, it just, like, occurred to me that, like, you had said earlier that you couldn't redeem. So it was more like, oh, did mobile fix itself? Or are you PC, or are on your PC? At PC, gotcha. Yeah, that was more what it was. It was like, oh yeah, that's right, you said you couldn't before, so you can now. So what's changed? And it was PC. It was the pizza. the wrong way. Caterpie escapade.
Like, this house is so insane, and I can only imagine that there are IRL similar houses to this. It's so
Yeah,
mind-boggling.
probably.
It's so, like, surreal.
It really is crazy when you think
To
about
my
it.
economic status versus this.
That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine being this rich.
I cannot.
Like,
I literally
yeah.
cannot.
I know.
That's how poor I am. I can't imagine being this rich.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't even know what to do with all of this space. A revolver? Oh, it's just gonna start dropping firearms now.
Cool. Oh, they kind of suck. So, well, maybe we haven't tried the right one because you can upgrade them. So.
Yeah. I chopped her arms and her head off in one swoop.
Let me try this nail gun. Why not?
Holy shit! Where'd you get it from?
Hold on. Let me. Oh, or not.
Sorry. He was in my face.
Oh, bad.
Sorry.
Alright, we'll try this nail gun out. This looks funny as fuck.
Come in. There.
Oh, here it is. Oh, this nail gun is... The nail gun is way better than the assault rifle.
That's funny. There's a screamer here. Why me?
Destroyed.
Why'd you scream at me? Oh, a hunting knife. A blue one. I can pick it up though. Yeah, when we get back to Emma's house, I have to use the vendor guy and start selling some shit. Did you see Astra nail that zombie?
You didn't see shit.
I saw all the shit.
All the poop.
I saw the poop.
Oh, let's try it out with this thing.
Yo, oh, it chunks his health away. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this thing is cracked. Oh, I have a little ammo left. But still, it's, like, destructive.
It's not bad, actually. It's really not bad.
I'm sure with upgrades, it's gonna be dope.
Yeah.
Oh, now the zombies are more military-like.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna blow up. He's gonna blow up.
I opened the door.
Nice. Nice.
Wait,
Oh, I think we went the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's okay. There's another door. Wait. There's not a door, but there's a cooler to boot. Yes, there's.
I told you I would. Hey, you see me now?
I'm gonna still use. I don't think I'm gonna use you. Oh, just picked up a knife.
Yeah, I need to sell stuff. Okay. Sell to you. Let's see. What do I not like? I don't like heavy stuff. So I don't like you. You can go.
Yeah, I don't like the heavy.
Yeah.
It's sad because feel like the heavies are gonna be really powerful.
Well, I feel like the heavies are gonna be good for people who
This
do
dude straight up
heavy.
sells handguns and shotguns. Now.
That's what I'm saying. Like now, like we're gonna start getting them now because they're like drops in the world now.
Right.
Alright, let me get my loot out of here. Unclaimed.
A pistol.
Holy shit. Alright, so.
Shotgun. Tactical demolition.
This. We're just gonna do all the greens first. Then we'll do all the red, or all the. What do you call it after that? Alright. Okay. Let's sell all these greens. We don't need them. Sell. Wait, is this everything on us, or is this everything that's in our storage as well?
No, it's on you, which sucks. They should have just made it, like you said, everything that's
In
like
our
with
storage,
you.
yeah.
Yeah. Because then you gotta just keep coming back to sell stuff.
Yeah.
Which is doom.
Which is kind of annoying.
Alright, I'm not using these bad boys, so I'll sell them. No.
I like this. wait, no, I lied. Let's go back. Alright, so sell all these.
I wish you could just sell. Oh, they have a ranged impactor mod here too.
Yeah, I got it on the table. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Gotta keep being turned around and back, and then you. Okay, so I need to. Oh, there's a text box. Oh no, hold on. I want to do this. 81. 81. 75. 66. 66. 66. 63, 60, 51. Okay, so these three on the bottom gotta go because they're the least.
I feel like I'm just gonna scrap some stuff so I don't have to go back and forth, but I will sell the more like expensive stuff.
See, it didn't keep it in my organization there, it's annoying.
Yeah, the UI could have been better.
Yeah, like I just wish it kept my stuff like how I keep it, how I have it organized. But,
Yeah, that too. That too.
Okay, bye. Still rounds, nice, okay. Fuses. You have 2 fuses to sell me? Thank you. Alright, so you've got a shotgun? Probably not.
I do have a shotgun.
No, I meant the guy. The guy has a shotgun to sell to me, and I probably don't want it.
Oh, you don't want it?
Nah, I don't really like shotguns, even in like regular games.
Right. I'll increase reload speed, but not for that much.
So this one's modded, this one's not modded. I like this one, I think.
Okay, so I'll keep.
Okay. It's modded. This one's not modded. Let's go.
Let me check this knife out.
Okay, like that one. Let's see what else we've got that I can mod. This one's pretty sweet, actually. Let's make this an electric. And then we like this one. Nope, and we like this one. Okay. 4 mods are available for this one. Ooh. Let's do this one. And this one. Nope, this one. Okay, so everything should be modded, except for this one's not modded, but that's fine. Okay, repair everything. Repair everything. Actually, I think I'm gonna sell these thingies just because I don't like them. Where are they? Here they are. Sell those. Okay, so now... Okay, are we good? I am gonna pee. Actually, I'm gonna wait till my food gets here and then I'm gonna pee at the same time.
Yeah, I think I'm good to go.
Okay. Oh, we have to find Emma. We have to find Emma. Wait,
they're all in the him.
The him. What you got? I got Sanic, as always.
Let me repair stuff then.
I tried something different though this time, and I got like the steak sandwich, which I haven't tried yet. So we're gonna see. Steak and cheese, Sammy.
All right, you're all here. Oh, mierda.
Damn, man. How long you been bit?
Or okay.
Wait, he got bit after we rescued him?
We got to deal with this right now.
Damn.
Go check on Andreas.
Ah, he's gonna turn.
Yeah.
This ain't
Fuck.
no game, Emma. You know what's gonna happen to him. The same thing that happens to all of them. Now let me.
This is my house. It is my rules, Sam. Go.
If he so much as twitches funny, you.
Damn, Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, do I get to keep the handgun though?
Michael, what happened?
Fine.
You're not fine. I'll get you help, okay?
Emma, it's time.
Don't even think about it.
Don't they turn like instantly though?
Yeah, like we saw it
Only
before.
this.
He's gonna turn like right now. Look, he's gonna literally turn right now.
You don't know that.
He's turning right now.
The 2019 Best Supporting Actress Romero goes to...
Oh, my lucky charm. This is why you left.
Emma.
Don't do it.
I got the special blood.
Don't do it.
Zombie proof. I just feel it.
Don't do it.
Yes. Yes, you have the special blood.
Zombie
You're
proof.
going to get
Oh
through
my.
this. Michael.
Oh,
Michael.
he's gonna bite her right now in the hand.
Michael, please wake up. Please.
Okay, get away from him now.
Fuck you! Why do you get to be the special one, huh? Who the fuck are you?
Shoot her.
Emma.
Really?
Get out of my house.
She's gonna kill herself?
Probably.
Is she gonna kill herself?
Probably. Come on, dude. He straight up turned right there.
Can we go
Let me
in?
look.
Michael. Zombie Michael. He was going
He's
to
just
bite
there.
Emma. She's really pissed. I'm sorry, Madrecita.
Oh, you
I
call
have
her
to go.
Madrecita? Call her
Wait, where is she?
Madrecita.
Oh, she's out
Right
here.
here.
Madrecita.
Huddle up.
Huddle
Huddle.
up. Huddle up.
Emma can't do this.
Andrea.
Don't go.
I gotta. Sam's tough. He'll keep you safe.
Sam! You think there's room for me and my family in his apocalypse fantasy?
True.
Once he gets inside them as panties, we're all fucked.
Hey, there you go. Shit been way too loose around here. Martin almost bit Emma.
Michael!
Right. Now on, no one goes outside except me.
Says you. Move out of the way.
I keep saying, don't trust those fucks. You're better off here.
Yes. Stay.
I'm immune and they want me for a vaccine. You think I'm gonna lock myself indoors?
Okay, learn the hard way. I got one last tip for you.
Uh-huh.
When I had to get around Banoi, I used the sewers. I ain't saying they're safe, but you can line them up.
Uh-huh.
Line them up.
We'll be back.
Tangla in chat,
Emma's
guys.
pretty shook up. How about you fix her some of that motherfucking Yorkshire pudding
Okay.
shit she
That's
likes?
rude, but okay.
This is the end.
You'll be okay, Madrecita.
What I call her abuelita.
Madrecita. She's like so
Sewers,
disappointed
you
in me.
better not be gross.
Like all the
I
time.
mean, too gross.
Like she's just I'm just
Follow
full
this.
of disappointment for Madrecita over there apparently.
Is it locked now? We're no longer welcome? Oh, we can still go in there.
We're no longer welcome. Oh no.
Oh no, we can't. We can't. We're
can't go
locked
in?
out. No.
No! We'll never get back in and get the rest of the treasure.
What other treasure? There's no
I
more
don't know.
treasure in there.
Yeah, wasn't there one more
No,
safe
no,
in
no,
there?
no.
I
Don't
don't
worry about
know,
it.
man.
Don't worry about it. We're going to the sewers, baby.
You just slid in the blood. Like
No.
specifically in the blood.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did. Yes, you did. You're so gross.
No.
You're so gross. Oh,
No, I didn't.
jeez. Yes, you
Oh,
did.
this is where I tried to go last time.
Yeah, and you couldn't
but
go.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
Oh wait, how do I? Ow.
Fucking get wrecked.
Another goddamn knife. I'm just getting knives all.
Oh shit, this is a big boy.
Come on, blow! Oh, I almost had him. Oh, you definitely had him, though.
I did hit him. It did no damage. Ooh, I jumped too early on that one. Okay. Oh, they're eating the other dead zombies?
Oh no, I threw a
Oh, you threw a bait?
Yeah. Yeah, the bait is super
Nice.
good to
Yeah,
use.
I know. I love the bait's pretty sweet.
Oh, come on.
Hello. Head into the stinking tunnel. Nice. Alright.
Here we go.
Gross.
Trusting you on this one, Sam.
Yeah, a little bit deeper. Oh, well, I'm assuming guns would be good here?
Maybe.
Well, it would have been good if I had taken it out quicker. Oh, I hear him.
Gross.
Oh, it is gross. Oh, careful behind us.
Yeah. Where is the pulsing coming from on like the shotgun ones? Like I know like they're electrocuted, but like how?
I think it says it's a mystery in the Zombidia. So, like they don't know how it generates the electricity.
Interesting.
But it's
I mean, they could have even been like static charge or something. Like they could have tried.
No.
Nope, I missed apparently.
No, going back this time. I thought the sewers was gonna be like a fast travel unlock.
I did too. I'm not gonna lie, but actually, while we're like safe for like 2 seconds, I just really have to pee. I was gonna try to wait for my food, but I gotta go.
All right. I will. Do not worry. Do not worry. Alright, chat. I'm not going to protect her. Oh, we wait a little bit more. Oh, you got it. Oh. Yes. Oh, there's the little shocky on the water.
Okay, my food was here while I went downstairs to use the bathroom. So, we're good. Okay, let's go.
I don't know if we can go through.
Why did you zap yourself?
Because there was a hole there. I'm pretty sure we could have gone through, even if we shocked ourselves.
Someone there?
Oh, this is a new zombie.
Hey.
Ew.
Oh, that is disgusting. I thought it was its balls. Wait, it said help me. It said help me.
Who are you?
Clearly.
Quick, get inside!
Patton.
Patton. Oh. Patton. A new weapon though, that's cool.
Hi, Nix.
Dude, that was fucking awesome.
Did it go up? Did it go up? I didn't see.
Up my sleeve. Oh, I'm Patton.
Carla, I owe you, man.
Hey, no need. Just glad I got to you on time.
The fuck were those guys?
Beats me. Bursters, I call them.
Bursters.
Like walking bombs.
Nice.
A defective. Wow, bro lives luxury.
Oh, it's okay.
He's got weed here.
Oh, hi. Hi,
Cool.
Nix.
Oh, shit, sorry. It's a mass maid's day off.
Maid's
I
day
love
off?
it. How long you been fixing it up?
Oh, how long? Yeah,
He doesn't know.
long time.
Look at his face
Oh,
though.
he's all burnt up.
Oh, after the war, people didn't like my face.
Yeah, screw the haters, bro. You were in the army?
Gulf War. I flew helicopters.
Why isn't Patton one of the playable
Bird got
characters?
shot
I
down.
don't know. Same reason Ricky's not a playable character, I guess.
I mean, Ricky, I get.
Could have been
Come
a
on.
lot worse.
The Patton?
You're into
Come on.
movies, huh?
Bro's got
No, why?
modes.
Because of...
Yeah, man, no shit, huh? I like the movies. I get a little bit, obsessed maybe sometimes. Oh, you like horror movies?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, why don't we watch Omen to Kill, man? Omen to Kill, only one of the greatest movies ever made. I've only seen it like
Is he gonna be like a crazy guy we're gonna have to kill?
Oh,
I was just
no.
with him.
Are we gonna have to kill
Saved your
Patton?
life.
No fucking way. I'm
I
We're gonna
feel like
ha-
we're
how many copies of
She
the
like,
badge do you
I
think
hear
is on that
she's
shelf?
really great.
Oh my god, look at that
Great at
shit.
getting everyone to
I know.
kiss her.
All copies
hey,
of the
mistress.
badge.
They need a badass like you at her place. You could really help out.
What? No. Why would I do that?
Bro's
This is my
obsessed.
home.
Look at that
It's cool
shit.
as shit, but
I
who wants
know.
to stay in the same place forever?
Look, I really want to watch Omen to Kill, man. Huh? That's a really great movie. Come on, sit yourself down. I'm gonna find the DVD. It was here somewhere. I was only watching it the other day. Where is Omen to Kill? Yeah, found it.
It still works. Damn.
Does it?
Come on. Will you please watch it with me?
Sorry, man. There's a doctor in Santa Monica, and he needs me for a vaccine.
How's everyone?
get
I'm
through
doing really good, Nix. How about yourself? How was
Baby.
your weekend?
I mean, it's a long way.
Hope you had a nice
I
one.
got time to kill.
I could, yeah, maybe I could, just, just,
Just let me out, man.
I'm sorry, I really need to watch Omen to Kill.
Aw.
Hey,
It's like
no biggie. Self-care
Lost
is
it.
important, right?
You want to follow the signs for the Venice storm tank?
Hey,
Venice
weekend
storm
was
tank.
meh.
Sounds exciting.
Sorry, it was meh.
Stay cool, man.
Hey, what are you doing? Calm down. Stop bothering her.
Oh, we're in a new area now.
Okay. Brentwood sewers.
Oh, we're in a different district now, though.
Uncommon
We got
ranged
so many
electric
areas
mod.
still. Wait. Oh. We still had so much stuff to go, like,
There's the storm tank.
like we left a lot of safes
Too
back there.
too cold to really do anything. Shopping was a dud? Oh, that's a bummer. That makes me sad for you, Nyx, honestly.
Los Angeles.
Hey, Doc. Carla.
Yeah, go ahead.
Change of plan. It's just me. I'm coming through the sewers.
The sewers?
Not gonna lie, it stinks so bad, but I should run into less trouble this way.
I hope you're right. When you reach Santa Monica, head for the Sterling Hotel on Ocean Avenue. I'll be waiting.
Never gonna wash this out.
Sterling Hotel? Okay.
Dude, don't slide in it. Gross. God, I would quite literally rather die than do this. Like, if this was IRL and they're like, you have to go through the sewers, I'd be like, okay, I'm dead.
Another exploder.
Shit. Oh, hold on, let me throw my thing.
No, he's gonna kill
No, I
himself.
know.
Yep.
But then let me throw. Oh, okay. It did the water anyway. Oh wait, no, this is caustic, so we have to turn this off and turn this on. Yeah.
Alright, we gotta be careful of those bloaters.
Until Colorado's good femme shopping, but I'd like to bring new stuff before my road trip to Colorado. Yeah, that's true. You don't want to like depend on the possibility of finding something while you're there.
There's something in the water.
I know. He's crawling.
So he's a walking.
He's a crawling. And then they float when they die? Okay. So that's where we're supposed to go. So let's look over here real quick.
Praise the sluice?
Sluice? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that word is. I don't know how to say it. Alright, there's just a little bit here. Nothing really.
I gave it my best shot.
Alright, how do we open this?
We're here.
Just locked, it says?
Oh, this is locked 100%.
Kind of
Yeah.
blockage in the main septic tank?
Oh, I
need
did it?
to get
Okay.
to the
What the hell? Did you get a card?
hydrostatic management system.
I just got
Oh,
the...
you rebalance. the thing. Oh god. How are we supposed to get in there? There's a valve in there, but oh, here's the thing. Oh no! Oh yeah, I want to raise the water pipe level.
Okay, so now it's 45. Needs to be 111.
Oh, but it only opens briefly.
Bye-bye.
This thing for a while.
Okay.
Oh, you shut it off. Okay, leave it at that for now.
Leave it on?
Or is it time? It's timed. Is it timed?
It's on. I can turn it off. Can we turn it off?
No. You turned off the whatever it is, the acid. All right, I have the valve.
Okay,
that
so
goes
this one's
here.
20.
All right, what do we need to do to start? 10.
So
We need
there's
10.
45, and then there's 20.
20. Oh, here's 10.
Gotta
Alright,
get
I
the
did 10.
numbers to match the right pressure.
We know 40, 75. So
what
we
does this one
need
change?
45 and 20.
Closed after a second.
Hit that one.
I did.
Oh, okay, wait.
So you have to hold it, I think.
We did it, and then we just need the 45.
Okay. So which one is that?
It's the one right here. Wait, are you hitting one?
No.
Why is it saying 55 when I hit it?
Because it's
Oh,
probably
because
this
the
one
10
changing.
The 10. No, the 10 is on. No, this one. No, stop. Hold on.
I'm not touching
Is
anything.
the, no, I thought you were using this one. Sorry. The 10 is on. We gotta turn it off. And then hit the 45. There we go.
45? This is 20.
We did it. We got it.
That sluice gate should open now.
Or bar boat. What did he say?
Oh,
He said it.
there's
He
a-
said the word.
Oh, the shotgun is cracked for like an emergency. I got it.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah. Like emergency, 100%
These are
shotgun.
locked. How do they unlock these things in here? There has to be like a sewer master key or
Main
something.
septic tank's almost drained.
Defend
What about,
yourself. Great. I love that for us.
Oh, here they come, the runners. Oh, just electrocute the water. Poke that thing in the water. Oh, I don't think it reaches that far, does it? Whoa! Oh! That was cool. Do it again.
I have to pick it up first.
Oh, we got more Zombiepedia stuff? Alright, well, while you do that, what are the dudes called? Oh, we got Apex variants? Oh, they're called Slobbers and Bursters. Alright, well, we still haven't killed enough of them, so I don't know where it is. Oh god, oh god. A catch. Okay, well, that works too, I guess.
I suppose.
Yep. Oh, my knife is stuck on it now.
Yeah, it'll when it blows up, I think.
I got a new Slayer card, let's go.
I got a special attack skill card.
Alright, let's see.
Oh, these are open now.
I got a Slayer. Where's this?
Technician's key.
I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying.
Wire. Oh, here. Alright, so does that mean that the other one across? Yeah, the other one across is open now, too. So we can go to this one, too. Oh, wait. No. Where's the other one that was locked? Are these ones over here? The ones on the end? Can we get in these ones now? No, not that one. No,
did they open?
The one across did. I'm looking at this one, did.
The one across?
This one opened over here, yeah.
Oh. Well, can I do what you did with the thing?
If you have an electric one, yeah. Just not while I'm in the water.
I will then leave.
Okay.
Well, no, nothing's in the water now. So, well, nothing's in the water. It didn't work. Aw. Maybe I didn't do it right. Way more.
Ooh, a nightstick. Why is he standing here like a creep?
He couldn't open he couldn't open the door.
Alright, so now we go in here. Eat. Okay. Let's go. Ooh, don't touch the stuff.
What is all this crap?
Don't touch the stuff. Icky. Icky.
Out of sight, out of mind, eh?
Ooh, this is nasty. This. Oh shit. Okay. Where's the traps though? Can I kick you into here? Oh shit. That would have been amazing if I did.
Oh, nice. Oh, but it's alive.
That was amazing. Wait, you're in sludge? Nice. Oh, I got a thingy. Oh, so we can turn this off? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Maybe we need it later?
Yeah, just
here then.
keep it with you. We probably need it sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish looting and stuff.
Oh, there's slobbers.
Ooh, I'm getting poisoned. Oh, Dad, thank you for the alert.
Oh.
There's a purple machete over here. I need it.
No. What you need is to get over here now. I called dibs on this one.
I have a purple tactical sword. What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Call dibs on
Don't worry
blood.
about what I mean. Don't worry about what I mean. Don't worry about what I mean or not.
Well, I am worried.
No, don't worry about it.
Oh, Molotov? Is that what you call dibs on?
I did. Oh god. The Molotov sucks. I called dibs on something that sucks.
Well, now you have to use it.
I am.
Dad, thank you so much for the lurk. I don't know if I said it. Did I say it? I think I said it. Did I say it?
I probably used it on not so good terrain.
I don't even know. Alright, I have a thing. But I do not know what to use it for. Mick Awful, hello, welcome in. How are you?
That far?
So let me see. That seems silly to be holding on to this thing so far.
Yeah.
Just say good. I'm also just good. No, I'm having a great time with this game so far. Been curious. I'm really enjoying it. If you liked the first one, you will like this one. If you didn't like the first one, I feel like this one may change some people's mind about the first one. I am really having a fun time. I'm honestly having a blast. Okay, so we already went through this way. It takes a lot of the first game, and I don't want to say makes it better, because obviously it's 2023, so there's a lot of things about video games in general that are just changed and just different. But it, oh my god. At its heart and soul, it's absolutely still Dead Island, you know? It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. Oh, we need a breaker.
Trying to keep this shit locked up.
I've not seen a single breaker.
I haven't seen a breaker either, but we've been above a lot. We haven't been really down much. Oh, I'm probably right over here. Oh shit, I just touched the goo. I just touched the goo. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's... Oh shit, I just picked that up. Okay. Oh, I dropped it already. Nice. Pick this up. Might buy it depending on what I see here. I probably will. You should. You should. I'm a little far. I don't know if you care about spoilers. Like, I'm not sure total story-wise how far we are, but we're about 15 hours in, give or take. I have the circuit. Oh, underneath. And then we'll have, yeah.
Oh, there's a
There's
pusher.
a big guy. I see him. All right, I'll put this down here.
I used them all off. He's don't do the fire. He's
I didn't touch anything. It was these that blew up next to me.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Astro, stop. Oh, he followed you? Did he really just walk right through the fire?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah, but he's almost dead though. We got him.
Nice. So there are different variants of zombies, like there was in the first one that has like different strengths and weaknesses. So there's a lot that they really kind of took, not inspiration, because obviously it's a sequel, but they didn't change a lot of, you know, the already functioning. Oh wait, why did you go this way?
Don't worry about it.
Stop saying don't worry about it.
Why?
Because I'm clearly worried about it.
No, don't worry about it.
Oh my god, where'd my circuit go? I dropped it. It's flying all
No,
over the place.
no,
Alright,
don't worry about it.
Can you release the flames so I can leave,
Oh,
please?
you want me to release the flame? Oh, I'll release.
I will not get there we go. Same. Honestly, make awful. Same. Spoilers only bother me if like they're blatant. You know, like when somebody comes in, they're like, oh, this does this, and I'm like, well, you're a piece of garbage. Thank you. But yeah, like just like watching somebody stream that's a little bit further ahead of me, like I won't remember it. Like somebody came in and ruined The Last of Us Part 2,
That's
like
not a good sign.
within the first hour of me playing, and I was like, that's
The main
shitty. Why would you do that?
Not creepy at all.
Open the
Open the
giant
gate
gate
to
to
hell.
hell. Alright, hold on, let's loot before we open.
Oh, I
You did it anyway?
put the switch, but it's okay. We can still loot. Not peacefully, but we can still loot.
Opens from the other side. Hello from the other side. It's locked.
But there's a little crate here.
Yes. I got
With a heavy revolver?
You got a heavy
What the fuck
revolver?
is this?
Well, how do we get over there?
We walk?
No, over here.
Over where?
Oh, when you get in? Hold on. There's a... What? There's another doorway, like... There's another... Like...
There's zombies
chest
behind,
over
like, going for you?
For me? No.
Yeah, it's just there.
No, there's not.
Okay, well,
Oh.
what do you call this?
I was like, they literally weren't. It's kind of rare trait for streamers. I try. I really try. I might take, like, at most, I might take a minute or two, but I really try. Of course it's Cynic. Can you see it back there? Driver, did you not hear me say that I got the driver drink? That's what I'm calling it now. I'm calling it the driver. I got it. I got it just for you. I got it just for you. How's it today? It's better than it was yesterday. It's better than it was yesterday. You do well, I mean it. Thank you. Thank you, Mick Awful. Honestly, thank you. Streaming is a hobby with passion, I guess I should say. Like, it's not my job, but I treat it like one, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, it really means a lot to me when people enjoy themselves and... Oh, shit, there's a guy here. Fuck. Okay.
Everywhere.
Shit.
Oh, we gotta run for it.
Yeah, I'm trying. It really means a lot to me when people enjoy themselves and enjoy being here, and feel welcome here. So that means a lot that you are new here and you already feel that way. You know. Back to school. What? Loves you. Loves you. Be a good little bean. Oh, I want this sword. Shit, I want this sword. I'm full. Fuck. I have to wait for it to drop because I can't stop. It's fine. Just go. Just go. I have to get it.
You can get it in the yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll just get it in the drop.
Yeah.
So where do we go here?
It's a run for it. I don't know.
I know, but I'm trying to figure out like where we're supposed to be running here.
Oh, there's something here. There's something
I
here.
can't
By the
see
way.
anything.
Workplace incident report.
Really? You found us collectible in all this? Oh
Yeah.
my god! Where
Over
is
here,
it?
over here, over here. Right? This
I see
corner?
it. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, nice. Makes sense. I used
Oh,
to
it's
treat it the
that.
same way. I've been on hiatus for most of 2023. Ah! Wish I didn't walk into that. I have been known to take a couple mental health breaks from time to time. Ouch is...
How do we...
Ouch is right. I ran into that.
Alright,
So
is
I
it
think we
this
go
way?
this
Oh,
way.
it is this way.
Yeah,
it
it's
is this
this
way.
way. I started to go this way and I turned back around for the collectible. Just don't... Yeah, I wouldn't even fight. Unless we absolutely need to. Stop being slow-mo for me.
And yep. Oh, there's a
Wait,
thing down there.
I know. How
Where?
do we get it? Oh, down?
Where?
Okay, I see. Yeah. Nice.
Another heavy revolver? I can't. I'm gonna
A
like.
pole saw that's losing its mind. Okay, nice.
This is Dr. Reed.
You could call it a mental health break.
It's fucking
I just meant like in general. Like I know a lot of people take breaks for whatever reason, but I have been. I don't know how to I don't know how to put it in words. Not taking it less seriously because that's not accurate, but I've been like holding myself like to like a less higher standard, like allowing myself to take a night off if I like really don't feel like it or whatever, which I used to be like, nope, it's a stream night, you have to stream, and now I'm more like, I really am not in the best headspace to be streaming, so I won't stream, you know. So I've kind of like put a little bit, I'm peeking around a corner like an idiot, a little bit less pressure on myself, if that makes sense.
Are you peeking?
No, I get exactly what you meant, Mick Awful. I get exactly what you meant. I just didn't want to assume like, oh,
Michael?
they said they're on a break. It's got to be a mental health break. Like I was just clarifying. Like I didn't mean to. I guess.
Oh, we did a little loop around. Look. we're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
up
Remember I told you this is the door and it goes the other way? Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah.
It's a loop. Yeah, so we go back this way. This way. Okay. Why am I doing a peek? Because I'm dumb and because I tried to peek around like an idiot. Like, ooh. Look around
Well,
the
there's a
corners.
cable there, but there's nothing to electrocute him with.
We have water bombs, or I have water bombs. Like this.
Oh well, he's not coming.
Oh, he will. Oh, because he's stunned. There you go. Now he's not stunned anymore. There you go.
Yes,
Oh! What this? Fuse. I have fuse.
Oh.
Oh, look at that. I like how fuses are essentially like shivs from like The Last of Us.
Yeah.
Like if you don't. Oh, it's another purple? A purple bow staff?
Are you
Let's
getting
go.
purple now? Wow.
Are you not getting purples yet?
No, it's probably because you're level.
Oh, it might be my level, yeah. Just you can go. This game is not 60% keyboard friendly, I'm just saying. There's a lot of function buttons that you have to use in this game, which is kind of annoying for me.
You could probably do better with a controller.
Are you saying I'm doing bad?
I meant with the keys.
I'm fucking with you.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Am I?
You are not.
Am I? The world will never know.
The world does know. Oh, we're so 100% gonna fall down there. It's a boss arena down there.
No, I don't want to fight in the poo.
Ooh, creaky.
It's worse than poo. It's people.
Poople.
Just gotta take it easy.
Yep.
Nope.
You jinxed us.
What do you mean? I called it 100%.
Good controls make all the difference. It's just me. Trust me. It's just me. What? Who? Hello?
You are.
Oh, why on the fucking feet?
Looking for you.
Hey, lady. Do I know you?
Know me more than you realize.
You're
Let's do this weird conversation.
creepy. Oh my god, you're a fucking creep.
You feel that pulsing in your marrow.
Oh.
Am I like turned on?
Promise.
Oh. Am I?
Your logo
Oh,
here.
Look, I don't know who the fuck you are, but I gotta go.
This
There's
is
a doctor in Santa Monica waiting on me
a
and my
twist.
immune blood.
You've got your eyes wide shut, clinging to the edge of the pool, too afraid of drowning. I'm gonna have to help you let go.
The fuck are you? Whoa! Hold on!
You're gonna like.
Why'd that one part fall off? Oh, it was the side. Oh, this is that frenzy. Now we're gonna get the frenzy thing.
Oh. Rage?
feel,
Yeah, we're gonna
right?
get rage. Yeah. Rip them apart.
Rip 'em apart.
With my hands?
What is this? Freaking Doom? Rip and tear until it is done. Oh, I like this.
Yeah, no, this is essentially rage from the first game.
Rip and tear. Rah, 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 rah.
But no, make awful just to I guess clarify, because it's not really clarifying. I use a 60% keyboard, so I don't have like the F buttons across the top, like the function buttons.
8. Yeah.
And your crafting menu
6.
uses the function button, so for me it's just kind of annoying. It's not necessarily bad controls, it's just not 60% keyboard friendly. Alright, Fury mode.
Fury mode.
Okay. Fury's mode, press G to enter Fury, unleash your inner zombie. Okay, interesting. Same.
Press
Okay.
G.
Blood
Report
rush.
anything standing in your way.
Slay zombies and perform counterattacks to build Fury.
Alright.
Okay.
What counters? I dodge. I don't do counters. I'm assuming. Oh, I know what the counters are.
Or. I think it's or.
No. The count. They're like, so you block. That's not the counter. The counter is the thing that I told you about the finisher.
Yeah.
Or you have to block perfectly to get him to like, so you can grab him.
Y'all.
I'll
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Like, it's not necessarily bad controls. It's just I use a 60% keyboard because my desk is a little bit on the smaller side. So I don't have the function buttons.
How do you then? What are you pressing?
I have to actually like hit F. Like I have a function button, like actually a physical function
I'm gonna go F
button,
like 1.
and then I have to hit function 1, function 2, function 3, etc. So when you're trying to do quick, like it's hard because you have to take your hand off the mouse to hit your function button or move your other hand across.
Now energy drinks give and they just straight up give you one. Nice.
Helps you
Energy
handicap
drinks-
without the keys. Yeah, you get used to it. I think I get
Energy
used
drinks
to it.
give fury.
Oh, do they? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Nice. So can you just drink? Oh, so you can just drink them even when you're full on health. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
Are you gonna get up? No, they're giving us a lot of energy drinks though.
Okay, they were trying to build our fury up, I guess. Back, sorry? No, you're good, you're good. You're good, Poorly. You know you don't have to apologize
Venice
for
Beach.
that. Ooh, what is that?
So connected.
Oh, so we're in Venice Beach now.
Yeah.
Venice Beach. Survive, kill, rebirth,
That's more
slay,
like it.
feed, fury, angel, meat, devil. Okay.
Meat?
Meat, but not like meat, like nice to meet you. Meat, like eating meat. Which I think is a little bit weirder, honestly. Was scrimmin'? Why you scrim? No, you scrim neither. That's my favorite part is the dropkick, honestly. It's so
Oh,
fun.
this one zombie. What the
It's
hell
so
is this?
fun.
Oh, it's a screamer. That's why I was like,
Yeah,
what the hell?
she's so strong.
I no more messing around.
I will scrim. No scrim. I scrim. We all scrim for ice scrim.
Oh, we're in a safe room.
Oh, that's a safe room.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very
Ranged
nice.
liquidator mod.
Ooh, in case you want to use ranged, which I don't use. I want to use some of my purples though. Yeah. Can I mod my purple? Yes, I can. Let's go. See, like that's an example right there. You have to do. Wow. I just tripped over my words so hard. You have to use F2 to open the mod menu. Is what I was trying to say. Oh shit, what did I just do? I can't use it yet. Okay. Oh, I don't have the stuff. Oh. A bow staff? I feel like the bow staff is kind of hit or miss, if I'm being completely honest. I trip from words all the time. It's bad. I feel like it's worse when I'm streaming for some reason. I'll start talking and then I'll be like, and it's just, the words just keep coming and I don't know what happens. It's just, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. And it's just like, what even was that? And I'm like, I don't know. I literally, like, I don't even know.
What the hell?
Oh no. Oh, unclaimed property. Garbage. Let's go. I'm good to go if you're good.
I'm still.
Is the same for me. Worse when streaming, but I am dumb foreign, so you have a valid excuse. Where are you from, McAwful? You're Norwegian, are ya? Very nice. I feel like Norway's a place that would be really nice to visit. But I'm a poor dumb American and I can't afford to travel. You were in the US a couple weeks ago? Business or pleasure?
Didn't even say anything about that, huh?
About what?
That they were in the US. Despicable.
Despicable. Pleasure, but it was kind of a night. Welcome to the United States.
Thanks for the tip.
Long
Sam.
story, you don't have to share. I was just curious if you were here to hang out, because
Hello, sweet sunlight.
I recommend not.
Let's go.
Got the true U.S. experience. If my ass go part, I am born and raised in the northeast of the United States. But 2 years ago I moved to
Where in hell am
the deep south. So it's been a big culture shock for me. But yeah, I was born and raised
Oh
in the
my god,
northeast.
this area is dope looking from the map.
Like close to like New York. Yeah, New England. Yep, I'm a New England girl. I am from Connecticut. If you know where Connecticut is, I'm sorry for your loss.
What?
Oh, you were in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is very pretty. New Hampshire is very pretty, but it's a very hippie.
The back buses all came
It's a
here.
very hippie area,
End of
New
the line.
Hampshire. They do a lot of, like, they put like weed in pretty much everything they eat, which is kind of funny.
Venice Beach.
But this
Right.
is like a really cool area in here. I like this.
Oh, I know.
I know. I know.
I know.
Can we go here? What's this go? Where's this go? Turnstiles.
How many
inspect.
people came through here?
Oh, we can't go through them. The crazy girlfriend. Oh, Santa Monica's miles up the coast from here. Find a place to rest up.
Oh, and
Wait,
Jose
so we're
Sal?
going from
Jose
Venice Beach to Santa Monica? We are
We went
on a
from-
trip,
from Bella?
apparently. Ex-girlfriend now. Ooh.
Hey, we're survivors.
Amazing. Well,
Why is the burger place alarmed? Like, who would have even tried?
why didn't you try the door first?
I don't know, because I saw glass and I hit it. Why do you ask questions? For which you already know the answer? But all in all, it was a good stay. I got to see Boston and shit. Boston is one of my favorite places. I actually really do love Boston. My first con, I am a
Oh my god, look what you've
convention
done.
goer. My first
How to
con
deal
was
with your mess.
in Boston, actually. I have to find a new con to go to now that I'm here in Tennessee. Bet you there's probably one in like Nashville or like Memphis or something. You gotta help us! I don't have to do anything, Alex. Why you're taking electricity with you. You're traveling with electricity. Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, that guy's dead to walk.
You'll probably return one day. It's very nice. I love Boston, but
I
hate driving
have
in Boston.
theory
Same.
is ready. Let's
Same.
go.
New York and Boston are the same for me. Like, I can drive there, like, it's fine, but I would prefer to never have to do that. Boston, I would prefer to drive in Boston over New York, but that's just me. Boston is like, for me,
Finally,
it's like, Boston is like, what?
the
You do purple?
katana.
You got a katana? Is it purple or is it blue?
It's blue.
I just got a blue gun.
Blue, but I got the katana.
I've had to drive in both. Yeah, I've had to drive in both.
I can
Boston
finally
is easy because it's grids. So it's like if you miss a turn, you just keep going to the next turn, and like everything's in grids and everything's very easy to understand. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. New York is in grids. Boston is all over the fucking place. Boston is like whatever, wherever. Like half of these streets are one way, the other streets are not one way.
Oh, I love this.
Boston drivers are worse than New York. Ooh, I don't know if
Award.
worse, but it like we call them massholes for a reason. Is all I'll say. They get the name massholes for a reason. Alright, let's go back. I was just checking to see if we could open that car. Hi, where? I don't want to rescue these people yet, though. I want to, like, keep looting. I want to keep looting. I don't want to rescue people. Clear the parking lot. No! No! Wait, did you go to the quest, Astro?
I walked in front of the building to kill something.
Oh, jeez. Alright, clear the parking lot where?
The parking lot's
I'm
over
aware
here.
of massholes. Like how Canadian mounted police are called
I don't have
Mounties.
to
Yes.
right away, but it's over here.
It's just what they're called. It's just self-explanatory. Mock, thank you for still being here, my dude. You're an MVP. I appreciate you.
Oh, now more katanas are dropping.
I've never almost died on the road as much as I was driving in Puerto Rico. Really? You think Puerto Rico's the worst?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can vouch. I hit. Oh, okay. Well, I fat fingered it. Why not?
So fucking bad. Really? I've never been to Puerto Rico. Listen, without sounding pathetic, because this is not my intention, but I've like literally just been too poor pretty much my entire life to travel. So when I say like I've never been anywhere, I mean like the places that I have been is shorter than the places. No, the places I have been is shorter than the places I haven't been. Is basically all I'll say. So like just assume I've never been there. So like I've never been to Puerto Rico. Like, I haven't been to any of these places. I've left the country 2 single times. 3 times. And 2 of them were connected to the country. I've been to Canada and I've been to Mexico. Which, whatever. And then I've been to the Bahamas, but like, I don't know if like that counts or not.
What do you mean? Why wouldn't it count?
Because it was a cruise. So it was like,
so?
I just like, I don't know, some people don't count cruises because they're like, oh,
who doesn't count cruises?
I don't know, mean people? People who wanna take joy away from people? I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about. That makes no sense.
Close the gate. I know, but we need a thing. We need a circuit, yeah.
Maybe in here.
See,
Oh well, this is where we close the gate.
Oh, hold on, let's look over here. I've been in and out. My phone died while I was playing Project Zomboid, and I can't get mods to work. Oh, it's dumb.
I've heard good things about that game. Is that game pretty good?
I don't know. Mock, do you like? I mean, Mock likes Project Zomboid, obviously.
No. Give me.
People, they're just like anyone else in the country. It's true.
Take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
Everyone's super nice.
I died, but I took it off.
Okay, hold on.
Little help.
Oh, there's a hand in front of me. Dude, we're a team.
I think because of where I was in the Bahamas, I was in like a super touristy place. So I didn't really get like an authentic experience. Like everything was like, you know, Americanized for the tourists and stuff.
Burger, hot dogs.
No, like literally like there was like shopping plazas, like literally right where like the boat docks and stuff. Like, you know, like you could tell that this was not like their normal way of like life.
Where's this? There's no way it's not in here.
Cool community game, like a top-down 7 days Minecraft. Ooh, for reals? I did not realize that that's what Project Zomboid was, I don't think.
7 days Minecraft.
So it's like speaking of 7 days, I don't know if you guys saw the announcement in Discord or not. We do also now have a 7 Days to Die server. I got it. I was a little ambitious when I was shopping for servers, and I was like, ooh, a 7 Days to Die server. That'd be really fun to do like a huge like PvP server or whatever. And then I was like, oh shit, I forgot that like literally nobody plays 7 Days to Die, especially now that like Nate's not around. Like I'm not gonna play it as often. So I was like, shit, maybe that was kind of a waste of money. But it is there. It is paid for 3 months. If anybody would like to possibly start that up with me, let me know. Let me know. $70 hours in though. You never enjoyed Zomboid? Wish I did. Like this game is obviously something I'm enjoying, but survival craft games are like my bread and butter. Like I play survival craft games probably more than any other type of game on my channel, just because they're just my favorite. So anything that is that type of survive / craft is right up my alley. But I guess I didn't realize that that's what Project Zomboid was. Survival craft building? Yes, same. What's your favorite survival craft game? Normally steer away from zombie games though. Do you just not like them, poorly, or is there something? Is it something specifically with zombies? You're just not a fan.
We can keep exploring. I just wanted to get the safe zone.
No, you're fine. I first bought it sometime last year. Played about 2 hours. Didn't like it. Recently saw a series. Good pal of mine was putting together. It looked like a lot of fun. Picked it back up. Nice. Look at my stuff real quick.
The only zombies game that I did like I was really excited for Days Gone.
Oh, I
But
love
when
Days Gone.
the aiming was so like in The Last of Us, which I hated.
Oh, you mean the
that little
sway?
circle.
Like the natural
And the-
sway? Yeah.
And the circle reticle, I hated it. I was like, well, there's no skill. Well, there is skill, but you know, it's kind of like, no,
We
when
can keep
how
exploring, we
Nate
can keep
complains about Fortnite, like Fortnite's aiming. Well,
Yeah.
it's like, well, I didn't like that in Days Gone, and I
see.
never picked it back up.
All right, so there's a safe in there. Wait, there's a fuse
should-
door right here. Where?
I took it out. Oh wait, fuse, you mean?
Yeah, there's a fuse door. Yeah. So weird. Does anybody else do that, or is it just me being stupid? Where you peer around corners in video games, like a dummy? Here it is. It's a fuse door right here.
You still have a fuse? How many did you buy? Oh, it opens
I
from the
buy
other
I buy
side, wow.
fuses literally every time. I buy fuses every time I go to the vendor. We all peer like that. I feel so stupid every time I do it. Like I pick around the corner. Hard to pick up different favorites. There's so many. Last one I spent a long time was Sons of the Forest. I'm currently in Sons of the Forest. I'm absolutely loving it. But yeah, Sons of the Forest is my current survival craft. My favorite survival craft is actually Icarus, which I'm really butthurt about Icarus right now because something happened and an update somewhere, and now the game crashes my PC. And I have a pretty decent PC, and it's crashing my PC, and I'm like really fucking upset about it because I love Icarus and I can't play it, and I don't know why. I love it. It's my absolute favorite survival craft game. It's so good. But it really does what I really like, where it's like, it's, I don't want to say realistic because none of them are realistic, but it's like, it's one of the more realistic-esque survival craft games that I play. I love it. And I like that it has session-based quests, so it's like you can do a quest that will last you like 3 days, or you can do a quest that'll last you 4 hours, or you can just do like an entire open world and just build forever, you know? Like, I love it. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Alright. So so it says that there's a safe literally right behind us. Where? Oh, it's right here. In this room? Can't open that? Okay. How do we get in here? Oh, right here. Oh, this is the burger place. Oh, it's okay. So it's this thing. Okay, we can't get in there. All right, let's look at what else is on our map. There's a question mark right there. Oh, here's another fuse right here. There's another fuse place across the street, I guess. Icarus hates you. I hate Icarus right now. I'm so upset about it. Like, I'm so upset about it. This feels so heckin' samey, and I hate zombies as an enemy. They give me the ick. I mean, zombies are supposed to give you the ick, I feel like. Like, that's kind of their whole shtick. No, I ran out of fuses. Do you have any fuses? We should be able to craft fuses.
I'm assuming at one point, because
Oh,
I can only craft ammo
I
and... I can only craft ammo and,
No, I know. That's why I said I wish, like, we should be able to craft.
I mean, I'm assuming at some point we'll be able
Alright,
to.
can we turn the water off in here? Is that a thing? Doesn't look like it.
I don't particularly care, I just jumped over it.
I know, but it would just be convenient to not have water. Oh yeah, you don't take this.
A nightstick? Okay. You had to jump over it anyway.
Well, I didn't have to jump over it. I just went over the car. Oh, I am getting purple everything now. Let's go.
Nice,
Are you getting purples yet?
No, it's probably because of my level.
What level are you?
I think I'm 16 or something.
No, you're 15. I can see it on the thing. So what level am I? You can see it on mine.
You're like 9. You're 17.
So I'm only 2 ahead of you. I am a dog mom. I have 2. Both asleep right now. Otherwise, I'd pick them up and show you. I have a 15-year-old Yorkie who is the love of my life.
For these big dudes, or...
And I have an 8-year-old Chihuahua who is the bane of my existence. What about you, McAwful? Do you have any pets?
Batteries.
Pets.
I died.
You're a huge dog person? What kind of dogs do you have?
I died?
You died? Oh, you
Yeah,
picked up a battery?
I keep picking up the electrified batteries. I need a hand.
Why do you go around picking up batteries?
Because I like to throw it at them, but they're like always electrified.
You have a Shiba Inu and her Shiba Chihuahua. Oh, a Shiba Chihuahua. I have to see that beautiful pup. I bet it's so cute too. I bet it's so stinking cute. I love when you do that in the middle of me like fighting them and then I just pick nothing because you've killed them like right in front of me.
Oh god, you sliced that guy like.
Oh, tasty donut store safe. Okay, so we have to come back here with a safe. So do we have to, hold on, let me look at the map. Do we have to physically discover the safes for them to show up on the map?
Probably. Probably.
Now all of China knows you're here. Shit. Ooh, there's a thing in here. A collectible in here.
Ooh, secret stash.
Ooh, a lost. We have a lost and found.
Using it now, huh, Joe?
Where'd you get that?
In here, in this skate shop here.
Just the one that with the alarm on?
Yes, the one where all of China knows we're here. Yes, this is the one.
Alright, how to turn it off?
I don't know.
So,
I don't know how to turn it off.
Oh, I got
Maybe...
Joe's staff room key.
Oh, maybe we go in there. Wait. Oh, wait. Is this finally it? Is this the one? No! I thought it was finally gonna be the one single time we use the kick in the world.
Where's the fucking... It's right here, Pink. You could have gotten it before breaking the glass.
What?
The alarm is right there.
Where? Oh.
Right here.
I don't look up. You know that by now. I don't suppose you have a Discord? I do. Oh, my Discord one should be like right under my about, but there you go. I do have a Discord. We do. We've got actually a pretty, I don't want to say active, but we've got a pretty active Discord. There's chatter every day in there. And before you get incredibly lost, because it's very overwhelming, everything that's concerning you guys is always towards the top. And then obviously if you get brave and you would like to explore the other channels deep down in the basement, you're more than welcome to. But most people will join and be like, there's so many channels. I'm like, yeah, but I promise they're all organized. Oh my gosh. A Pichu in chat. A Pichu in chat.
Oh, you just explode. Look at that shit.
I know. I know. I absolutely love it. Dude, this map is pretty sweet. Like,
yeah, I like this one.
Look at it out there. Can we go over here?
Yeah, but we can.
Oh shit. No, let's finish going down the boardwalk first. I don't want to get distracted, but I'm like so distracted because it's like I want to go look at everything. It's very easily navigate. I think it's easy to navigate too. What, you don't think my Discord's easy to navigate?
No, I meant the...
Oh, I was like, whoa! Whoa!
Because I know we're gonna have to come back to all of this anyway, because of the way it's been.
I missed what you said. Oh, all I said was that if you join and you've read the rules and you agree and unlock all your roles and everything, the Discord is going to look a little overwhelming because there are quite a few channels. But everything that is regarding you guys, meaning the community and stuff like that, is all towards the top. And then if you get brave and you would like to start exploring
I
the
fucking died.
stuff deep down in the depths of the basement,
Hey, I could use a
you're more
hand
than
here.
welcome to. But yeah, like just like the general chat and like all of like the pet channel and all that stuff is like up towards the top. Wanted it to be easy for you guys to navigate, but I also like having lots of stuff for you guys to do and lots of places for you to chat about different things.
Bruno.
So we've got like movies, we've got TV shows, anime, we have lots of different game channels because we have so many different games that people in the community play. There's just everything. And then there's ones that are specifically locked behind roles, obviously. Oh, you're down.
Yep.
Didn't I just bring you back up? I'm so sorry. I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's still a couple of them here.
I'm sorry.
Back at it.
I'm the worst teammate. I am the worst teammate.
There's a collectible. Tasty donut safe. I got the donut safe key.
Oh, wait. Is that over here? No, that's back. It's back where we were.
Yeah, it's back.
Yeah.
I'm on fire. Okay. Oh, I'm not. Okay.
Oh, there's the donut shop where the donut is above.
You think so?
No. I don't look above, remember?
You were just taking a random guess at the donut shop.
Why can't I jump in?
Oh, liquidator shotgun?
I did
Excuse me?
too, and mine's purple! This zombie's alive again? After we already slayed her life? Alright, I need to get rid of something so I can pick this up. Alright, so 280, 290, 266 is the lowest. And then we'll get rid of this stupid nightstick. We don't need that. Alright, let's get this liquidator shotgun. Holy schmarks. Come on. Really? Oh, because it's already filling in the spaces. Duh. Okay. You're a slut for a good shotty? Let's use it. Let's see. Oh, lol. Lol.
You got a shotgun?
I did. I got a liquidator shotgun.
Oh yeah, that's the one I got. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, let's go back over here. Miss Houston, I've agreed to the rules, but it's not overwhelming at all. Definitely not being overwhelmed by the amount of pet channels, that's for sure. Well, I'm glad you're not overwhelmed. I've had a little feedback from new people who joined who were like, there's too many channels. I'm like, but it's pretty self-explanatory, you know? But good, I'm glad.
Oh, this needs power.
You don't even see one? Oh, then you must not have done all the rules. So
On
at the
Goose,
very,
on the
very
vehicle.
bottom of like the big paragraph that's like full of rules, there will be one emoji, and then the other ones underneath that are like separate rules. So the one that's at the bottom of the big ass paragraph of stuff is the one that you have to do. If that doesn't work, we can have somebody manually do it for you. Unless B6 is being a bitch and it's just literally not unlocking the roll. The star at the top, H the next, and Steam. The last one. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm literally gonna die. Yeah, so it's the little heart. The little heart that's got the 113 reactions. Hello? That's the one. And if that still doesn't work, then that means that for some reason MEE6 is being a punk, and I'll just have to manually add you. But yeah, it should be just the little heart icon that's next to. I died. I knew I was gonna by trying to switch over. Where does it put me? You feel stupid now? No, you're not stupid. You're not stupid. I tried to make it as easy as possible, but...
I opened a fuse door, by the way.
Oh, it was a fuse?
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Improvised hammer. Oh my god.
I am getting all purples now. I can start getting rid of stuff. It's crazy. Tried to make it as easy as possible. I did. I tried to make it as easy as possible. But that's why I said a lot of people have given me like some feedback that like it's too much, and I'm like, I've literally handed you everything you need. You just have to do it. All right, the 281. No, 275 is my lowest. Okay, that's literally not what I meant to do. Okay, do this. No, I want this. There we go. What's it? Kukri. Kukri? Kukri? How do you say that? Oh, it's a machete, but not. Alright, you ready? Pink, hate to say it, but I hate your Discord. Sorry, I've been holding back for a long time. I'm not surprised, Poorly. It was only a matter of time before everybody turned on me. Alright, what's in here? Shit. Shit. Oh, I don't. Somebody stole the wheels off this bike. A shambler. You should probably not eat garbage. It's gross. Oh, these are spiky guys, so you can't punch them or kick. Oh shit. Oh, we got a big boy, and he knocked me down. I was too low. Big yikes! I know. Big yikes. Big yikes! Give me a health pack. I knew it. I knew it. Wait, is this? Oh my gosh, look, it's a fucking weed shop. Chopped him in half. Amazing. Maimed. Amazing. Okay. Alright. I want to go in the weed shop. Can we open this? Oh no. Now all of China knows we're here. Oh no. Is there a screamer? Yeah, she's over there. Shit. Come on. Ah! Gotcha. I felt like Jean Grey or X-Men in X3, where he just like walks into the Jean Grey's like Phoenix Force and his skin peels off. That's what I felt like right there. My skin peeled off.
I'm dead.
You're dead?
I'm dead, but I killed the streamer.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, you were in fire? You are.
I threw.
You were on fire?
Yeah, I threw them all
hold
on my because.
Hold on, let me
Oh,
put your fire out here.
Screwed up. Yeah.
Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
Alright, you're fine.
Okay, go. Ooh, that was really bad. I died. I completely missed my kick. It was bad. It was bad. It was embarrassing. Oh, jeez.
Not the time to take a nap, friend.
Whoa. My time. We all know how dangerous. I know. I'm so dangerous. So dangerous. As we know on Twitter, I'm so toxic. Ooh, I need to watch my health. I'm getting sloppy.
I need a workbench.
Okay. I can find one.
Alright, is this recording?
The worst? I know.
Okay. So
The worst.
the conversation you're about to hear,
0
I'm
to
recording
10.
for legal purposes. Hey, I came in here last month for a dye job and I asked for the permanent hair dye. What? I asked for the permanent hair dye. And look at this. Look at my roots right now. The blonde's coming back.
What an idiot.
I'm a Wiz customer. I want my money back. That's false advertising. I could sue.
Wait a second.
For what?
Being an idiot? Yeah.
You're in so much trouble you don't even know. I mean, look at that customer of yours. What are you dyeing her hair with? Poison? She looks like she's dying. Get the hell out of here before I call the cops.
Oh, she's a zombie.
Oh, don't tell me you're on her side. Yeah, you should be mad, girl. Don't let anyone put poison in your hair.
This is the dumbest recording I think I've heard in this game yet.
As if I got enough to deal with. Holy shit! People are gonna hear about this. Oh, no, you don't. No refunds.
I killed. Killed her too. Yeah. No refund.
No refunds, bitch! That'd be me though. Honestly, there have been some customers and I'm like, you.
Alright, I vote to meet these crab boy idiots. So
Okay.
we could probably get that the safe stuff with the storage and the workbench.
Okay.
And
We do
then
have we do have a I almost said hide and seek. We do have a lost and found again.
Yeah. Oh, those quests were that quest was kind of it was dope.
That was annoying
Yeah,
because we like had to
we
go
had
in
to think a
circles so
little.
many times, but yeah, it was fun.
Hopefully
Expand
this
the
one
pet
won't
channel,
be.
very nice. I'm excited to see.
This one
I
won't
want
be
to see this
the circles.
Shiba Inu Chihuahua mix. Poorly, I know.
Hey, we can just.
You don't have to say anything, I
Come in,
know.
quick.
I know.
Thanks, bro.
It's literally still right there. Like, it's still right there. It's just every
I'm
time I go to
Kai.
go do it, I'm like
Excuse the mess. I'm
in the middle of
doing
something
my
or
best.
forget or whatever.
Go through. The guys are in there.
Yo.
Or I end stream and I start
it's
playing
Jack
something
the
else and I
Giant.
just straight
Raw
forget.
skill, man. Well, probably.
You want to blast on a Trent special?
I wish. Hit me up later, eh?
Don't see any more.
She has the Shiba Beauty and the Chihuahua affection. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see.
How many fucking times?
Welcome to the Blue Crab. You're welcome to stay. We got plenty of real good food.
We could certainly do with your, techniques. You are not normal.
You don't even know the half of it. Ay. No can do, dudes. I gotta get to the Sterling Hotel.
You're screwed, man.
His name's Bud.
That whole area was militarized. Miles of fences and razor wire. Checkpoints and... shit.
And he missed the ashtray entirely.
He did. He has it cleaned up now.
Thousands of those ham brains trapped in the evac zone. Then there's the death pits.
Why does this guy sound like he hates his life?
To you asshole.
I mean, I would hate my life too, but like he really sounds like it.
Fuckers.
Look, we got enough problems right here.
Dope.
Zompocalypse kicks off the week of the strongman competition.
Giant fucking roid-soaked monsters everywhere.
All of these guys are on steroids.
No. The guys we're about to walk into, I think, are gonna be all on steroids.
I know the zombies on steroids.
Yeah. And him. He's on steroids.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh, he's dead.
Oh shit!
Oh. That is roided up. One last hit.
Hi, Gigi.
Oh shit.
They're gonna get me.
He took the blood. Oh my god.
He joined.
Alright. And then there were 3, yeah. Well.
Oh my god, Gigi, what timing?
Okay, maybe these guys.
Bro, look at
could
the
use some help.
brains.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. What fucking timing. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. And Mick Awful got the first because stream reset because of the internet. That's so funny. Oh, hold on. GG, thank you so much for the raid. What did you play today? Wait, isn't today Last of Us Day?
Talk to you about poor dear Michael.
Is today Last of Us Day?
I was upset.
What did you play? Hold on, let me see. What did you play? You did. Oh, you did Left Behind. Oh, you did Left Behind?
Well, if it doesn't
What?
work out, you're welcome.
You finished part 1 and did Left Behind. Very nice. But here, let me pause for a second. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys don't know who I am, which I know a lot of you do, but on the off chance you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging... Oh, we have fast travel now. We have fast travel now.
Fast travel.
Yeah, alright, I'm doing great stuff.
Oh my god. Okay.
I play a variety of things ranging from Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is some place you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of see what we're about, what to expect. I know a lot of you have seen this, but on the off chance you haven't, I hope you enjoy, and I will see you guys in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid! Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia.
Oh. I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my mom.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. Oh, you can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. GG! Thank you so much for the raid, Bessie. I hope you had a good stream. How was your stream? How was your weekend? How was your stream? Tell me all the things. I return.
Ooh, we gotta find a key card.
What's eating Alex? Oh, let's not.
Yeah, no. I just wanted the workbench.
Build some Legos. What kind of Legos? You know, the huge. Holy shit!
We need to match the level.
That was so much money to match my level, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was an absurd amount. I don't think I'm gonna match my level a lot anymore. Oh, we can pick up the side
Yeah,
quests
because
too.
we can just start picking stuff up now, yeah. Yeah, I'm garbage.
Yeah, it's absurd to just keep. So if anything's, I'm gonna say like 6 levels below me,
Yeah.
I will sell it. Sell.
Basically anything under 300 damage I'm just getting rid of now, because there's no
Well,
point.
for you.
For me, yeah. For me. Finished the Tower Bridge, did the Mini Cooper, and started the Ghostbusters Firehouse. Ooh, you had a very busy day.
When I can I found the katana. Let's see here.
Man. Oh, he's got stuff. He's got mods. I need fuses, though. I don't know where this like sudden cough just came from, but holy. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, yeah, don't.
Next set, best set.
Okay. Mm. See, I don't want any of these weapons because I'm getting purple drops now, so I don't need these. But this I think I'm gonna get. I only have 25k left. I need to sell shit. Alright, I need to... Where's the chest? Alright, I need to move stuff from
Oh,
the chest.
over here, yeah.
Over
Yeah,
to
I need
here.
to start selling stuff, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so. Alright, honestly, I'm just gonna sell this. Unclaimed. Oh, I still have more unclaimed. Okay. Well, that's
I
fine.
have so many unclaimed junk,
I
but
know.
I'm gonna sell all of it.
I know. I'm dropping blues now, I guess, because whatever. What's up, Fire King? How are you? How was your weekend? Thank you for sacrificing your points. Your very hard-earned points.
I hope a future update fixes this whole
Fixes what?
way of doing things.
What do you mean?
The way you sell and scrap and stuff. Like they
Oh,
need to
yeah,
add
yeah.
like a massive,
Okay, so he has a
sell
side quest. If you want to just grab and start the side quest, we don't have to actually like do it, but he has one. The blonde guy. It was okay. Okay, it's better than bad, but I'm sorry it wasn't great.
What?
1 second,
Hey,
bud.
that's gonna
Oh,
end
you're
before you
not
finish it.
second, no heads, so no bud.
Were you ever really
Man.
supposed to finish it though, poor Lee?
And I'm sorry, but you guys
Was
need
it
a plan,
supposed to be able
or
to
you'll
be
join us.
finished?
Oh, we need
Was
our
it?
guns, a way to like defend ourselves. But hey, you know, you could do us a solid.
Oh yeah? What are you thinking?
The police station out on the beach. We heard gunshots the other night, so we went to the
Absolutely. Do you know what the funniest part is? Do you know what the funniest part is? Is I literally have been trolling you guys and fucking with you guys. Because if you don't get the goal, if you don't hit the goal, you all get your points back, you know. You know I've just been trolling you, right? You all get your points back because if you don't hit the goal, you all get your points back.
Hey, friend.
Yeah?
So I've just been temporarily holding on to your points for you.
Cool.
You had no idea.
Old
Lol.
pork. Okay.
Those born under the sign of the dog in Chinese astrology are considered to be loyal and discreet, though slightly temperamental. Thank you for the dog fact. Alright, so what's this side quest now?
We had to go to the police station on the beach.
Okay.
They heard gunshots, but they went to check it out. I mean, they didn't went. He called 911
No.
to check it out. He called 911, and he's like, "Oh well, we gotta hear."
Fast travel map. Ooh, we have one available. Oh, look, it tells you how many quests are in each area. So we can go back to
fast
Beverly
travel?
Hills and do a quest. We can go to Bel Air and do a quest.
Can we?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you probably can get us.
All right, I'll
there,
take us to
'cause-
Beverly Hills.
Sure.
Day. Let's go. Nice. Gotta go
Right.
take care of this headache. No problem, Gigi. Thank you so much,
Roxanne, wait, what was
bestie.
the
I love you. I
quest?
appreciate you. Feel better. I don't know. They must generate quests like as we continue on in the game.
Probably.
Okay. Oh, here. Ricky has a quest.
On his lips, you'll find a word. Oh, hey!
You got me the tapes, didn't you?
I did.
Slowly sinking in, huh?
Hey, thanks to you, I'm on my way back up, man. Those samples and old ideas are gonna be part of a new album, man. Big themes, big riffs, sex, death, undeath, badass lyrics.
Oh yeah?
Well,
how's that working for
I'm
you?
a lot of practice with lyrics. I'm not gonna lie.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
you're not practiced with
Screaming
words.
fans, screaming guitars. Oh, hey, I gotta go to my place and get Chopper. The apocalypse needs a soundtrack, man, and Ricky Rex is gonna ride with the Horsemen.
All right.
Who's
But I'll
Chopper?
go, man. I can get this chopper for you.
Oh, yeah? Oh, killer. Because I got this song brewing, and I gotta keep hold of it.
Is
Oh,
Chopper
you
his
need to find
guitar?
Misha. Chopper's locked away upstairs at my place. You gotta be careful.
Oh wait.
'Cause this one time,
Is that gonna be
when
the
we
second
got
floor
locked up, when the
of that
party
house we
finished,
can't
The
go?
whole upstairs was like
Oh,
empty,
you're right.
totally cleaned out. So yeah, Misha, she had the key.
Okay.
Okay, Ricky.
There we go.
Oh, now we gotta find Misha,
Let's go
finally.
around
I think you've done like 40k.
Around the
You
back
will
of the
get them
kitchen.
all back.
And if the band are there and, you know, milking their encore,
God, I can't wait for my
could
new
you send them
headset.
up
I
to
hate
the
this
big gig
headset.
in the sky?
I'll rock them into the next world. Don't worry. And I'll be back with the chopper.
Okay.
The Ballad of the Ricky Rex.
Okay, head uphill to Ricky's to get Chopper.
I'm just a tape without a player.
So wait, did he say we have to get the key from what's her face?
From Misha.
Misha's here.
Misha is probably dead, I'm assuming.
I'm gonna guess she's probably dead. Yeah. Hey.
Oh, this guy's out of oh, my inventory is full on the fuses. But now wait, they have an inventory. The traders.
Oh,
Now
they
we can
do.
buy guns.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Nail guns. That's okay. I'm good on
I
the
don't
guns.
like this trader because he looks like somebody I know in real life, and it just really rubs
Okay.
me the wrong way. I don't know why. It just makes me uncomfortable.
Okay. Yo, look at him.
Don't look at him. I have to when I interact with him.
No, don't interact with him.
I won't buy or sell anything ever again.
Yeah. Oh, it's on the other.
Obviously,
side?
that's the answer. Obviously, that's the answer.
Wait, was this car here before?
What car?
In the pool?
In the pool? Yeah, there's always been a car in the pool. Alright, where's this house? Wait, why is it telling me to go back in here?
Because the house was the other way.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like-
it's
so
that
just
house.
like
It's that house. It's that house.
It is?
Yeah.
So just like recenter the other thing then, I guess. Oh no. I just find it weird that it like moves my waypoint and it's like, no, go this way. And it's like, fine, but I could still get there from where I was. Just move my waypoint to where it needs to be.
Oh, God.
I am, my freaking wrist posture? I don't even know. My mouse was way too close to my keyboard and I was hitting it. So sloppy gremlin posture. I love cutting them in half. It's so satisfying. Oh, it's so satisfying chopping them in half. Alright, is any of this... No, that loop does not come back. Nice. Alright, why is this... Okay. Good swarmer. A fee bass in chat. Why so many fish today? I want to know, like, I need to go in the PCG's Discord and figure out what is going on with this, like, fish stuff they've got going on today. Where's the other swarmer? Oh, here he is. Shit. Oh, gotta get your legs. No, I got knocked down by that. Oh, we can put butt spot back, yeah, now because it's like not. It's supposed to be less spammy now, apparently. Oh, there's two crushers. Where are you?
I'm in the house.
Oh, you just went. Oh, okay. I see that you just went.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's just to unlock the stuff behind, locked behind quests.
Okay.
Chopper's upstairs. Ricky said to head up through the kitchen.
Okay. I sent you a screenie. Oh. Of what?
How... Get in.
Not this door. It wasn't this door. It was the other door. But he said go upstairs to the kitchen. So where's the kitchen? Here's the kitchen.
This doesn't look like a kitchen. What do you mean?
Open the safe. And I opened the safe. Oh, you sent me a screenshot of what's going on in PCG's Discord. Got it. Got it. I understand. I understand.
Oh, here it is. Oh, now we can open this gate.
Wait, where?
The kitchen. Go around a little bit outside. Yep, you're in right, yep. Okay.
Locked.
Oh my
Yeah,
fucking god.
Ricky mentioned this.
Okay.
Said Misha has the key. Gotta be a way to make her come to
Okay. Not gonna lie, I really like the look of this game. Well, if you're planning on getting it, you could use my affiliate link, and that would be really super duper cool. And that's the last time I'm gonna mention it, but yeah. I'm really enjoying it. Like, I loved the first one. It was like, it's like a guilty pleasure, like, it's so bad, but it's so good kind of game. But I am genuinely, honestly having so much fun with this one. Like, I did not expect to like it as much as I do. Like, they took everything about the first and made it better and more fun. Plus it looks, like, look at this. Like, it looks so good. It looks so good. Plus the kicks, come on. The drop kick, man. Best part of the game. Is she gonna be, she's gonna be a weird one. I think.
Oh, Screamer, probably.
Yeah. The interiors, yes. And you can go, like, if you remember from the first one, you couldn't go into a lot of buildings. Like, this is way, way, way more immersive, and you can go into a lot more buildings and do a lot more interiors and a lot more areas than you could. But yeah, at its heart and soul, it still is absolutely a Dead Island game, you know. Like, it's still the crafting mechanics, it's, you know.
Oh, here's the guitarist.
Still the fury. Yeah, the bass player was here too. We killed the bass player already. I don't know what you did, but you demolished her while I was like in that animation of like fighting her.
Oh, I stepped on her head.
Yeah.
Walker? Oh, this is the one. Oh, something else spawned, right? Who spawned? Right gear, Walker.
The drummer is a big boy.
Okay.
Oh, no, don't touch me. Ah, fuck. Nope. Oh, I don't have any health packs left.
Got him.
Nice. Alright, so that's the drummer. So now we just have Nikki. Or we should just have Nikki, I guess. Too fast. Was that Misha? Misha the singer. Yeah, here she is. Alright, hold on a second. I'm just gonna throw a thing at her.
I fucking missed the... There we go, she's all
I have no
weak.
health packs. I need help.
You're good.
Give me a thing. Give me a granola bar or anything. There's no granola bars in here.
If you just throw stuff at her, oh god, she's like on
Yeah,
fire.
you just have to stop her from screaming is really what it is. Okay, I got some health back. Ooh, my fury is ready. Very nice.
Right here.
Ooh, nice. So now we can do the key. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, we could have gone like full on rage on that and just.
Oh, I
had-
did
had
rage,
enough
but I
speed.
didn't. There wasn't like enough people. It was essentially a
Oh,
waste.
I forgot about it.
Yeah,
I just love cutting this stuff.
I know. I just like slashing them.
I
And no,
don't
don't want
finish
to think. I just want to slash.
Our weapon box.
I
Come on,
don't wanna
something good.
think, I just want to kill.
Military axe. Fight your way upstairs. Okay. Is there a lot? No.
Nah.
Oh, you can open these doors now. Finally.
Wait, look at how many copies of the badge. Oh my gosh, look at all those of the badge. The badge is the hit TV show in Beverly Hills. Don't you know? Everybody in Beverly Hills loves the badge. Oh shit, you okay?
Oh. No. Oh my god, how many?
Exploding! Oh my
Gotta be
god.
around here somewhere.
Oh my god, I can't even move.
Fine,
This is
Chopper. It's Chopper like a
ridiculous.
dog.
No, I bet you it's gonna be a guitar.
I could be too.
There's a collectible in this room. Pick up the granola bar. Ricky's. Opens from the other side? What do you mean? Oh, over
Yeah,
here?
you gotta. No, that one also opened from the other side, which was so weird.
Okay, so this is this. Wait, oh, over here maybe?
We didn't blow up with a gunshot. Okay.
Pick up loot, pick up loot. Disrespect my surroundings.
Is that your
Loot.
shoes?
Yes. Didn't you hear me earlier when I said I feel like SpongeBob
I
in
mean,
that episode with the squeaky shoes?
I didn't think I would be able to hear.
Yeah, they're my squeaky shoes. I don't know why. My shoes are creaky.
Turn out the fire. Turn out the fire.
Oh yeah.
So we can explore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Got it.
Chopper.
Told you. I knew it. It was a guitar. Alright, what the fuck? Wait, what's this one?
She didn't even look
The
like a zombie.
Bouncer's key. So where's the bouncer? He's gonna be a big boy. The bouncer's gonna be a big boy, but... Are any of you the bouncer? Are any of you the bouncer?
Oh, finally a bow staff.
Ooh, a bow staff? Very nice.
Yeah.
Don't make fun of my squeaky shoes, chat. Are you the bouncer? No, you're not. I don't need you then. Are you the bouncer? No, you're not either. Ooh, what is that, like, red slashy? It's cool. Ooh, are you the bouncer? No, you're just a crusher. Ooh, shit. Chop off your legs! Chop off your legs! Chop off your legs! Okay, where's the bouncer? You are getting electrocuted, my friend.
I died mid-ult.
Yo, I need help.
Yo, I need a hand.
Yeah, I know you need a hand. I have to figure out how to turn this power off first.
I'm just repeating what he said.
I know, but alright.
Yo, I need a hand. Yo.
Oh, it wasn't that
Before
bad.
we both get electrocuted. Chop your legs off. Chop your legs off. There you go. Hydrate? Okay. Okay, Hold on. Where's the bouncer?
I don't think he's gonna be around here. They're never close by.
That's true.
All right, where else do we have? Oh, we haven't finished this one, but that's fine. And we have 3 quests in the beach.
Yeah, I know. Alright, so let's
Well,
finish this
obviously-
one.
Alright, yeah.
Also, let's bring our thing back to Ricky. Can we just go down that way? This way?
Yeah.
This way.
I just killed.
And then once we get back to the safe house, I'm gonna go.
Wild.
Got him. Oh, screamer. Get behind
Oh,
him.
you can just eat. You can just eat.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't want to throw my shit.
Oh, I threw it and just caught it again.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
guy was pimping. That guy was pimping.
Alright, let's do
When
safe
are we
house.
gonna?
Huh?
When are we gonna get our golden edition stuff?
Bro. Let's go turn this in. And then I have to pee.
They said
Astro
this old
is
skull could write
here.
no more. That's what the tabloid said. That's
I'm sorry, I was at the at the workbench.
Chopper.
Yeah, you can do the workbench while I pee.
This is it. Dude,
No.
gone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did you were the band?
Oh, I killed
They
them.
went out partying like it's.
Oh, I killed them.
That's they would have wanted that.
Go piss girl, I'm
I'm
gonna.
write them a song for the new album.
I'm gonna.
Slam to the slaughter.
You're making a new album?
Yeah, check this out. One man and one woman enter pain in the ass.
Alright, I'll be back while he talks.
On a quest through the apocalypse to put a band together, playing music so spine-shakingly epic the zombies' heads literally explode.
That's one way to save the world. But hey, make Jessie your tour manager, okay? You need her if you're gonna stay alive.
Yeah, that works. Another new start. Hey, you really helped me out. Oh, I got this big sword I used on the Knights of the Sound Fable tour. You want it?
Fuck yeah! Gods and whiskey.
Okami and with.
Dave and Farouk. They kept on partying like it was 1994, right up until the end.
Guitars, what the hell are those?
Ricky Rex is back, man. I haven't felt like this in years.
Gods and whiskey.
The king of rock will rise again.
Well, that sounds like something his queen needs to take care of, doesn't it?
Oh, my
yeah? I fucking love you, babe. Shall we adjourn
Okay,
to
I'm
the royal bed place?
We got a brand new katana.
Oh, we did?
The Okami and whisk.
Ooh, it's blue though. Gross.
Oh my god.
Welcome back, thanks.
Oh, we can use maps to fast travel. Cool.
Yeah.
It's gross to you, but it's OP for me because this thing is insane.
Well, you finally got a katana.
What do you mean? This is like the 5th katana now. I've gotten it for a while now.
Oh, I thought you said that you weren't getting katanas before.
I wasn't, but I am.
A clauncher. Wow, that's not a fish.
Agile. Killing a zombie gives a minor agility boost. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, let me look at my new cards. We still don't have the Newman card though.
This thing's gonna be so fucking cracked, dog. I can sell this other one.
When in fury mode, slain zombies erupt into powerful
What is
explosions.
this?
That's wild.
Oh, I unlocked the ground pound now? I like the dash strike.
Oh yes, yeah, I have dash strike now. Yeah, I'm using ground pound though. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. So your ability skills are set, and you can choose like between like it's kind of like in Destiny where it's like you can choose your dodge, where it's like is it your counter or is it dodge? I get it now. The abilities cards are not ones that you can like build a deck with. They're just choices. But the other ones are ones that you can build a deck with. I get it now. I understand. I get it. 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 I see you. I get it. Alright, what's next?
I'm glad you got it.
What's next? Do you want to do that other side quest in the other place?
I think that's all we can do now, right?
Yeah, we have one more side quest in Bel Air, and then we have 3
Oh, wait,
quests.
which one?
We'll,
What do we have to do
We'll
here?
go see. We can go to Emma's day. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there.
Oh, it's a new.
It's
side
probably
quest,
like
okay.
they probably like give us quests as we continue.
Okay, okay.
What's wrong, Em? You miss me?
Oh wait, we are in the house.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for how I left things.
Oh, she let us in.
It's good to see you alive.
I know. And I'm sorry too.
Oh, Bruno. Bruno.
No.
Sam's downstairs. He's organizing
Sam. I don't care about Sam.
I don't care about Sam, he says.
Care
Alright, so
about
what's our
you,
quest?
David
What's our
girl.
side quest? Oh, it's here.
Oh, what is it selling?
It's
Oh,
here.
this guy sells. Shitty.
Who has this side quest?
Down here?
Downstairs.
Down?
Yeah, downstairs.
The him? Is it Sam? Oh, it's not Sam. It's Curtis.
Curtis has a side quest. Give me your safe key. Give me your safe key so I can steal your shit.
Company's a marked improvement here. That's for damn sure. Just a pity that the tasteful Miss John left the stocking of the liquor cabinet to her tasteless hound of a husband.
We're gonna get liquor.
We're gonna go booze for this old guy.
Beggars can't be choosers in these times, eh?
Why settle for less, I say?
Oh my god.
Good people welcome me into their home. They deserve.
Didn't
the best.
he has like a wine cellar, doesn't he?
Slacker up the hill was holding on to some vintage hard-killing whiskey as an investment. And when those internet kids moved in, I gave them
yes.
a bottle of Maison
Streamer House has a
Saint-Vivant.
yes.
That's
It's right.
older
Streamer
than
House has
they
it.
are.
Has the wine cellar.
If only some kind soul would help an old man out, I could raise
Alright.
everyone's spirits.
Let's go get
Well, give
booze.
me your rifle, bro.
Yeah? No sober man would expect someone to risk their lives over
Wait,
two
what is
bottles.
on your face? I can't see. Is it a cassette? Do you have a
Get me those
cassette on
drinks,
fire
and
tattooed
I
on your cheek?
swear to you, I'll make it
I
worth
think you have a
your time.
cassette tape on fire
My
tattooed
face?
on your cheek.
Something
Yeah.
special that'll make those meaty
I don't know.
I think it's a cassette tape.
back into their graves.
I can't quite tell from this
So to
angle.
be crystal clear here, I get you some old whiskey and wine. You get me a classy weapon?
I like
will hold you
Bruno.
to that, Hefe.
I knew I could
I like his
rely
fuck
on you,
tattoo.
kid.
Can you see it, chat? It says fuck. F-O-K.
Oh
Fuck.
wait, I know. I can.
Hold on, stay still.
Hold on,
Don't move.
look,
Stay
look
still.
at my face. Look at my face.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it's
no.
money. It's money. It's not. It's not. It's
It's
money.
not a cassette.
No, it's money. No, is it money or is it like a slot machine? I can't tell. I think it's money. I think it's a pile of money.
Oh, it's money. Yeah, yeah. It looks like cash.
Whatever it takes.
It looks
Yeah, I
like
think it's
cash.
money. What's the one on your eyebrow say? Does it say? What does it say? No, it's OTO. Back up just a smidge
Wait,
because the
does
chair.
it say total?
Just back up a little tiny bit because the chair I can't stand in front of you. There you go.
I 100% say it says.
It says
total.
R-O-T-O.
Oh, roto.
Roto.
I'm just checking in
Oh,
on you
I
guys.
thought he
Be
tattooed
gone
pussy on
before
us
you
in the top of his eyebrow.
That would have been so good.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
But now
god.
roto. Roto's
Dude,
just
that's
tall.
like the details. Like his eyes are very hazel. His eyes are very hazel. He's
I
kind
like
of-
his neck tattoo.
He's kind of an attractive man. All right, let's do what is it? L? Yeah, L.
A man.
A man. His face is very punchable. Wow, poorly. Tell me how you really feel. Alright, let's go this way. Alright, Curtis wants some wine. Search the goat pen and search Colt Swanson's home. Oh wait, Colt Swanson we killed. Colt Swanson's the one with the panic room.
Oh yeah. Well, he was already.
Yeah, we killed him already.
He was already dead.
Alright, so this way is what? This is Colt Swanson's house, I think?
If I was loaded, where would I keep the fancy whiskey?
Alright.
Oh, I think I
The
bet.
temperature in here
Is this the house with the?
This is the one with the safe room.
Oh, but I want to know if this was. Oh yeah,
Why
this
did
is
the
the
music
house. Look. Oh my God, it finally opened. Look, it's over here. I know
what?
exactly where to go. This was the house that I told you that it had 2 doors. That like there was this one room that both doors said they opened from the inside. Well, it just opened up. So I knew. Oh, I got. It was booby trapped. It was booby trapped.
Where, Astro?
Oh my God, just follow my name. Oh my God,
I can't
died.
follow
Oh.
your name.
Go to the side of the house, and then at the very end. I thought you were following me.
I wasn't.
Oh no, you gotta go outside. You gotta go outside. You gotta go outside. Go outside. I'm looking at your stream. I'm gonna die though, but that's fine. Go outside. Go to the right. Yeah. Stairs. No, not through there. The stairs.
The stairs? Here?
Yeah. I don't know that. Yeah. The stream's slightly behind, so yeah.
No, I know.
And at the very end, that's the door. I died, but that's okay. Oh, you went the wrong way. Go back.
It's okay, no.
Oh, we both died?
No, I didn't die.
It's a death. Like we both
I didn't
died.
die.
Okay.
No,
Oh,
you
that's
just
weird.
you died. I didn't die.
I thought the death screen came up only.
No.
Oh,
It's,
that's okay.
I hit send literally as you're saying he's kind of good looking. It's funny. I'm down now though because I got in this little area with this guy.
All right, let me
It's okay.
not.
I can totally take the death honestly if you can't get up here. It's tight up here.
Yeah, sacrifice, because I'm in the room again. I thought you would make it.
Could I get help?
Oh, you're so close actually. Oh, you were right here. Look, I was so
said
close.
to.
I know, but I didn't think you were that close.
You said to.
I know. I said to. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Cindy's safe.
Oh, wait,
The whiskey's in the safe. Fucking hell. Alright, we gotta go kill Cindy.
Alright, wait a second. This is what happens. We get separated. And then we die.
Alright, I'll wait for you.
Alright,
the hell?
I'm
Oh,
above.
Cindy's
I'm
the
above.
screamer?
I'm right here. I'm above.
Colt Scowl.
I'm in fire. I am in the fire. Jesus.
Can you turn it? Can you turn it off? Oh, she's lost. Yeah, don't worry about it. All right, I got it. I got knocked down. How?
Is the big guy still here? Oh, yeah, the big guy's still here. That's fine.
Oh. Oh, he's
Dead now?
No.
Did you just say Jesus? Did I?
No, he's dead now.
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
Chat asked if I said Jesus, which I don't think I said.
No, I don't remember you saying
That's
that.
not normally a thing that I say, so I don't think so.
I got the whisk battle.
I may have said Jesus or Jeez or Jeezums is not really a word that I
You probably heard
normally
Ron.
say.
Probably heard Ron.
I know, but I'm trying to think like what I could have said that they heard wrong. But I don't
Maybe you
know.
said Jesus followed by an
Maybe. Maybe. Are you dead?
No, I'm
Yes.
right.
No, not you. Not you. How do we get in here? Oh, we already did get in
We
there
don't.
from the other side. We did.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we gotta go to. Oh, maybe now we'll get the master key from someone.
Oh, for the goat pen, you mean?
Probably.
Oh, did you finish it in there?
No, I'm right here with you.
No, you went back upstairs and you did the
Oh yeah, it was in the safe. It was
that's
just
what I said. You
it was
finished
just
yeah, you finished it. Okay, so this way.
it was just the whiskey.
The whiskey. Oh, this is where. No, this is not where. Yes, this is where Coach is. If you haven't already got Coach.
Oh, I haven't gotten the Coach.
Yeah, she's usually here because her car is like around the corner. I don't know where she is now though. This way. Streamer house is over here. Definitely hit the wrong button. I love that for me.
Are you furied?
No, I hit. It literally just like didn't hit F. I just completely like missed it.
I furied.
Ponchar. I'm on fire. I'm downed. Something lit on fire behind me.
I cannot turn it off.
It's off.
Oh, it's,
or it was
no,
off.
it's not. It's not.
It was a second ago? At least on my camera it was?
I think I can get you, maybe.
Oh no, the screamer is really not helping the situation.
I guess you owe me, huh?
Oh, it's the runner. It's the runner running through the gas. That's not helping you.
There's two screamers. Yeah.
What is her name? Crystal the what?
Crystal the
lawyer?
screamer. Oh.
Oh, this is Curtis's safe key. So we can go get Curtis's safe now. That's a whole different thing entirely.
Did you get the... Oh yeah, this was a whole different thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Curtis's house. Because remember, Curtis's house is different, so we can get his safe now inside.
Yeah, let's get the safe. Let's get
It's
the
over
safe.
here.
Yeah.
It's in this one. It's over here.
Yeah, it was like in a closet somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's in this room. Oh my god, I missed the door twice.
Oh, I ran through her. Okay. Yeah, it's a purple gun. It's a... Okay. Finally got purple.
Got the purple gun too.
A tactical
Got a
heavy
handgun.
roll.
Yeah.
Hey, nice.
I have a
Nice. That
revolver.
means I'm trying to get
Yeah.
purple.
Nice. So
Means I'm
you'll
trying to
start
get
getting more
purples.
purple drops now in general.
Eh.
All right. So now we can go to Streamer House.
Just switch it. Why not?
Move my sword. Oh shit! Fuck.
Ow.
Yeah, I saw him too late. Oof. My gosh, did I really do this?
I got a new Lost and Found quest.
Ooh, my
Just
mailman was a
mailman.
zombie. Okay, cool. Press J to track. Oh shit, I was too slow. All right, so I'll track that because where is that supposed to go?
Oh no, we both
Follow the
track it.
mailman's paper trail to a kick-ass weapon. Oh,
What,
I wanted to
finishing
see. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Go back.
Okay.
Creature comforts. Yeah. Okay. All right, Streamer House is right here.
An ancient bottle of wine. Gotta be a wine cellar in a place like this.
Yeah, there is a wine cellar. It's huge. It's huge because these fucking.
Where'd my
streamers-
gun go? My knife.
What knife? Did you throw it?
I threw a knife at this zombie, and I guess it lagged or whatever, and it went right through him, and
Oh.
it went through the floor and everything. That was my favorite knife.
What? There has to be a way. Where's the person's body that you threw it at? Oh, you said it went through.
It went through him, and then it went through the floor and shit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh fuck no! That was such a massive knife. It was so good.
Why did you jump over this literally twice?
That's what I get.
She
What
gets so
the-
jump happy.
Oh,
This
whatever.
is unacceptable.
I'm sure I'll find something better. Or I'll find it again.
Alright, where is the what you call it in here?
Is it here?
It's downstairs, I just
Oh, it's that one door
Yeah,
where
it's
you
this
can
one.
break through the glass. Alright.
yeah. It's this one over here. This is the thing. Get inside the goat pen. Oh shit.
There's a screamer here too.
Yeah, there's a big guy in here.
I blew it up in her face, bro. What the hell? Alright, she dead. Oh, the big dude got me.
Alright. All of these guys are almost done. Spiky Runner
Yeah,
is...
oh, don't worry. I'm taking care of the big dude.
Okay, Spiky Runner is dead.
Oh my
okay,
god.
I'm coming.
The spiky walker. Oh, I cut him in half.
Okay, got her.
Oh, I have no med kit. I have... Oh, med kit on the ground. Perfect.
Okay, what do we got for this?
Looks cheap.
There it is.
There it is.
Feels ancient. This must
So
be his
where's the master key for here still?
I really did think we would get it now.
I don't
Oh god.
think so.
Oh, I'm down. That's okay. I think it was better for me to be down.
Yeah.
You
You've
there,
seen
kid?
worse.
If you're still down at that modern mansion, look out for a cigar box.
Oh.
Finest Cubans. Gave them as a housewarming gift. And I got a hankering.
Needs goat pen master
really?
keys. That's so
Alright,
wild
but
for
this
me.
is the last thing.
Then I'll
So we
sweeten
had to
the
have found the
deal.
keys, don't you think?
Check their master bedroom, and you'll find a little something extra.
Oh, we'll probably get it now then.
You think? Swipe cigars
Yeah,
from the
'cause
master bedroom of the goat
The
pen?
master bedroom is, oh my fucking god. is the one that's locked behind the door. So yeah. We need the key, yeah.
So how?
Alright. Well, I'm sure we'll find it now. Something will come up.
No, the master bedroom's this one. Isn't it?
I don't know. The waypoint is here.
Chaos! Thank you so much for the raid. Right, but isn't there a bedroom?
I'll follow you. I don't particularly know.
Right, but I thought that there is a bedroom that's unlocked. Chaos, how was your stream? How was Persona? Yeah, see this one. This bedroom's unlocked. Okay. So is there anything in
master
here?
bedroom?
I don't know.
This isn't the master bedroom. There's no way this would be a master bedroom in this house.
I don't know. Chaos, how was your stream? Welcome in, raiders.
Alright,
If you guys don't know who I
here,
am,
and
which
then
I'm
we'll have
sure
to
a
find
lot
way
of
to
you
get in
do
here.
know who I am. But if you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call
Needs
me
goat
Pink.
pen master key.
I am a variety streamer. Play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid.
Oh god,
See
I
if this
fell.
is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see like what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I do hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How? How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye.
I found a way in.
You did? You did? How'd you find the way?
Go back to the roof. Or I can just open, but on the roof.
Hold on, I wanna see. Don't just open it. I wanna see it.
All right. On the roof, go all the way to this back side where there were a bunch of cameras.
Okay.
And just jump down. That's what I did. Yep. Over here, over there. Yep.
Oh, that was probably actually way easy.
We could have jumped in. Oh, there's the.
Like the whole time we could have been here.
Yeah, we could have probably done.
Holy shit, this is. Oh, here's the master keys.
Really? Oh, we could have had it a while ago.
The whole time, yeah. You need
That's
to head to
okay.
bed. No, of course, Poorly, by all means. Chaos, how was your stream? Did you get closer to finishing? Ooh, look at this. This is a. So she's like a beauty guru in this person's thing
do
here.
look good. You'll have to
Oh, we got the cigar box.
Yeah. Woke up like this. Ooh. No, don't kill the cat. Please don't kill the cat. Please don't kill the cat. I don't want to hear this. No.
All right, where was the other door that we needed the master key in here?
I don't like that. Oh, running away. Okay, good. She ran away. The cat ran away. Good.
Unhappy meowing.
Yeah. I think I have like 1 or 2 streams left. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
And then full-time Sea of Thieves stream.
And then full-time Sea of Thieves streamer, yeah. Then sail.
Where was that other door that we needed?
So sail tomorrow. It was the downstairs door, right?
Oh, right, the wine door.
Yeah, but we can like already get in there.
Yeah. But now we can get in there
So
without
pissed that it was
turning
in
your
there
alarm
the whole time.
Yeah, that's why I kind of. I don't know. It's a double-edged sword with these things where you can come back to things because
Yeah.
you're like, well, maybe it'll unlock in another.
Well, I mean, like, also that was just something where it's like I just straight up did not see that.
No, neither.
You know, like I straight up just didn't see that entrance or whatever.
Yeah, that's okay.
Dude,
Wow.
drop kicking them and like launching them, so good. Ooh. That looked painful. Like I know it was a zombie and they probably couldn't feel it, but holy shit, that looked painful. That massive gash I just gave her in her hip. Blech. That'll leave a mark. Get it?
And do you get? How much health do you have, like, when you're at full health?
1500 something. Once it goes up, I can tell you. It's over 1526 right now, and it's still healing, so.
Oh, well, yeah, you do have much more health than me. I was like, there's no way it'll be 1500 because I'm Bruno. Bruno has no health at all, and I got 1468.
Yeah, same 1577. Yeah, it's going.
So you got like 2k then?
No, I don't think so. Here, I can just spend one more. 1852.
Oh, it's not too bad. Hello,
Don't
Curtis.
say I never do anything for ya.
You're
Curtis.
too good to me, kid.
Alright,
And
Astro,
don't let
I think this is
anyone
gonna
say
be
that Curtis Sinclair
it
is
after we
not a
turn this
man of his
in, because
word.
it has been
You take
7
my word.
hours. It's been
Yeah, we've
so
been at it-
long. Yeah.
We've been at it
I'll
for a
throw
while.
some ammunition
Yeah.
To get you started.
This is a
Oh,
good
you'll
place
throw
to
in
start
ammunition?
it.
Thanks.
That's an honor, sir.
Old Peggy's done right by me over the years, but
This is a
my
good place to
James
stop.
can't handle her kickback no more.
Nice little good place to
Treat her
stop. We
right.
did
And
all
she'll
of the
look
side
after you,
quests
too.
in Bel Air and
Sure
Beverly
you
Hills.
won't need the protection?
And now we've got all
no
of like
need to
Venice
worry
Beach
about
to
me.
explore next time we
They
play.
can try and bite me. My hide's tougher than a $2 steak. Besides, I can still handle a pistol just fine. I'll be all right with Peggy's little sister, Betty, on my hip.
Oh my gosh. This looks better than it's so
High
good.
caliber
Chaos.
Peggy. Ooh.
Chaos. It's so good. I am having like I wish that I could literally put into words how much fun I'm having. I'm having so much fun.
Superior. Okay.
Alright, I need the repair bench before we. Okay, that's the fast travel. I do feel like you get a little while before you get fast travel. Like fast travel is like a ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ways because we've been, you know, fooling around, but I bet it wasn't. It's not too bad.
I don't know. I felt it was like a really far in there. A stretch? Oh, thank you. I get goblin posture very quickly. Okay.
Right, so we're gonna leave it here, right? For now.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it here for now. All right. So you leave first.
All right.
I will go back to main menu. Okay.
Oh, I wish we could zoom in on him. Because I can see my character on.
Oh yeah, in the main menu.
Screen.
So we have 10 main quests left. We have done 6 out of 33 side quests, or I have done 6 out of 33.
I've done 6 out of level, yeah, and we done 1 out of 15.
That's great. So we still have a lot of side stuff to do, but we only have 10 main quests left.
I mean, I'm assuming the quest will be pretty long. Or are these games typically not long? Was the first one short?
No, it wasn't. I mean, they're good length games. I feel.
Is
like.
Is it like a Resident Evil type thing where it's a short game for like because it has replayability value maybe?
They're not really super short. Like I don't feel like they're super short games. Like I feel like they're a good. Like,
I'd say
25 hours.
Okay, okay.
You know,
I was
like,
gonna say
good
maybe
20
less than
hours or
15
so.
hours.
No. I'd say they're about 20 hours or so. But I am going to find someone to
Read.
raid.
Who are you gonna read? Who are you planning on reading?
Oh shit! All of these are gonna come through now. All right, hold on. We have to.
Okay.
All of the follow alerts from getting follow botted are still trying to come through, but okay. We're gonna find someone to send a raid to. All of my friends are done streaming because all of my friends have raided me.
Oh yeah.
We'll find someone. We'll find someone.
I mean, Dahlia.
Why does that one not working? Interesting that my Mix It Up has decided to
My
stop.
toner is low? Excuse me?
There's pink, okay. That's weird. I don't know why the bubbles didn't come up. Okay.
The bubbles?
The bubbles? The bubbles? The bubbles?
Stop.
Let's find
A hilarious
Oh,
gore
April
fest.
is on. We're gonna raid April. April.
Ooh.
Let's raid April.
Who is this April?
Apricot snaps.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. This whole weekend was a blast. I had so much fun playing Dead Island 2. Thank you for listening to me rage on and on and on. And thank you for putting up with me doing my, my streamery, sponsory stuff. I tried not to be annoying. I tried not to be pushy. But I really, really, really wanted to represent the game the best I possibly could. And I hope I did that. And we are going to keep playing Dead Island 2 because I'm having an absolute blast. Whether Astro can join me during the week or not because of school, but I'm going to keep playing. I'm having so much fun. But yeah, thank you guys for being here and for hanging out and spending the weekend with me. I don't know what I'm going to stream tomorrow. I don't know if Chaos wants to do some Sea of Thieves maybe, or maybe I'll stream some of this. I'm not really sure. But either way, it was a blast. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. Come say hello to my friend April. She's playing Valorant, which is not normally a game she plays, but we're gonna give her some fun. Hi Trem, bye Trem, McAwful. Thank you so much for coming in and saying hello and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Stay safe, make good choices, and I will see you tomorrow.